I'm doing all right. What you got for me? I say God is not real. Humans are real. Don't pray, just live.
Yeah, my God is definitely real. My God is with me. It's the way that I'm able to speak, walk, talk, act, do whatever I do. Yeah, I like having this conversation with you. I have it almost every day.
So when you say
It's
my God, it belongs
yes,
just to you?
yes, my God does belong just to me. Yes.
Oh shoot. So nobody else can see your God.
If they become me, they can see my God.
Oh, so as long as no one else is you, they'll never know if your God is real or not.
Indeed, that is correct, good sir.
Okay, that's called a figment of your imagination. Hello, Sister Wealthy. Bonjour à toi aussi, Wealthy. Yo, bro, unmute yourself. If not, I'm going to the next guest. Let's not
Yeah,
play games.
I had a customer, so I'm sitting there talking to my customer, selling my oils.
You ever heard of Bahari?
I haven't heard of that one.
Can you smell what I got on now?
Let me see. Nah.
Stink smell.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro. Just come back. I got a flow. Next guest. Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Bamboozle the screen, if you don't mind. What's up, Katie? Hello. I'm sending a request if you're not ready to come up and talk uninterrupted, y'all. Come on. If you're in this situation that you will be interrupted, then don't come up. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. People who believe in God are people who have been demoralized by reality. If you believe in God, it's because you've been demoralized by the reality where there is no God. So you've imagined one and placed it in your head. Now you go left and right trying to persuade men that it in fact does exist. Do not send your request if you're not ready to come up and go straight to your point, y'all. Hello?
Hey, what's up, man?
I'm doing good, bro. What you got for me?
Hey, so you say God is not real, right?
No, Obama said it, not me.
Obama, who is Obama? Why Obama decide if God is real or not, man?
Come on,
What
man.
is-
I'm being sarcastic. Of course I say God's not real. What's your point?
yeah, so how is reality real if God is not real? Like where the reality come from?
Reality is present. It's simply the state of the world as it is. It doesn't come from anywhere. It doesn't go anywhere. It simply is what is observed. And we observe it through our five senses or our
Are you
senses.
are you saying the universe doesn't have a beginning?
Yes, I'm saying that there is no real beginning.
Where did that theory come from? Like what is
It's
your
not
source?
theory, it's a fact. Can you count till infinity?
What do you mean?
Can you count till infinity?
No.
Okay, that means that if you keep going back, you keep going back until you never reach an end. So the beginning is just where you start counting from. So let me tell you what the real beginning is. The real beginning is not where you're going, it's where you start. And where you start is always when you ask the questions. Where did the world come from? That's the beginning. The beginning is you.
Okay,
From you,
does rain has a beginning?
you being the real person, you are the beginning. Everything begins from reality. So
You
you
as a
can,
person, do you have a beginning?
yes,
Yeah, okay, so like everything has a beginning, I mean.
yes, everything begins right here, right now. I begin
But
right here, right now.
I'm 27 years old. My beginning start like 27 years ago.
No,
So
your beginning starts right here, right now, and then you can count back 27 years.
that don't make sense.
That makes sense. Listen again. I'm telling you, learn how to count, okay? It begins from the perspective of the beholder. You start counting from right now, then you count backwards. Counting is something you can do backwards and forward. The beginning is right here from what's real.
You can count.
You can't travel into the past 27 years ago, can you? No, but you are here, right now. So if you want to count backwards, you can count backwards. If you want to count forward, you can count forward. That's it. It has nothing to do with God existing or not existing. Do you have anything else for me?
I don't have anything for you, but
Okay, so let me ask you a question before you go.
yeah, okay.
What is it that cannot be named, but cannot be spoken, and yet is?
Nothing. There is nothing cannot be named and exist.
What is it that is, but cannot be named, nor can it be spoken?
I don't know, man.
But you said nothing before. Why is it that you don't know all of a sudden? Thank you for your time. I appreciate you. Go and think about that. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Please keep tapping the screen. Do not stop tapping the screen.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up?
Yeah. How's it going, mate?
It's going all right, as you can see.
Yeah. That's great, man. Yeah, I've seen your stream a couple of times, and I just noticed right now you didn't have like that many people requesting, so I just thought I would request up. Right, in terms of just before, just in terms of like what argument for God I choose, like what's your knowledge or like philosophy? Just if you were to like grade it.
I have no knowledge on philosophy.
No knowledge. Okay, then then I'll probably choose. Are you aware of Leibniz? It was originally spoken out by Thomas Aquinas. Are you aware of Leibniz's argument from contingency?
I considered in the beginning that I don't know anything about philosophy. So if you want to convince me that God is real, you have to do it with simple reasoning rather than quoting concepts and principles.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking if you're aware of the argument from contingency. There is spoken up by Leibniz first.
No, I'm not aware of anything now, bro. I'm only aware of what you're going to tell me.
Okay, no, I'm just like in terms of background knowledge, just so I know, like, because I have a few arguments. I kind of like the more philosophical arguments. So, but okay, yeah.
Listen, I don't need to know where you're getting your argument from. Whatever argument you make, as long as I can understand it, I can argue against it.
Okay, yeah. Okay. I'll just use the argument from contingency. Do you agree that all things are contingent? Like, do you agree that I'm contingent on being here because I saw you on my TikTok? Why I'm on TikTok? It was because I was bored. Like, do you agree that everything is contingent on something else? Like, everything is contingent on something that happened before that caused something to happen. Do you agree?
I wouldn't necessarily say contingent in the sense of a singularity, but yes, everything is contingent on many other things. There's nothing that is just contingent on one thing. Everything is contingent on a set of things. Let's put it that way. I agree.
Okay, yeah. So you agree? For example, if I move the cup that's in front of me, it's because I moved it. Like it's basically causality is like where this comes from. So do you agree that if we logically track that back for time, that everything is in contingency or motion is the way that Aquinas puts it. That if you would have to track it back to a place that an uncaused cause, like something, an unmoved mover. Would you agree that would be illogical, just following logic?
No. The reason why you end up with an uncaused cause is because you don't have an infinite amount of time to infinitely keep going back. And in order to satisfy your lack of infinite powers, you have to create an artificial end to the process by assuming that there will be a cause that is not contingent. So to make that idea qualifiable and quantifiable within your mentality. But the reality of the situation is that if you were an infinite being, you can infinitely keep going back and there will be no infinite, no uncaused cause. So the insertion of an uncaused cause is an attempt to interrupt the process so as to prevent you from going infinitely, but which is a human brain problem. But if you just let it be itself, and because though you might not be infinite, but human beings can keep multiplying infinitely, that's possible, then you can go back to the point where you can't go back anymore and then let somebody else pick up from where you left off and just keep going. But there's no need to infer that there has to be an uncaused cause because that defies the whole idea of cause and effect anyways.
Okay, so you believe in an infinite regress, basically. That
it's not necessarily that I believe in an infinite regress. It's no matter how far back you go, you're gonna keep going back. Even if you reach the point of the uncaused cause, the uncaused cause will still have to be an infinite being, which is just you summarizing all the infinities that come before the point where you reach the uncaused cause. The uncaused cause will still have to take an infinite nature, which is still an infinite regression in some way, shape, or form. What it does though is it just makes it qualifiable and quantifiable, so you can argue from the perspective of an intelligent creator or an intentional creator. But if you don't summarize a bunch of infinities and make them an uncaused cause, then yeah, you just keep going backwards, no matter how far back you go. So no matter how great God is, somebody came before him, in one shape, one way or another. If you claim then that no one came before God because God has to be the uncaused cause, then you're still eliminating the possibilities that God might have come from a race of beings, or God is a type of being of many uncaused causes.
Okay, I think kind of where you go wrong here is that you kind of, without knowing, I'm not saying you're doing it dishonestly, but you kind of misunderstanding. What I'm arguing from is contingency. I'm not arguing from infinite. I'm not saying it can't be infinite. I'm saying it from contingency. So the reason why your critique here does not work is because what I'm arguing is that everything is contingent. I just use the uncaused cause word to kind of make it a bit more common sense, because it's something that most atheists have heard before. So I agree. I'm arguing that because we are contingent, we must be contingent on something. But God, per definition, and I don't really know how God would be.
I get it. I think I get it. You're correct. My argument was kind of like in the general scheme of things, but you're talking about the dependency for something's existence, right? You're just talking about that dependency, or what you call contingency. So, for example, then in order to make it clear to me, explain to me, bro, what is water contingent on?
What do you mean exactly?
Just an example. What is water contingent on?
I mean, what do you mean? What I'm saying is more so in terms of motion. For example, the glass here is contingent on me putting it somewhere, and the glass is contingent on someone creating that glass. Like, okay, that's what I mean.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Saying water is contingent on what? Putting it here. What put water here?
I mean, the water is contingent on you moving the water there. If the water is there.
No. I'm talking about the existence of water as a whole. How it got to this world. How it got into reality. How did it get here?
I mean, water. That it kind of goes back to why is the universe? So you can kind of ask the same thing because water is incredibly old. So I mean, and I would argue that's
water might be an uncaused cause.
Water might no, because then I would say that water would be caused by God. I would say the existence of water and existence of land.
That's a claim that cannot be proven.
Be proven. So your problem here is not with causal reasoning. Your problem is that isn't proof. Like this is more so a problem for you than it is for me, because I can ask you, well, what's water contingent on, and you wouldn't really be able to say it.
I'll say to you that water is infinite.
Water is infinite. Well,
yeah. So if you try to trace the origins of water, if you try to trace the existence of water, if you try to trace the origins of water, it will be like you trying to measure and quantify the universe. You keep going infinitely.
Yeah, well, no, I disagree. So,
okay, then tell me where water came from.
What do you mean by infinity?
As in the amount of time it will take for you to reach the point where water is caused. Is immeasurable and unattainable. Infinite.
Unattainable. No, I'm saying, I agree it can't scientifically be proven when water arose. And I believe water probably arose after the Big Bang. I mean, when H2O arose, I agree it can't be brought back to, we can't scientifically know when H2O arose. But I'm saying...
Right, so there's a possibility that it never really arose, it's always been.
No, that's not the same thing. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that, okay, you
just don't want to describe water the way you describe your God, huh? But we know that water is one of the... No, check this out. Water is one of the essential ingredients of life. So water will at least be as old as life or older than life.
Yeah, but the thing is, we know water hasn't been infinite because we know the Big Bang happened. Do you agree the Big Bang happened?
I think that the Big Bang is a theory, and I think it's the most valuable theory because it has more facts supporting it. But I think there could be more about it that we don't know yet. So I don't necessarily put my eyes and my tea on it. I just seek to understand it as stated.
Okay, do you agree that the all matter collapsed into one and came out in a mass expansion about 13.7 billion years ago?
That all matter could have... Hold up. It collapsed into one?
And no, that basically there was a mass expansion of matter about 13.7 billion years ago, which caused the universe, at least using your logic as it is now.
Yeah, but matter expanded from how many points? From a single point or from multiple points?
I mean, just following the modern Big Bang theory is that matter collapsed into a single point. That's modern Big Bang theory, as far as I'm
So as of
at least
right now,
concerned.
it's a single point. But is it possible that it could have been more than a single point?
Again, it wouldn't change the argument I'm making. It wouldn't change the argument. Because
No,
what I'm saying is,
I'm trying to show you how my way of theorizing is a little bit outside the scope of the typical. Because I don't think that the Big Bang was just a single point. I think that there were multiple expansions, and the universe really took shape and form when the effects of the different expansions interacted with each other. That's consistent
fine,
that's consistent with the dual nature of our reality. Because
okay,
if it was expanding just from a singular point, then the objects that were expanding, the pieces of matter that were expanding, will never come into contact with each other in order to start forming things. So there had to be a collision of some type. That's why we have particle acceleration. You need at least two particles. You cannot accelerate a particle and collide it with itself.
Again, I'm not arguing that it wasn't. I'm not saying it was one thing. I'm saying it was obviously matter that came into a very, very, very tiny point. I mean, there's tons of atoms that come to one point.
It could have been multiple tiny points. It had to at least have been multiple tiny points.
Yeah, exactly. Which it has no bearing on my point, but I mean, I agree with that. That it was multiple tiny points that came into one, and then we then collided and caused the mass expansion, which is known as the Big Bang. But what I'm saying is, we know water can't exist at the temperatures that was the case. We know water in its H2O form cannot exist at that level. Do you agree?
We don't know what the temperature was back then.
I mean, do you not agree? I mean, I think it's basically scientific consensus that the universe was way too hot for life for the first many billion years of its existence.
Yeah, too hot for life doesn't mean too hot for water.
Do you agree that water evaporates at a way lower degree than? Do you not agree? Okay,
yeah,
so
I don't think that. I think that. Listen, the very nature of water, as we experience it in our reality, the building blocks of water cannot necessarily be completely extinguished. And even when you evaporate water, it doesn't like completely just spread out and then thin out and then just disappears. It still maintains the need for its molecular bond. That's why when that vapor, the remains of what is evaporating, arises, it still accumulates with itself and then changes state again once temperature changes. So yeah, if it was too hot, then water was steam. If it was too cold, then water was frozen. If it was just right, then water was liquid. Who even knows if there are other states of what water would be? But water has proven to be the product of something which is hard to destroy, and simply by changing temperature. So regardless of what the temperature would have been at the beginning of time, water would have been there in some shape or form as itself without requiring any intentional manipulation.
Okay, yeah, I don't disagree. There were H and O atoms at the beginning of the Earth. I don't disagree that happened. But what I'm saying is, I don't even get what the original point you were making is. What was the original point you were making?
Bro, when water evaporates, does it start being H2O? Or it just becomes H2O in a gaseous form?
As I said, I'm not disagreeing there were H and O atoms like when the Big Bang happened. I'm not disagreeing with that. I just think we kind of it doesn't really address my point that do you not agree that it was contingent since it? Do you agree it came into existence at the Big Bang, the H and O atoms?
No, I think that water has always been there. That water is a substance. Yeah, so for as long as there has ever been anything, if there was ever a beginning, water was there. If there was before a beginning, water was there.
Okay, so you believe that water has always existed?
Yes, what I observe from water, something which can change its state. You see, this principle that water takes the shape of whatever you put it in. I think it's always been around. It just takes the shape of its environment.
I mean, again, like I think that can go for all atoms. I don't know if that's specific to water. Do you not agree that's the case for all atoms?
No, water is really a solution. It's not simply an atom. It's a combination of specific atoms that bond and remain together and then take a form of a substance that we call water when it is liquid, we call ice when it is solid, we call steam or gas when it is gaseous, right? So whatever state it is in, depending on its environment, it would change and adapt to that state. It's very hard to destroy. It doesn't turn to ash, like, and it can revert from state to state. Like, it can go from one state to another and then back. It can go forward and backwards, compared to like something like wax or something like wood, that if you burn it, it turns to ash, but it never really turns back to the state that it was before it turns to ash. Water has that ability to change, to transform, like at will, or without even will, you know? It can go from, it's an amazing ability. Its transformation is quite more advanced than anything else that we've witnessed. And it's amazing that it's one of the basic requirements for life.
I agree, but again, doesn't that go for all atoms basically? Like doesn't that go for it doesn't go for hydrogen? It goes for oxygen. For oxygen, it goes for helium. Doesn't it go for all atoms? Like that particular thing. Did you not?
Yeah, it goes
you
for
not
all atoms, but I'm not talking about water simply as an atom. I'm talking about water as a substance, as a combination of atoms, a unique combination of atoms.
Okay. Again, there still has no bearing. So, do you believe these have always existed? I think that goes for all atoms. Do you believe atoms they've always existed? Because I'm trying to get onto the root cause. I feel like you're kind of tearing here with these.
I think that energy has always been in an atomic form in one way, shape, or form.
Okay. So you believe basically. I mean, what I'm basically trying to understand is, what do you believe about the universe? That's really what I'm trying to get to. Do you believe that the universe is infinite?
Listen, bro. My understanding of the universe is very simple. The word universe simply means everything, everywhere, at every point in time. So whatever that was, whether it is God or what, it would still have had to be made up of atoms, of the very things that make up the universe. Because whatever made the universe is still something somewhere at some point. It's still part of what we would call universe. It means everything. There's no outside of it. There's no outside of it. There's only inside of it. Because it is all that is.
Oh my goodness.
The only thing that is outside the universe is things that don't exist.
Okay, I think you're kind of. I agree, it's all material things that exist, but again, like, just I'm not
Even
asking
if there are some things, even if there are some things which are not material, it is still something somewhere at some point. It's still considered universe. that's what you guys don't get. The word universe is all inclusive.
Then I disagree with your description of universe.
Okay, that's your problem. That's your problem. When I mean universe, I mean everything. So when I'm thinking of the universe, I mean everything. Everything.
Well, then we disagree on the definition. I'll say it's everything in material existence. Again, them just disagree on the definition of universe. But still, like,
so when you say universe, you're just talking about material things, the material universe.
I mean, when I talk about the universe, I'm talking within the context of we exist. I'm saying all things in material existence. Yes.
So you're just talking about material things, right?
When I say the universe, yes.
Okay. Do you think that immaterial things exist?
Yes.
What happens when you combine immaterial things and material things all together? You still get a union, right?
I mean, I don't know. It depends on what we mean by combined together.
So you just take the fact of their existences. So it's like I can build a house, and one room is a material room. The next room is an immaterial room, but they're still all part of the house.
No, I mean, I kind of disagree with your premise. Like, there can be such thing in your analogy as an immaterial room. I think it exists on a completely different plane. It can't be combined together like two different things.
No. Listen, you're not getting it. Yeah. So yes, on a different plane within the universe. You see what I'm saying? No. So there is a plane.
No, I mean, I disagree. You're not making any points.
Have you explored the whole universe?
No, obviously not. No.
Okay. Have you explored all planes of existence?
No, obviously not.
Okay,
no.
Well, I'm saying to you that you are talking about different dimensions. And within the dimension of materialism, yes, it can still be a dimension within the universe where things are material. And then within another dimension, within the universe, there's only space, nothing immaterial there. Space is not material, is it?
I mean, space, did you mean, what do you mean by space? Like, I'm asking what you mean. Did you mean space-time? Do you mean space-time?
No, space as in whatever environment something finds itself in. Somewhere.
Space. I mean, no. I mean, I disagree because it's if we're on Earth, it's taken up by oxygen. It's taken up by carbon. Like it's
Yes,
not empty.
but that
Still
oxygen,
atoms.
that space
Which
needs to be there for that oxygen to occupy. So we typically call it void if there's nothing in it. We call it void because there's nothing material in it, right? But the void does exist, right?
Do you not agree that? Do you not agree atoms take up what seemingly empty space? Do you not agree?
Say that again.
Do you not agree atoms take up seemingly empty space? Do you not agree atoms are material? The oxygen is material. Like when I breathe in this room, is material. Yes.
Think about it. Think about it. Where the oxygen is, first has to be there for the oxygen to be there. The oxygen cannot be somewhere which doesn't exist. So the space, the area occupied by the oxygen needs to exist for the oxygen to occupy that area. You get it? That's what I mean by space. Because we have space.
No, the thing is, I sometimes disagree with your premise here. I'm saying, like, I think that space came into existence at the Big Bang. I'm saying it's always occupied regardless. It'll be another atom if it isn't oxygen. When I move a centimeter, it isn't oxygen. It's me that's there.
The space cannot come into existence at the Big Bang. The space would have had to be there for the Big Bang to expand into space. You cannot expand into something which is not there, bro. You get it?
No existence. I mean, again, like if you're using a secular worldview, yes, I agree. But I'm not just talking about secular worldview. So
no,
your point
this has nothing to do with
like,
secular or non-secular. This is literally just common sense. Think about it. Think about the Big Bang. You said that the Big Bang is an expansion, right?
Yeah, I'm saying it's mass expansion of matter into all we
know.
Matter
is expanding into space. That's what it is.
Expanding into space. Okay.
Yeah, so space is already there. So all of space used to be immaterial. Like there was no matter in space, right? Space was there. There was no matter, and it was timeless because there's nothing to measure. There's nothing to measure a rate of change. It's just a vast expanse, immeasurable vast expanse of what we can even say nothing or just a void. And then matter from a single point expanded into all of that. That's why we see all these shapes and forms going from one motion to another, in one speed to another. That's what we're seeing. But initially there has to be space, because space itself cannot expand into nothingness, which from the perspective of something which doesn't exist. The space has to exist. The expanse has to exist. That's why when people tell me that God is outside of space, so I'm like, but that means God is nowhere. And things which are nowhere don't exist.
Because again, the mistake you're making, you're presupposing it's material. In terms of God, I mean, God doesn't exist in material form.
Whether something is material or immaterial, it still has to be within space.
No, again, that's kind of the mistake you're making. You're kind of presupposing it's only material. It
still has to be within space.
No, again, that's kind of the mistake you're making. You kind of presuppose. I can hear myself.
Yeah, because you probably got a phone call. Yeah, because you probably got a phone call.
Get the phone. Look, can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think you're making the mistake here, and I agree. It was mass expansion, but I mean, I would say it was caused by God. Therefore, it can exist. I mean, it's kind of the problem you're having. That's more problem for you than it's for me.
It doesn't matter what caused it. The space that it expanded into would have had to be there before it was caused to expand. Period. Things that don't occupy space don't exist. Things that exist must occupy space.
I mean, I financially disagree with the premise. Okay, but just I think we're kind of deflecting. I don't think we're getting anywhere from here, because it's not going to, like, nothing is going to change either of our minds when talking about.
It's not about changing your mind. All I'm just telling you that it's a delusional idea to think that something can be somewhere if that somewhere where that thing is doesn't exist. So even if something is immaterial, it's still something, not somewhere. So this is the three requirements for existence. You need to be something, somewhere, at some point. If not, you fit the definition of something non-existential. Something which has never been can be found nowhere. Something which has never been would be found at no point in time, past, present, future. Something which has never been will be found in no shape or form. That's something which doesn't exist. So you are using non-existential characteristics to describe your God. That's ludicrous. No. That's why I say your God's not real.
goodness sake. And the thing is, this is completely irrelevant. Again, we can go down this rabbit hole, but I'm trying to get to the overall point. Like, do you believe the universe is infinite? Like, that's what I'm trying to get to here. Like, that's the overall point. I mean,
Yes, I think the word universe defines an infinite, immeasurable, unquantifiable, unqualifiable expanse.
Okay, so you believe in okay, perfect. So just curious, and I just want to, if I'm by infinite, you mean something that has existed always?
Something that is in a continuous state of being, eternal.
Yeah, that's and it's only a continuous space of being. Okay, agree.
So it doesn't come into existence, neither does it exit existence, but it is always readily visible and observable from the perspective of any observer. It cannot be hidden.
Perfect. Okay, so by that logic, time would also be infinite. Agree? Like time would also be infinite if that's the case.
So change has always been. There's always been change. There's no point in which there's no change.
Okay, perfect. We agree. So, but using that logic, so you believe the past is infinite, right?
When you say the past is infinite, what do you mean?
That using logic of infinity, the past has always existed. Do you not agree? I mean, that is logic in infinity.
The past doesn't really exist literally. The past is our way of describing times which are no more, right? Because time is only real in the present moment, right? Rates of change that's observable is the only real time, but previous rates, previous speeds, previous things, we conceptualize it as the past. So yes, we can ponder infinitely about things that have been, that may still be or will not be. That's what we mean by past. Yes, infinitely, we can ponder infinitely.
Okay, so but if the past is infinite, like how did we ever reach the future? If the
that's
past
why I
infinite,
said to you the past is not real.
Before.
That's why I said to you, the only real time is now, here. Reality is only experienced in the moment. But human beings do have the cognitive abilities to ponder and think of things that previously were in previous states of being. So when we are thinking about things that previously were, we don't need to make it materially real, but we can have it ideologically and conceptually. So the past is a concept, the future is a concept, but the present is real. So in terms of reality, everything is happening within the present moment and observable within the present moment. When something can no longer be observed, that means it's changed form.
Okay,
and that previous form is what we call the past.
Do you agree there was an infinite amount of events before our current event? Like that's all I'm asking by the past.
Yes, I'm saying, but that only begins from current events. So our observation begins from current event. So we start counting from the present moment. We don't start counting from that infinite past that we haven't reached. The point of observation is here, right now. It's like you draw a graph.
Yeah, the point of observation is irrelevant. If there've been infinite events,
No. The point of our observation is relevant because we can confirm that it is. We can confirm that it is. It is the most relevant of all things. We are here. It's the number one prerequisite. It's the number one necessity. We are here. You guys like to completely remove it. No, it begins with the perspective of the observer, right? There's an old saying that beauty is in the eyes of the observer. That means that you need to have an observer to have beauty. So you have no past without the present. The present is what confirms that things have changed. And because you don't... Listen. So any observation always begins from the present. You cannot begin observing from any point which is not present because the present is reality. So like I said, you draw a graph in your mind right now. X-axis, Y-axis. The point of observation is 0. The point where those two lines intersect, the x-axis and the y-axis. And then you can start from 0, and then in any direction, you can go infinitely. That is what I mean. Point of observation begins with the observer, right in the middle of all things, where all realities, where all truths converge, is in the present, okay? All other possibilities are conceptual. For they might be and be hidden, or they might be because they've changed form and no longer exist anymore in those conceptualized forms. So you have to understand, as long as you begin observing from the present, then you can ponder, you can calculate infinitely in the direction of the past. We use, when we draw a graph, we use the positive axis to represent future things, and we use the negative axis
Dude,
to
this is relevant
represent
to my point. I'm not saying
things
it's
that are
irrelevant. I'm
past.
saying it's relevant to the point I was making. Like, can please like stop talking so much about what I'm just asking you one question. I just want you to like answer it like somewhat shortly because I want to like get to the point here as well. So, do you agree there was an infinite amount of events before our current time, before the present? Do you agree with an infinite amount of events?
Yes.
Okay, but if there were an infinite amount of events, like how did we ever reach the present? If it was infinite, truly,
We do not reach
then how
the
did?
present. Because
Yes,
that's
I
not
mean
the
we are in the present at this moment.
listen. When
Then how
we
did we
say
reach these events that are happening right now? Is what I mean by
listen,
present.
that's
The
what
events that
no
are
no
currently happening at this moment.
listen. You don't understand what an event is, and you don't understand what infinite is. That's why you ask that question in that way. An event is a present moment. But when you leave that present moment to another present moment, that previous moment ceases to be materialistic, stops to be real. But from whatever moment you are, you can conceptualize the moment that came before. So yes, there has been an infinite amount of events before this present moment. So in order to understand how we got to this present moment, we have to trace our way back from this present moment. And because there is a limitation to human cognitive ability, you will keep going back and you will not reach any infinite end. I mean, you will not reach any end going backwards because observation begins within your present reality. That's what I'm saying. If I stand from the number 0, which is the present moment, how did I get to 0, right? I want to know, hey, are you saying that there's an infinite number of negative numbers before 0? Yes, that's what I'm saying. Are you saying that there's an infinite number of positive numbers after 0? Yes, that's what I'm saying. So, but I'm saying that in order for you to start counting, in order for you to quantify, qualify, understand how you got to 0, you have to begin from 0. But you cannot go from 0 to 10, negative 10. You have to go 0, negative 1, or have at least a pattern of numerical of counting and count backwards. That's what I mean.
You aren't addressing my point. What I'm asking, did you agree, for example, the Big Bang was an event? For example, so let me just give you an example. Was a Big Bang event?
Again, like I said, it's a theory that I don't necessarily put my money on, but it's the one that makes the most sense because it's backed by certain facts.
I'm just asking because you're saying event is by definition something that's happening in the future. But do you agree there were events in the past?
I believe that, or I know that there were past events. Yes.
Perfect. So if there were an infinite amount of past events, which you just said there was, well, how did we ever reach the present as of right now from our point of observation, which you kept rambling on about? If that was truly infinite, how did we ever reach the present?
Because our present moment is a direct byproduct of the previous moment that came before our present moment. That's how we got here.
But if that was infinite, how did we ever get here? If it's truly infinite, you can't go further than infinity.
No, listen. We can't go further than infinity, not because of infinity itself, but because of our anatomy, our build-up, our capability. If we had a space machine and we could travel through time, then we would be able to go to any infinity that we want to, and we'll keep going as many times as necessary because we'll have all the time in the world. There's a limitation to the form in which we take as we ponder these things. And that limitation prevents us from exploring all that there is to be explored. But it doesn't change the fact of the reality that if you keep going back, you're going to keep going back as infinitely as possible. You might have to do a little bit more every time you go from one infinity to another because things do change form. You might have to unchange those things. You might have to do certain things to go maybe, let's say, from ash, right? Let's say something was ash and it previously was wood, and then you're at the point where it is ash and you want to know what it was before it was ash. You might have to spend time doing experimentation to learn what it was before it was ash, right? And then once you know what it was, once you find out that it's now wood, you have to, okay, well, before it was wood, what was it? You might have to do another experimentation to realize that, oh, it grew as a plant. Oh, wow, but this plant was full of water. Where did the water go? You have to do another experiment before you... That's how it works. So it really, our problem is not the fact that infinity is not infinity. It's that we in of ourselves are not materialistically infinite. But we can ponder. We can ponder. We have the ability to imagine, to think, to use our minds. But as the structure of the world proves to us that reality is always present. That existence goes from present moment to present moment. At least That is the capability of our minds. We don't have the ability to experience past, present, future at the same time, at least not yet. So we might have to do some engineering on our anatomies to give ourselves the ability to know how. So your question is not necessarily because it's an impossibility. It's actually indicative of the limitations of our physical bodies.
No, what I'm asking, I'm saying infinity isn't logically coherent, because if the past is infinite, which you agreed, then there must be an infinite amount of events that happened in the past. If during that time it was infinite, then how did it ever reach the future? Is what I'm asking. You didn't address that at all.
Listen, do you understand the scientific principle that energy can neither be created nor destroyed?
I mean, by never, I mean,
Do you
within
understand
our current
the
universe, yes.
scientific principle that energy can neither be created nor destroyed?
The universe that within the universe, energy can never be created and destroyed. I agree.
There is no outside the universe. This
Again,
statement
like,
is
following your logic.
This
But yeah.
statement, no, listen. Stop trying to compartmentalize what has not been compartmentalized. It is a fact, scientific fact. Since you're a scientist as well, energy
I'm
can
not a
neither be
scientist.
created nor destroyed. There's no conceptualization of energy being created in any shape or form, because if energy could be created somewhere else or in some other plane, we would say that energy can be created or destroyed only in this plane. But the statement says energy can neither be created nor destroyed. That means everywhere, at every time, in every way, in every shape or form. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. Do you understand that?
I agree that materially
Okay,
energy
so-
can never be created and destroyed. Yes.
There's no, bro, is there immaterial energy?
No, exactly. Which is what I'm saying.
Okay. If there's no immaterial energy, then energy can neither be created nor destroyed, right?
I'm saying it got created at the Big Bang. I agree.
No.
I agree with it as a scientific principle now.
The Big Bang is not a true beginning.
Again, like using your logic, I mean, you still haven't justified that at all. You still haven't justified the existence of any things.
You're not understanding. You don't know what I think of the Big Bang, okay? Let me tell you what the Big Bang is. It's a cycle. In fact, you know what? Let me actually explain what I was saying about energy. Then I'll go to what the Big Bang is, so you can understand, because your brain is a little bit narrow.
I mean,
on this
we aren't
subject.
getting anywhere here. Like,
No, we are getting somewhere. You just prime your brain. I'll back and lies you, my brother. Just relax. So, energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only be transformed from one state to another. That transformation is change. Measuring the rate of transformation is time. So the Big Bang, and whatever small molecule it is, okay, the small particle or whatever it is that exploded, it is still the byproduct of a previous transformation. The problem is, from our current perspective and our current observation, we have not yet gone beyond that point in our studies. But as time goes by, just like at some point we thought the atom was indivisible, we would understand more about that particle. In fact, our entire science of particle acceleration is our attempt to understand what would have happened before the Big Bang, what that transformation was. So we have not inferred that the Big Bang is the absolute most beginning, where there was nothing before the Big Bang. That has even led us to the introduction of things like quarks, dark energy, dark matter. What's the difference between real of matter and dark matter, bro? Do you know?
I mean, dark matter. You mean the things in like black holes and stuff?
No. What's the difference between matter and dark matter?
I mean, okay, dark matter. What do you mean by dark matter? I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
Okay, I'll just give it to you as simply as possible. Okay, bro? Out of all what we call matter, okay, some matter reflects light and some matter absorbs light. We know that dark matter was there before the Big Bang. That's what used to occupy space. That's what we call matter today, conventional matter, expanded into. It's immeasurable in of itself. And it has the power, when accumulated, to absorb all conventional matter. That's why you said what's usually in black holes. Now,
Yeah. So
now, listen.
what's the point of that?
Listen. Do you know what a black hole is?
Yeah, I mean, I'll have a layman's understanding, yes, but I'm not an expert. I'm not a scientist.
Tell me what a black hole is, to your layman's understanding, because you don't need to have more than a layman's understanding of a black hole to understand what I'm about to tell you.
Yeah, I'm saying it like it's to my knowledge, it's a collection of dark matter that absorbs matter. Is what it is. It's dark matter. It's something that absorbs matter. and that includes light, and like time
So
goes differently in a bit more. I have very foundational understanding.
There's another theory that says that the single point of the Big Bang that we were observing, that we think expanded, was actually the exiting point of a black hole from another dimension. So a black hole formed in another dimension, absorbed a ton of matter from that other dimension. And because the gravitational field is very strong, it needs to go somewhere. As of right now, for sure, we say it doesn't go anywhere. I mean, I don't really know too much of the details, but I want you to imagine a black hole as it's spiraling and absorbing all that stuff. That energy has to go somewhere. It doesn't disintegrate the energy. It can either be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed from one state to another. So what does the black hole do with that energy? It literally breaks through the fabric of space-time, and then to a single point, okay, maybe the weakest point on the black hole, there's an expansion on the other end, kind of like a hose, a Venturi effect. That's what now led that matter that was exiting that black hole to take the shape and form of what we call our universe right now, our intrinsic universe, observable universe, which could really only be a dimension in the grand scheme of things. So what we are calling our universe could literally just be a dimension or a single universe in a series of multiverses. But we do know.
Okay, fine, like that's...
Go ahead.
Okay, like that's your understanding of the origin of the universe. That's fine, or what the universe as it is now, at least. But what I'm asking is, you still haven't answered my question. Like, I'm saying that if there were an infinite amount of, you still haven't answered my question on infinity. If there were an infinite amount of past events, like how did we ever reach the present? That was all I was asking you, and you went on all these like rants about.
Bro, I already told you it's cause and effect.
Cause and effect, that doesn't answer my question at all. Why, if there were an infinite amount of events, if that was infinity in the past, then how did we ever reach the future?
You know what, bro? What I'm about to do is I'm going to shatter your entire brain with a simple demonstration. Okay, bro?
Please.
I'm going to answer that question how. When you think of events, do you think of them as linear or do you think of them as circular?
Events, I think we've, as of right now, our understanding of time is that time is linear.
Yeah, that's why you guys are dumbasses. Let me show you.
Can you demonstrate that time is circular? I'd like to see that demonstrated.
Yeah, I'll show you.
If you're making the argument time is circular, I'd certainly like to see that demonstrated.
Time is circular, just like the water changes its states in a circular motion, in a circular way. It goes from liquid to gas to back to liquid. It just keeps going in circles, right? It doesn't keep going linearly to something which is different from the liquid it was, or from the gas that it was, or from the ice that it was. It's just going in circles, changing states within those three variations. It's circular. Don't worry. Where did this circle begin? Where did I begin drawing this circle? Show me. How many times do you have to go around this circle to know where I started drawing the circle? And this is where I am on the circle. This is where I am on the circle. But show me, actually, you know what? I'll show you the different points on the circle. I'll show you many points on the circle. If you can tell me that, then you got me. Just tell me where I started drawing the circle, okay? Which point? I'll put multiple points on the circle. No. Hold on.
I have to go in about 5 minutes, by the way, just so you know. In about 5 minutes,
you can go right after this. As soon as you tell me which point. What point did I start drawing this circle? This is me in the present, okay? This is the present, okay?
I can't know when you started drawing the circle.
Huh? No. How many times do you got to go around this circle to know where I started drawing the circle?
To know, I don't understand what you mean. Like, go around. What do you mean, go around the circle?
Let's say that this person right here is you. Do you see this part right here? This is you. This is you. Yeah. And you want to know where the circle began, right?
Yeah.
How many times do you got to go around the circle to know where it began?
To know it began. I think what we're trying to say is I wouldn't know. Which, I mean, fine. I'll happily make that concession. I wouldn't know.
Or you can just start from where you are. You mark it, then you go all around. By the time you come back to where you were before, you form the circle.
I still don't get the point you're making.
That is like, why. Listen. That's how time flows in circular motion. We literally measure time. We measure times with circular motion, not linear motion, bro. So past, present, and future, listen, it's a series of loops. That's why it's called a time loop. It's a series of loops, a circle within a circle within a circle. So one complete revolution is 360. Then you go 726, but you're still just going around in the same expanse, in the same little circle. You're just going over and over and over and over and over and over. That's how time works. But we make it linear in order to facilitate understanding. Let me show you. So where you are, you put a y-axis and you put an x-axis. And then you put a circle in the middle. Okay? That's why graphs are very important for us in mathematics. We figure this shit out. But people just go to school, they don't learn. So this circle, in order for me to qualify this, I need to structure it. You see the 0 in the middle?
Yeah, I see that, yeah.
That is the perspective of the observer. This is the present reality, right? So within this circle, I can go outward infinitely. I can go that way infinitely. In fact, I can go in any direction infinitely by pondering, but I cannot physically move because it's an infinite expanse. Now, let me show you something else. It is within this circular motion that things take shape and form. That's why we can plot a shape on the graph. We can even plot an object on the graph. We can even increase the number of axes. In aviation, we have 3 axes on our graphs, including the z-axis. But you can have an A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, N, D, z-axis. You see? That's another circle within the circle. But the perspective of the observer doesn't change. Then you can even expand and put another circle outside of this circle. Series of events. Series of events. It is infinite. Have you ever heard of the flower of life?
No, it doesn't.
I will show you the flower of life. I'll give you a demonstration of what the flower of life is. Go and look into it. It's very scientific. It's found on the pyramids. Human beings have known that for a very long time. Time does not flow linearly. It flows in a loop. Time loop. A time loop. Go and study. Okay, what a time loop is. That's why the only thing for you to study in order to understand the world is not just matter and talking about the origin of matter. You have to study the loop of time. The loop of time is that transformation. That's what makes energy indestructible, because no matter how many times you destroy it, it just changes its form from one state to another, circularly. I probably should just type it on my computer and print it out, but that would take too much time. So I'll just do a vague demonstration of the flower of life. Person A, person B, person C, D, E, F. These loops right here represent, where are you?
Again, I don't even see what relevance this has to my point at all.
Listen. When we say
I'd have
that,
to go in like a minute anyway. Like, I don't see the point of this. I have to go in like a minute anyway.
I'll show you. Okay. If I am circle A, when we say that there's an infinite amount of circles that came before me, that means that to my left, there's an infinite amount of circles. To my right, there's an infinite amount of circles. Not just time itself being looped. And this is how reality intersects from person to person. Person A has what in common with person B? Only this much. And this much right here. But person A, person B, and person D, they have this in common. You see, that's how perspective works. That's what the flower of life represents. But all of these are different time loops, because time is from the perspective of the observer. You can graph everybody. You can put a Y and X axis in everybody's life, in everybody's perspective. The people in your community, okay, this is how you bond with them. Time, space, matter, atoms, quarks, protons, neutrons. This is how they all bond with each other.
Okay,
I'm just demonstrating this to you to help you when you go later, go and study the flower of life. And you will find that answer that you want in there. But for your initial question that you asked me, I'd answered with this graph. Time is a loop, and you can't tell. When I say there's an infinite number of paths, that means that you can go around this circle an infinite number of times. You won't find a beginning except the point where you started. That's what I mean. You get it? That's where the beginning is. The beginning is always going to be the point where you start observing. Hence, you can go around this circle an infinite number of times. You won't find the beginning except where you started. And if you really want to find the beginning, just go around it one time. As soon as you get back to where you started, that's the beginning.
Again, I will go and study the flower of life, but I still don't think you addressed the point. But yeah, I do have to go now. So see you, mate. Bye.
Hey, until you can tell me how many times you need to go around that circle to find the beginning, you ain't got nothing on me, my brother. That's called contingent, ladies and gentlemen. And to those of you who may be watching, who have those useless ideas of infinite regression, that's what an infinite regression is. So y'all, listen. Infinite regression means that if the beginning is not where you are, you can go back as many times as possible around this circle. You won't find any other beginning. That's what an infinite regression means. That's what I mean when I say reality is infinitely regressive. You understand? You can go back as far back to the past. You're going to go back from when human beings were primitive. You're going to even go before the humankind was formed in this state that it is. And then you keep going back. You're going to reach a point where, boom, you run into an advanced civilization of humans. Then you keep going back onto primitive, boom. Then, boom, another advanced civilization of humans. That's reality. If you don't like it, you can cry about it. Some of you, they don't like to get educated. That's why we say history repeats itself. Even in your religion, it says there's nothing new under the sun. What has been would be. And what is, what has been, or what is, has been, and what is, will be. Okay? Even your Bible tells you that. You Christians, you don't even get it. The gods that you're worshiping are just humans. There is no God. There never has been. There never would be. Time does not move linearly.
Yeah, can you hear me, bro?
What you got?
Yeah, I've been listening. I got a question first.
Go ahead. Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's tap the screen. Let's bamboozle the screen. We're almost at 1 hour and we haven't even hit 100,000 likes, y'all. Come on, please tap the screen. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the analogy, the logic you just used, yeah? I wanted to prove God with the same logic. If you allow me.
I'll allow you as soon as you stop eating.
I ain't eating, bro. But I'm try to explain what I wanna tell you. So the same white paper you just had. Can you give the same analogy without using your brain or your hands?
What analogy?
About the circle of life.
What exactly you want me to?
The same? Can you draw the same circle without using your brain or your hands?
No.
Okay, interesting. So that's, according to me, that's the start, the brain and the hands.
You see, my brother. Of course, it seems like there's something really slow happening in your brain. Very, very slow. This is visual representation of the idea that I have in my mind. Nobody ever said that it didn't begin in my mind. Use your brain. But the idea that's in my mind remains unreal unless I materialize it. This is just for the sake of understanding. This is not for the sake of establishing any pillar of reality. This is for the moment of understanding. Anyone who studies graphs, I want you to understand this, bro. Look at our society. We have the ability to graph anything in order to understand. So this thing that I demonstrated also tells us a lot about how our brains work, how our brains are wired, how the neurons in our brains fire, how the chemicals react in there. That has nothing to do with your God. It's just simple human biology. So can you go straight to your point?
All right. So, like you said, it started in your mind. Yes. So, the concept
No,
of time
nothing.
started.
That's not
The
what we're
concept.
talking. That's not what we're talking about.
Can I go to my point? All right. So the concept of time started in someone's mind. Yeah. It started with an idea, isn't it?
No,
That's what you just said. You said yes. It started in your mind.
that's why I said
I'm
to you
just
to make your
using your
point. I
logic.
was talking specifically about me and my explanation and my conceptualization. That's why you didn't ask everybody in the world to explain my analogy without using their hands and the brain. You only asked me. From the moment when I decided that I want to explain to him, that's when the idea was conceived in my mind. But the idea that is conceived in my mind is not the same as the circle which is on the paper. The circle that was on the paper can help somebody else whose brain is functioning properly to understand the idea in my mind. But in of itself, this is just blue ink in a circular form on a white paper. That's what this
But
is.
it represents the circle of time.
It represents an idea, and we human beings
Yes.
are ideological beings in nature. Now, that idea, like
I
I
agree.
said, that idea represents something which we experience, which is a rate of change. Now, in fact, let me ask you a question. What is time? Because if you're making this argument with me, and you don't know what time is, bro, I'll be
What I
really
just
angry.
said, I believe time is an idea that's conceptualized, that's manifested.
Bro, that's stupid. Everything is an idea that's conceptualized. Define
Yeah.
time.
So,
I'm saying
so
define
why is that
time.
stupid then?
Define time, because you haven't defined time.
Time, yeah, time is
Yes,
like you
define
said,
time.
like the Bible says, there's nothing new under the sun.
No,
Yeah,
that's not
but
time. That's just give me the definition of the word time in English language.
how do you mean the definition of time? Can I give my own definition, or should I give
Are
your
you the one who created the English language? What does time mean? What is the definition of time? That's what I'm
I'm not the
saying.
one who created English language, but I've got other opinions than the writers of the dictionary. Yes, because I have a biblical view of things, and I agree with you that time is a loop. Yeah, but only under the
Brother,
sun.
give me the definition of time.
I already gave you the definition of time.
What is the
Yeah,
definition of time?
new. There's nothing new under the
What?
sun. So material time is different than space time.
Brother, that is still not the definition of time. You don't use a word to define that word. That is, bro, listen, that's gibberish, okay? That's nonsense. If I said to you, define a car, well, a car is a car,
Yeah.
a moving car. A car is a moving car. That's what you sound like right now. You need to use critical thinking. Defining a word means you break it down and qualify it using a different sets of words and phrases. Give me a definition of time.
I cannot make you smarter than you are, bro. I can only give you my explanation.
Brother,
I'm giving you my
and your
explanation.
explanation is not right if it's not consistent with observable reality. What is the definition of time as it applies with all utilization of the word time?
It's clear that your observation of reality is different than other people's. So I'm giving you my description. My description is material time, yeah, has got a loop in it. But space time is different. Yeah. Space doesn't have time.
Brother, what is material time?
Material time is everything that happens under the sun.
So how about things that happen above the sun?
That's space time.
So when the sun is moving, the sun doesn't move in circles?
Again, everything that happens under the sun is
the sun
material time.
is the sun under the sun?
There's nothing new.
Is the sun under the
The
sun?
sun is included. The sun is included.
How about
It doesn't change. It doesn't change its track. It doesn't change its track.
Listen. How about the constellations? The constellations are faraway galaxies.
The constellations, yeah,
Yes,
they might seem.
they're not under the sun. They're far beyond the sun. 2 million years away. We say light years away. They move in circles.
That's why.
Even
That's why we
Polaris.
have.
Even Polaris, okay? If you look at the North Star is always in alignment with our North Pole, and everything is moving in circles around it. And that's far above the sun, so far away, unqualifiably far away. That's moving around. So that's not a material time. That's what I'm saying to you, bro.
Again,
You don't know what time is. Listen, just keep quiet. Let me tell you what time is. And other than you trying to sound smarter than you actually are, you might actually learn something. Time is the indefinite, continued progress of existence and events in past, present, future, regarded as a whole. Listen again. Time is the indefinite, continued progress of existence and events in the past, present, and future, regarded as a whole. So when you regard all of these changes, of this progression, the progressive, even regressive nature of existence, you combine all those ideas together. That's the conceptualization of time. Now you can compartmentalize different definitions in different ways, in different aspects for the sake of clarity. But as a whole, time is that indefinite progression, combination of the ideas of past, present, and future. But time as experience, hold on, listen, time as experience would always be present. So even past and future is only conceptual. So I have no clue what you're trying to say to us today that we don't already know and know it far better than you do. What's your point?
Okay. According to your logic, again, I came in and said, according to your logic, yeah, the circle, yes, has to be drawn. So time has to start with a thought. Yeah, you said it yourself. It started with an idea.
Listen again.
Conceptualized that idea.
Listen again. The perspective, the observation of time, yes, begins with the perspective of the observer, which is ideological. But that is just in the terms of observation, perspective. That's right. That's why. If I ask you, how old are you?
I'm old enough.
How old are you?
Old enough.
No, sir. I need a number.
I'm above 30.
I need a single number. Answer. How old are you?
I'm 34.
I'm 31. The nature
Okay,
of
you're a
time.
young guy.
Listen, of course. The nature of time.
Yeah, I'm listening. But
The
respect
nature,
your elders.
brother, the nature and the quality of time, as we both observe it, is the same. But the quantity of time, because the observation begins with ourselves, you begin with your thoughts in this present moment, and then you quantify based on how many cycles of the sun, based on how many calendars, or based on how many winters, or based on how many dry seasons, or based on how many rainy seasons. You count how many rainy seasons you've experienced since you've been in this world. Using information from both your own experiences and people like your father, your mother, you've come to the conclusion that the amount of time you've had present in this world is 34 years. When I do that same experiment, beginning from my thoughts, my perspective, the answer is 31 years. So you see here that what you are talking about is a matter of observation for the purpose of quantifying when you're talking about a specific thing. But time as a whole in of itself, like I said, based on how I was talking with that last guest, he was asking me, if the past is infinite, how did we get to current events? But what he doesn't understand is that we don't come from the past. We don't come from the past.
That's a claim, Bakanga. That's a claim.
Listen again. We don't come from the past. We come from the present. We come from the present, and we always are the present. The moment that we call the past used to be present when it was real. So the word past.
How do we plant seeds?
Listen. The moment that we call present is the real and observable moment. But the moment that we call past are moments that used to be present. So they are only valuable to us because they used to contain that quality of being present, but are no longer present. But even to conceptualize those, we can only do it within the present. So there is no going away, there is no coming. There is just you being in one place, pondering. We don't go towards the future. Tomorrow never comes. Tomorrow is a day that would never come. When you sleep and you get up, you're going to get up and say, this is today. You're not going to get up and say, this is tomorrow. No. That's how reality works. That's why you have to differentiate between the realistic aspects of how we utilize time and the conceptual ways that we go about time in order to understand certain things about reality. If your thinking process is not that sophisticated, of course you're gonna get confused and get lost in a bunch of poetic words that you use.
All right, bro. But isn't material the proof of a seed that's planted before time, and the present is just the visual manifestation?
Listen, when you plant a seed in the ground, does that seed move from where you planted it and go somewhere else?
It grows.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Evolves.
No,
evolves.
no. When you put that seed in the ground, does that seed ever
Yeah.
leave the ground?
It will pop up
So what is up? Is the seed?
again.
What happens to the seed itself?
It grows. It evolves.
When you put
Very
a seed of
definitely.
corn, when you put a seed of corn into the ground, do you even know how seeds grow?
Of course,
Okay, what happens to the seed itself?
it pops. It pops up.
No, the
It
seed
gets
dies.
out of it
The
goes
seed,
out of the ground.
the seed dies and stays in the ground. What pops up is not the seed.
Where does it come from, Bukanga?
There is a
The thing
limp.
that- the thing
There
that
is
pops
a
up.
listen. When a seed is getting ready to die, it begins to grow limbs. Those limbs grow upwards. Some grow upwards. Some grow left. Some grow downwards. The ones that grow upward, we call it branches, stem, leaves, fruits. The ones that grow downwards,
That's what we call evolving.
brother.
I'm listening, but
The
stay truthful.
the ones that grow downward, we call it roots. But the seed itself that we put in the ground, that dies and becomes soil. It dematerializes. The new growth is a transformation, which is a byproduct of the death of that seed that we put in the ground. You get it?
It's a byproduct of the same thing.
It absorbs that seed in of itself as it's in the ground. It's absorbing water, and that water is growing with a combination of nutrients. But it is the seed in of itself is in the ground, and there is no movement. So when we're talking about time, we're not talking about the object itself moving, going somewhere or coming somewhere. We're talking about
Where's the loop? Where's the loop in that process, then?
I'm going to explain to you.
Go ahead. I'm trying to find the loop in the seed
Listen,
process.
just keep quiet and you will listen.
All right.
As that seed dies, it absorbs nutrients, and those nutrients take form using certain information that's in the seed. It sprouts out of the ground. As it sprouts out of the ground, it begins to absorb sunlight. It absorbs more water, more nutrients. It continues to sprout. When it's reached the prime of its growth or of its change, it produces fruit. And within that fruit, new seed emerge in the image of that seed that you originally put in the ground. Then when the fruit is ripe, it falls off right back on the ground and grows right back up. But by the time those new trees are grown, that old tree might already be too old. It cannot produce anymore. It disintegrates and vanishes completely. While the new trees are now grown. Trees are not everlasting. That's reproduction. It's circular. That's the loop. It's not a straight line.
But Bakanga, you forgot one thing. So one seed can produce a tree, and that one tree can produce multiple seeds. Yeah. So the process that began with one seed, now all of a sudden, after growing and dying, it produces more seeds. So it's not a continuation. It's a evolution. It's evolving. That's what you forgot to mention in your explanation, and that's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Bro, are you weird, bro? An evolution is
I'm
still a
weird, yeah.
continuation.
You're weird also.
An evolution is still a continuation.
That's not a loop.
That is a loop because the loop
Otherwise,
is the state.
you would be a twin of your father.
Brother, stop talking and listen. The loop is the rate of change. What's changing? What's happening to the seed and the nature, the different states of the seed. So the seed is going to go from the point where it starts being a seed produces stems. The stems will produce leaves and all of that. Then it will produce fruit. Then it will produce more seed that comes right back into the ground, right where that original seed began. Then goes through that process again. That's the loop, that rate of change.
All right. Does the new tree look exactly like the last tree?
It doesn't take. It is genetically the same, but it doesn't have the same form because the branches don't grow in the same.
So something changed genetically.
Because it takes the shape of its environment, and there are environmental changes, right? Like every year, if you live in the Western world, every year the seasons which go in a loop, spring, summer, autumn, winter, then spring again, summer, winter, autumn,
But the
winter
of 97, the winter of 97 isn't the same as the winter of 2014.
Yes, because there are other small, minute changes. The point is that those small, minute changes might be there was a flood, that the summer came and the sun was too hot, right? And then plants did not produce that much oxygen, and maybe life forms kind of degraded to a certain extent, or maybe the winter was too long. All right, maybe the revolution of the earth was a little bit slower, or it got a little bit quicker. Maybe the sun moved by like 0.0001 inch farther away from the sun. There's many small changes, but all these changes in and of themselves represent their own circles, their own loops. That's why I say it's a loop. That's what the flower of life is. Okay, so the one circle will represent the changes in winter. The other circle will represent the changes in summer. The other circle will represent the changes in autumn. The other circle will represent the changes in spring. And then you will see where the changes in spring affect the changes in winter, how it affects. It forms the circle of life, the flower of life.
Yeah,
because the rate of change.
That analogy. Why? Because somebody has to invent that. Somebody there has to be intelligence to let's say establish the example you just gave. So
no,
I cannot go on that one,
brother. Let me ask you something.
Listen,
I'm gonna ask you one simple question, and if you can answer this question, bro, thank you for your time. Okay, this question I'm gonna ask you. What is intelligence?
Thank you for your time.
What is intelligence? What is intelligence?
What is intelligence? Is the thing I'm using to talk to you right now.
Brother, you're really slow.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You're fast.
Yeah, I know. I'm sharp. I'm quick. I'm quick-minded. You're really slow. Intelligence is the thing I'm using to talk to you right now.
Yeah.
So your mouth is intelligent. Intelligence.
My words are intelligent.
But are you using your words to speak to me right now, or are you using your mouth?
Yeah. My words.
How about your
mouth? They come from my brain. They come from my brain.
Okay, let me hear your words without. Hey, Reese, thank you for the galaxy. Finally, some generosity in the house. Hey, hey, lie. Brother, tell me your words without using your mouth.
Look in the chat.
Tell me your words without using your mouth right now.
Look in the chat.
But you had to tell me to look in the chat using your mouth. Are you slow? Respond to me without using your words, without using your mouth, and without using your hands. Do you know what you said to me? You said to me, intelligence
is using my brain also.
Exactly, because you didn't tell me that your brain was.
Stop using my brain.
Listen,
okay.
you said to me that intelligence is what. Stop talking. Stop talking, bro. You just said to me. This is what you said to me. I said to me, what is intelligence? You said intelligence is what I'm using to talk to you right now, and then you were precise. You said my words. Well, if you're only using your words don't come independent of your mouth, of your brain, of your anatomy, of your body, of your environment, of the water you ate, of the food you drank.
My hands. Sorry, bro.
That is not the definition. Then that is not the definition of intelligence. You seem to be lacking a very fundamental skill in English comprehension. I'll tell you what the definition of intelligence is, so I don't leave you in the state of ignorance. Intelligence is the ability to acquire. Remember, ability. Brother, listen.
You're institutionalized.
Listen. Slow people are supposed to listen to fast people. That's the way you're going to move faster. Okay?
All right,
so listen.
All right, Sonic.
Yeah, that's right. Intelligence is an ability to acquire knowledge and apply skill. That's intelligence. Thank you for your time, my brother.
Thank you for your time, Bakanga. You have been Bakangalized.
You wish. Do I need to set an IQ level for the people that come up on my show? Because some of you just come up to talk. You have no substance. You're just reacting to what I'm saying without substance in what you are saying. You can't just be uttering words because you disagree with this guy on the internet. Actually put some thinking. Invest some thinking in what you're saying. If you're just reacting and retaliating against what I'm saying because you disagree with me, you risk the chance of making yourself look stupid. If you don't know how to spell stupid, it's S-T-U-P-I-D. Stupid. Don't just react. Invest some thought. Let it be a method to your madness. Don't just jump from point to point in retaliation to what I'm saying. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. Thank you, Reese, again. Thank you, Reese.
Hey.
1.5 thousand coins.
Hey.
If you love what
Good
I'm
evening,
doing,
Bakanga.
if you love what I'm doing, don't be stingy with those coins. Y'all keep them coming. Amen. Hallelujah. What's up, man?
Hey. Good evening, Bakanga.
What's up, bro?
Ain't see you in a while, yo. It's good to see you.
That's what's up, my brother Samuel. What you got for me?
All
Hold
right.
up.
All right. I think, and it's just my own personal opinion, is that the conceptual, the word God is just used as a scapegoat for the inconsistencies and the things that are not being achieved by persons who feel like they're supposed to be in a position of either power or in a position of higher thought or in a position of leadership. So,
I mean, in a way of saying, you can't really be wrong based on your analysis, though it's not the whole of it. Fundamentally,
right.
I would say that the idea of God is a man-made idea that man invented in order to fill in the gap of his ignorance. So whenever man
Right.
doesn't know something, he can just say it's God. It's simple as that.
Right.
And there's an emotional attachment to it. That's it, my brother.
So,
but you don't seem to be coming in disagreement, my brother. So I'll let you make one last statement before I go on to the next guest, because I want to keep these people coming so they can get Bakangalized.
Yo, you know what? I've said enough. Just have a great weekend.
All right, before you go there, let me ask you a question real quick.
What's that?
What is it that is that cannot be named, nor can it be spoken?
The truth, because everybody always telling lies. That's just my own personal answer. So,
thank you for your time.
All right, peace.
Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen, y'all. Destination 100,000 likes. Please tap the screen. We can get to 80,000. We can get to 80,000. Tap the screen, tap the screen. What is it that is that cannot be named, nor can it be spoken? What is it that is but cannot be named, nor can it be spoken? There is no God, there never has been, there never would be. Jesus is not God for sure. Jesus is not God. He's a figment of your imagination. What's up, Mr. Gordon? Hello, Mr. Gordon. Mr. Gordon did not intend to send his request. Good to see you too, Anunnaki. If you think Jesus is God, you are a domestic human. And if you're okay with being a domestic human, good for you. No problem. As long as you know that you have been domesticated. What's up, bro?
Good evening. Well, finally, I've been trying to get on your live for a very long time now. It's okay.
Well, today's your day. You better come. If not, you better come with some wisdom. If not, you will be Bakangalized, my brother.
Okay. Well, I'm open to learning as well, and at the same time, I have my, my opinions and it's a belief system. So, okay. First off, I would like to know where do you think, where do you think we came from, the origin of human, the origin of man?
From here.
From
here.
Okay, what's the origin of here?
From right here. Here doesn't come from anywhere. That's why here is here.
That's it. You can't just say it does not come from anywhere.
Bro, what does here mean?
I don't know. You said that is the origin of humans. So that means the here you are talking about.
Listen again. When you say something is coming, that means it wasn't there, then all of a sudden it was there, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does here mean?
I don't know. You said it's the origins, then it should also
Brother, listen, it's not about what I said. I said, what does here mean? Tell me what you think here means.
Here, presence.
Uh-huh. Where does the present come from? Where does the present come from?
Where does the presence come from? We live into the we kind of from the past we live into the present, and then we head to the future.
So the past wasn't present.
Okay, at a point it was.
So where did present come from? Where does being present come from?
From past.
Present comes from past. Where does past come from?
Yeah. From past of past.
Where does past of past come from?
That's the thing, man. That means it started somewhere.
Bro. Okay, then tell me, where did past of past come from?
It started somewhere.
Yeah, where did past of past come from?
Well, I believe something started it, which I believe to be God.
Okay, when God started it, was God present?
Oh yes.
Okay, when God was present, where did God's presence come from?
That we do not know.
No, that we do know. It's just that you're foolish. You're not.
We do not know. We can't know everything.
Listen again. You're slow. Did you know that?
Nah.
Okay, I want you to quicken your mind then. The idea of presence applies to anything that is or anyone that is. The idea of past applies to anyone that is and anyone that has ever been. The moment that we know that God has past, present, and future, because there was a time when there was only God, then God decided to make human beings. So from the time when God decided to make human beings to when he actually made human beings, time has already flowed. So even God himself can experience time, present, and future, past, present, and future. So the idea of present tells you that anything which is present has always been. Anything which is not present is not.
So basically, you are saying that this whole existence we have now, from the time creation, from the time from the beginning of living things that we have presently, you are trying to say that it has happened before.
Listen, the beginning is right now. Everything begins right now. So when you think of beginning, don't think of something that's not real. You start from what is real.
Because if you look at
that's somewhere that it started from is here. Because here is real. So you begin from the perspective of the observer. You always begin in the present because the present is real. You don't begin with things that are not real. I could have told you that it started. Listen. I can tell you that it started from a giant gorilla. Can you prove me wrong?
You can't prove that right too.
Can you prove that right?
Prove that right as well.
Listen. The giant gorilla is almighty, sitting on the throne, and the giant gorilla said, "Let there be light," and there was light. You don't believe that?
Oh yeah, that is how we the "let there be light" that is said in the Bible is basically how we understand it.
Yeah,
and guess what?
So you're saying that? So are you saying that? Are you saying that your God is a giant gorilla?
I am not saying it. I know that's what you are trying to say.
Okay, so what is your God? What is your God?
Is the creator.
How do you know that?
Oh, my Bible says so.
Oh, so you read a fairy tale book where snakes can talk, where donkeys can talk. Listen, listen. Just keep quiet.
Thank you for making that point.
Yeah, just keep quiet. Are you telling me that, bro, you don't know how to tell when a story is not true? Do you think snakes can talk? Answer my question. Do you think snakes can talk?
How did the snakes get to talk?
Do you think snakes can talk? Yes or no?
Oh, snakes can talk, of course.
Do you think a donkey can talk?
No.
Do you think that a man can spend 3 days in the stomach of a fish?
No.
Do you think that a human being can walk on water?
No.
Do you think a human being can be dead for 4 days, their body has begun to rot, and then they get back up?
Of course, no.
If you read a story, just keep quiet. If I write a story If I write a story, and in that story, there's a snake that can talk, there's a donkey that can talk, there's a human being that walked on water, there's another human being who spent 3 days in the stomach of a fish, there's another human being who took a stick and dropped a stick on the ground, the stick became a snake. If I write a story and I tell you that story, you're just going to believe me that that story is true.
If you have given me enough proofs and I have my personal conviction.
Brother, I don't care about your proof or your personal conviction. Your personal conviction could be personally wrong. My point to you is, if I write a story with all those elements in it, are you smart enough to understand that that is a fictional story, that that's not a real story, because those things don't happen in the real world? Are you smart enough?
So why these things were written because they are...
Brother, are you smart enough to know when a story carries elements of fiction? For example,
yes,
Superman.
of course,
Okay.
Let
Let me ask you a question. If I write you a story where there is a man who is so strong, his skin is so strong, bullets cannot enter his skin. That man can also fly. That man can also go into the sun, and the sun will not destroy him. That man even comes from a different planet called Krypton. And that man in this world, human beings worship him as a superhero. Are you able to tell that that story is fiction?
You know that's a possibility. Things you just said now, they are possible.
So you're saying that you believe
yes,
that...
you are going to talk from the point of science, but trust me, things like that are very possible.
Hold up, brother. So are you saying to me that this story that I just told you about this man that can fly, this man that can fly
you've
into
never
the
heard
sun?
of people that did something to themselves that you shoot and it does not penetrate them? You've
Brother,
never heard of things like that.
That's called
or
a
you
bullet,
don't know of things like that.
That's called a bulletproof vest. But anyways,
bulletproof vest in human body is not wearing any vest. Like, it happens, bro.
Vikistan, close your brain down. Odeshi doesn't work, okay? Odeshi doesn't work.
Oh, you don't know that. You don't know that. I am telling you from what I know. You don't know, so don't say it does not.
Vikistan, Odeshi doesn't work. I'm trying to
make you.
I'm trying to help your brain grow and become intelligent.
No, I know that for a fact. I'm not telling you that. I know that for a fact, bro.
Calm down. This story that I just told you, do you think
I have friends? I'm telling you for a fact. I'm not
Vikistan,
telling you what I don't know. I'm not telling you what I heard.
Vikistan, close your mouth and listen. The story that I just told you, is it a true story or is it not a true story?
I don't know about that, but now
Pakistan, we are not going to leave this subject. You will answer my question. I just told you that there is a story of a man who can fly into the sun, who comes from a different planet.
For a fact that you just made that up now, so it's not a true story.
Okay, that is the story of Superman. Have you ever heard of Superman?
Yes, I know Superman.
Okay, you obviously don't know the story of Superman. That's why you thought I just made it up. I did not just make it up. I was giving you an example of a very well-known fictional story. Now let me give you another one. If I tell you that there was a man who got bit by a spider, and then the spider gave him the ability to shoot webs out of his fingers, and then he went around swinging from buildings to buildings, saving people. That guy is so strong that he can carry a car. Will you believe me that that's a true story?
Spider-Man, right? A movie which we know for movie.
If I tell you that there was a guy,
that is a movie for
brother, that is supernatural powers. Why do you believe in the supernatural, right? Spider-Man is just
please, can you tell me the meaning of miracle? What is miracle, please?
Miracle is when something happens to someone and they cannot explain it, and they call their ignorance miracle. For example,
they call their ignorance miracle.
Yes. A miracle, every time a miracle happens, is because you don't know how that thing happened.
Something that is beyond natural. You have to add that. That's something that is beyond natural.
Give me an example.
You can't explain.
But something which is
something you can't explain scientifically. Oh yeah, can you explain what is going on in the Bermuda Triangle?
Brother,
are you able to explain that?
Gravitational fields. Anyways,
you
bro,
do you know
even that
the best scientists have not proven that yet?
Vikistan.
I'm listening.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay, I need for you to let your brain start working like the brain of a 23-year-old, because you're working right now like you're 3 years old. Okay. Calm your brain down. Do you know the story of Father Christmas?
I do not know that.
You don't know about Santa Claus?
No.
The man doing Christmas, the big white guy with a big white beard who wears red. You don't know about him?
They are real stories, and they are stories. okay, obviously there's a reason why we have fiction and non-fiction, right?
What is the difference between fiction and non-fiction?
Fiction, it's made up. Why non-fiction is reality.
How do you know that a story was made up? How do you know that a story was made up?
Oh, it's most of the time when a story is made up, it is stated that this story is made up.
What if someone makes up a story but they don't state that it was made up? Do you have the ability to tell that it was made up?
What is the intent for that?
Brother, if somebody writes a story but they don't tell you that it was made up, do you have the intelligence to read that story and deduct that it was made up?
Oh, yes.
Okay,
of course.
Good. Now, how do you tell that a story was made up if the author doesn't tell you that it was made up?
Probably from the characteristics of the story.
Okay, exactly. If I tell you a story with a snake that was talking to a woman, what are the characteristics of that story?
It is a story, and well,
if I tell you the story of a snake that speaks to a woman, what are the characteristics of that story? Go ahead, tell me the characteristics of that story.
A snake talking to a woman. Oh,
Yes.
It's something that does not happen. Yeah, it's
Thank
probably
you.
not true.
Thank you.
Probably.
Listen.
It's probably not true because I don't know.
Listen. It's exactly. So what you're saying is that the Bible is probably not real because you don't know. Is that what you're saying?
Nah, I know that. I know it is real.
So you're saying that the snake actually talked to the woman?
If it's written in the Bible,
Are you
yes.
saying that the snake actually
If it's
talked?
written in the Bible, yes.
Why the Bible? Do you know who wrote the Bible?
About 40 authors.
Name them.
About 40 authors from their different experiences and encounters that are very, very much similar.
Name them.
Similar.
Name. Okay, let me ask you a question. Who wrote the first 5 books of the Bible?
Moses.
Are you sure?
Not very sure. I won't say I'm very sure, but yes, I believe so. Okay, let me use the right word. I believe so. I believe so.
Okay, so was Moses there in the garden with Adam and Eve?
Oh, he heard from God a lot, so
No, bro, don't even play that stupidity with me. Was Moses there in the garden with Adam and Eve?
he wasn't, but he heard from the creator, the person that was there.
Go, show me where in the Bible it says that God told Moses about Adam and Eve.
There's nowhere in the Bible. But
Okay, so what if Moses just made that story up? Do you know that all ancient civilizations had something called mythology? Do you know what a mythology is?
Well, first off, I believe more in the New Testament than the Old Testament.
I don't give a shit what you believe. You either believe the whole Bible or you're not a Christian. You're just a undercover believer. Listen to me. Do you know that all ancient civilizations had something called mythology?
Yes, I do.
What is a mythology?
Myth, like
Give me an example of Greek myth of Greek mythology.
Zeus.
Who was Zeus?
I don't know. I don't know Zeus. I don't know him because
I can tell you, Zeus was the creator of humanity, the creator of the human world in Greek mythology. He is the god, the chief god of the Zeus of the Greeks. He is the one. He is called the Thunderer, the Holy Father, the Almighty. Nobody can
Jesus defeated Zeus.
Brother. Zeus could not be defeated, but Zeus has 2 brothers. Zeus is the king. He rules from the sky on a mountain called Mount Olympus or maybe Mount Zion. And then Zeus has a brother. His name is Poseidon. Poseidon rules the oceans, the waters of the earth. And then he also has another brother. His name is Hades. He rules the underworld where there is magma. So these 3 brothers, Hades is also called Satan. You know, this is Greek mythology. Do you believe in Greek mythology?
No, I do not.
Now, do you know that the Bible is Greek mythology?
No, it is not.
Okay. Do you know that the name Jesus means son of Zeus?
No, you can't prove that.
Jesus.
You can't prove that. You are
Brother,
just
brother,
going to say
brother.
what
Okay,
you read from
okay,
a
brother,
book
brother,
that
relax.
was written by
Brother,
somebody that have the
brother,
same ideas
brother,
as you.
brother, relax. I didn't read anything from any book. It's just common sense. I used to be a Christian for a long time. I know my Bible very well, contrary to you, because
Common
I'm pretty sure you don't
sense.
even know your Bible.
That
Yes,
is
listen.
common sense.
Yes, because when you
Saying
read the
Zeus is Jesus is common sense. You have
bro,
to get that from
no,
somewhere. It's
I
not
did not
common
say
sense.
that Zeus was Jesus.
Okay, I thought that was what you
I
said.
said Jesus is the son of Zeus, and Zeus is the father. He's the holy father. Do you know that in Greek mythology, Zeus used to come down to the human world and sleep with human women, and then they will give birth to holy children, like Hercules, like Achilles. All the Greek heroes were the sons and daughters of the gods. But gods will always have children with human beings, and they always pick virgins. And you want to know that the Greek civilization is older than the Jewish and the Hebrew civilization. Did you know that? You don't know that, obviously. So if there's any chance in this world, the Hebrews got their story from the Greeks. But let me show you what I'm talking about. Do you know that Jerusalem was colonized by the Romans in the days of Jesus?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that Greek was the official language of the Roman Empire in those days?
What has all these things gotten to do with
I am trying to teach you. Slow your brain down and listen. Now your brain is trying to speed up at the wrong time. Did you know that Greek as well as Latin were official languages in the Roman Empire in those days?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know that God to a Hebrew was Yahweh?
Mm-hmm.
When a Hebrew talks to a Greek and a Greek wants to translate the name God, which word do you think the Greek will use? If in the Hebrew belief, the Hebrews believe that Yahweh was God the Father. So if you go to the Greek and you tell the Greek that, well, I'm talking about God the Father. God the Father to the Greek is Zeus. So you say Yahweh sent his son to come into the world. So the Greek will be like, okay, so Zeus sent his son. Well, the Greeks already know that. No doubt the New Testament was first written in the Greek. So when they're translating, let me tell you something. The name Jesus is actually the Greek version of the name Yeshua, which is the Hebrew. But the Hebrew name Yeshua, if you translate it into English, you will get Joshua. So you should really be worshiping Joshua Christ. But they did not translate the name into English so as to make it not seem as though it was the Joshua in the Old Testament. Yeshua is Joshua. That's why your guy in Nigeria, they call TB Joshua. He took that name, Emmanuel Joshua. He was making himself a representation of Jesus. The name Jesus is the Greek version of the name Yeshua, son of Zeus. Zeus is the Almighty, the unapproachable one. He's a mighty man of war. That's why you need to study beyond just your religion so you can compare similarities. What I'm saying this to say is this, bro. Check this out. This is my conclusion. Just like the Greeks had mythologies, the Romans had mythologies, the Hebrews also had mythologies. So what you have believed in is not the truth. You have simply believed in Hebrew mythology. Somebody else in the world can believe in Greek mythology. Somebody else can believe in Roman mythology. Somebody else can believe in Scandinavian mythology. Even us Africans, we have mythologies.
Beliefs
Brother,
that I have been talking about since, why did they stop? What brought their end?
Who?
Why did these beliefs stop?
The Jews?
Yeah, all the mythologies you have been narrating since and all that, I've been listening to you.
Are
What
you
brought to
mad?
their end?
Are you mad?
Did they see?
Are you mad? You must be mad if you think that those mythologies have gone away. Let me tell you something.
Oh, they are still practice.
Yeah, bro, even you are practicing Greek mythology right now.
No, I am not. I am not. I'm trying to tell you that something replaced it, which is actually...
Listen, relax. I'm going to prove to you, okay, very slowly, that you not only practice Greek mythology, you also practice Roman mythology. Brother, how many planets are there?
8 or 9. 8, basically.
Yeah, Pluto is not a planet.
It's no longer a planet. It's not considered a planet.
Okay,
because
I want you to give me the names. Give me the names of the planet one by one.
Mercury, Venus, Earth.
Slow. I said one by one, slowly.
Mercury.
Do you know who Mercury is?
One of the gods. All right.
Which god?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't study any other god. That's the thing, man.
No, I will tell you which god. Mercury is a Roman name for the Greek god Hermes. Hermes is one of the sons of Zeus. Just so you know that. Okay? Who was a messenger of the gods. Hermes is who the Jews call Gabriel, the angel Gabriel. Hermes is the fastest runner. He can go anywhere at any speed. Any speed. He can even run through time. He was the messenger of the Almighty Zeus. But if you read the book of Daniel, okay, when God sends Gabriel to come and answer the prayer of Daniel, Gabriel says to Daniel, God, when you prayed, your prayers were heard 21 days ago, and I was sent. But when I arrived in Persia, the prince of Persia stopped me for 21 days. It was Michael. It was Michael. And I will tell you who Michael is later on. Okay? Apollo, the Greek god of war. But you don't know it. Eh? Your entire educational system is all ancient religion. Even the days of the week, the months of the year, your calendar. The Romans are still ruling the world to today under the influence of all those things they got from the Greeks. You don't know it. The Christianity that they've given you is just a packaged version of that same story, which goes back even before the Greeks, all the way to ancient Egypt, to Sumeria, Babylonia, Atlantis, Lemuria, all the kingdoms, even past Italia. Because you don't want to study, you don't know. Do you know how old human civilization is? More than 100,000 years old. Kingdoms have come and gone. Stories have been told. Continents have risen and fallen. The story that your Bible tells you with a talking snake, that's where your brain starts. It starts with stupidity. It makes you stupid from the beginning. It makes you believe in a talking snake, so you don't learn anything. Anyways, that was Mercury. Now, who was Venus? The second planet is Venus, right?
Yes, Venus.
Who's Venus?
I don't know.
Venus is in Roman mythology. Venus was the goddess of love, beauty and fertility, victory and desire. She was the Roman equivalent of the god Aphrodite. Her myths and iconography were adapted from Aphrodite from Roman art and literature. So what you have to know is that
this is not in the Bible, so I don't get the point.
bro, stop talking. I'm going to educate you. She was the Roman equivalent of the Greek god. All ancient civilization had equivalents of gods within their own different small culture. It's like Yoruba people, right? If you go to Yoruba land, you're from Nigeria, right, brother?
No, I'm from Edo.
You're not from Nigeria?
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria. Not from Yoruba.
I did not say, are you from Yoruba? I said, are you from Nigeria?
Oh, yes, I'm from Nigeria. I thought you said, are you a Yoruba?
Okay, if you are from Nigeria, then you do understand the differences in different Nigerian tribal culture, right?
Oh, yes, I do.
So when the Yoruba man says Ogun, who is he talking about? The Almighty, right?
I have no idea.
When the Igbo man says Chukwu, who is he talking about?
Maybe God. Yeah.
Okay.
I think God.
How does the Edo man say God? Oludumare. Yeah.
My own part of Edo is Eshinegba.
What you have said is the same as Oludumare, is the same as Chukwu. So the Greeks, the Jews, the Romans, they were all like that. They will be saying the same thing about the same people using different names. So when a Greek says Zeus, the Hebrew will say Yahweh. The Scandinavians will say Odin. That's how it was. So you're just reading the same story. But if you would educate yourself, which is what I'm telling you to do, don't believe me anything I'm telling you today, my brother. But go and learn more. Learn more about what other people know, what other civilizations believe. You don't have to believe those stories, but at least educate yourself.
What other civilization believes. I don't need to.
That's why you are a disgrace. No. Hold on, Pakistan. As long as you think like that, you are the reason why Nigerian youth will remain poor. Because if we don't educate ourselves, how can we fix our country?
Why Nigerian youth will remain poor? Because
that's why there's poverty in Africa. We don't like to learn. I don't need to. I've told you that you don't have to believe That's why many Nigerians are fighting with each other, because most Nigerian Christians don't even understand Islam. Most Nigerian Muslims don't even understand Christianity. That's why you are fighting your fellow brother. If you would understand your brother's belief, understand the other person's belief, then you will be able to work together when it is necessary. You will stop fighting over useless religious reasons. There is no God. There never has been. There never would be. If you don't like it, you can cry about it. Go straight to your point, y'all. I keep saying it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to 100,000 likes. We can get to 100,000 likes before this next guest begins talking. We can definitely do it. Let's get there. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. Yeah, bro, hold up. We are 85.5. 15,000 likes is nothing. Crying is very therapeutic. Tap the screen, y'all, please, everybody. Whether you believe or you don't believe, don't be wicked. Be kind. Tap the life so the life can keep going. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. And while you guys were tapping the screen, I'll keep up what I was saying. All ancient civilizations and their religions were considered mythology. It is so strange that you think that Jewish mythology is supposed to be considered the truth, and then other mythologies are false. You are very deluded if you think so. If the Greeks were not right, then the Jews were not right, then the Romans were not right, because they were all borrowing and taking from each other. They were all borrowing and taking from each other. Whatever the real truth is, it's not Greek mythology, it's not Jewish mythology, it's not Roman mythology. And if they all have elements of truth, then you can find as much truth in Hebrew mythology as you can find in Greek mythology, in African mythology, in South American mythology, in North American mythology, in Chinese mythology, in Indian mythology. That is why you need to stop trying to be right and just seek to understand human beings. Travel to China, understand the Chinese. Travel to India, understand the Indians. Travel to Norway, understand the Scandinavians. Travel to England, understand the English. Travel to Africa, understand the Africans. You just need to understand. It's not a matter of belief. It's not a matter of right and wrong. It's a matter of understanding. Understanding will give you wisdom. It will give you the ability to deal with these people who might be very different from you. We're at 100,000, bro. What you got for me? Go straight to your point. I'm going to accelerate this process.
Hey, now. Can you hear me?
No, I can hear I can hear your ghost. I don't hear you, but I hear your ghost.
Brother?
I'm doing great. How is your ghost
Doing
doing?
great. I commend you on your wisdom and knowledge, brother. But a lot of people are just not ready for it, you know what I'm saying? But it's time people be awakened to the truth and the true knowledge of self. And I can agree with you totally. There's
Damn,
no
bro.
God.
You know who you sound like?
Who?
Jesse Lee Peterson. you must be an old man. You must be an old man.
57.
Oh yeah, you sure as hell sound like Jesse Lee Peterson.
You know, I've studied, several different religions, and I don't too much care to use the word religion. And I found out in my studies, you know what I'm saying, all of them basically are repeating the same thing, and they all the stories are similar in every belief. And I like to say one thing else: to believe anything is not to know. When you believe in something, you don't know, and knowing is half the battle. You know what I mean? To
That's
know
right.
is understanding, and believing in anything, you just going by what somebody said or told you.
Let me ask you a question before you go. Since we agree anyways, I'll ask you a question. And when you answer that question, then thank you for your time. What is it that is, but cannot be named and cannot be spoken?
I would say nothing.
I'm going to ask you the question again one more time. Listen to every element of the story, of the question. Think of every, because the question affects your answer. What is it that is, but cannot be named and cannot be spoken?
Cannot be named and cannot be spoken. Can be named and cannot be spoken. I'm going to give my answer as intelligent as I can, but I don't know, but I'm going to give you the most intelligent answer that I can. Cannot be named and cannot be spoken. Oh man. But tell me. Tell me. Cannot be named, cannot be spoken. Existence cannot be named, no, it cannot be named.
You're 57 years old. You should have learned this already. But,
maybe I should.
but you probably already have learned it. You just can't tell me because it cannot be spoken.
I can't tell you because it cannot be spoken. That's the answer.
That's your answer. Everyone has a different answer. But I'm not going to judge the answer based on right or wrong. What that allows me to know is I have a metric that I have used thanks to that question to extract value out of everyone that comes up on my show. And it is a value that is unique to everyone's experience. And a person's answer tells me a lot about their mindset, especially when I take into consideration everything else they say. But the wisest people in the world know how to answer that question in the wisest way.
I don't know. That would be the wise.
But you've spoken. Thank you for your time.
Thank
It
you.
cannot be spoken, and yet you spoke.
That's 22. I like that. You taught me something.
You have to listen to the question. This also tests your listening skills. What is it that cannot be named and cannot be spoken? It's not whether you know the answer or not. It's how you answer the answer that will show that you know it. And you will know that you have really good listening skills if you answer the question in the right way. There's no wrong answer. The answer is not what you answer. The answer is how you answer. Listen again. I'm going to give you guys, I'm going to throw you a small. It's very simple. It's a lesson that every dead man learns. It's a lesson that people who have not been born know. They're living. They don't know it. But those who are dead know it. So a living person that knows this lesson is close to achieving enlightenment in every situation of their life. In fact, I'm going to modify how I ask that question a little bit. Next guest. There's no right or wrong answer. Mr. Charles. Hello?
Finally.
Tap
What's
the
up,
screen,
brother?
tap the screen, tap the screen. Let's get to 200,000 likes, y'all. What's up, bro? What you got?
So God's not real. So what's your background? What's your, or you want to hear my evidence? Like I like to hear people side of stories a little bit.
The burden of proof is on you. So go ahead. Tell me why God is real, or give me proof that God is real.
You ever read the Bible or no?
I've read the fairy tale book.
We got another jokester. You ever did you read multiple Bibles or just one? Because these are different Bibles.
I've read multiple.
You ever
Bibles.
read King? All right. Also, I read King James version.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out. Did you know that no matter which version of the Bible you read, the snake is still talking in the book?
The snake is still talking?
Yeah. It doesn't matter if you read the King James, the NIV, the ESV, the New International Version. All the books say that the snake was talking. So you picking one version doesn't really change the book. The reason why I reject the book. Now, do you know that no matter which version you read, there is still a talking donkey? There is still a stick that turns to a snake? There is still a man who walked on water and another man who spent 3 days in the stomach of a fish? Those are elements of a fictitious story. You need to know that before you read that book. Huh? A fictitious story carries within it fictitious elements. You can lie to yourself and say it's miracles. But if that's the case, then Superman is a miracle. We should wait for Clark Kent to come and save us. Or maybe Peter Parker, Spider-Man. He will be swinging around the buildings of Baltimore. Who knows? San Francisco needs a superhero. There's a lot of homeless people there. So does Oakland. Oakland, California, for sure. No, Oakland needs Iron Man. Oakland needs Iron Man more. So Elon Musk needs to hurry up and build us some Iron Man suits. Anyways, bro, go to your point. What were you saying?
No, I mean, yeah, they got the same stories, but like they're explained differently. If that makes sense.
Bro, how differently can you explain to me that a snake can talk?
No,
the point is that the snake can talk, and that sounds like bullshit. No matter which language, you can say to me in Espanol, ¿Cómo estás? Yo me llamo. Or you can say to me in Francais. You can even say to me in Chinese, Wing Wang Huang. It still means the snake spoke. And I'm telling you, it's still bullshit, even in Chinese.
It's not, sir. You read the story about Jesus, right? Like the 4 Gospels. Jesus Christ.
Hold up. Jesus, you talking about the guy who turned water to wine?
Yes, sir. The one that died for us on the cross.
I'm pretty sure the book didn't say he died for you.
Died for us.
How the fuck is someone supposed to die for you, bro? How the fuck does someone die for you?
Because this word is corrupt with sin.
Yeah, but it's still not possible for someone to die for you. Everyone dies for themselves. That's the reality of the world.
It was a sacrifice. An innocent person had to be sacrificed.
Hold up, bro. Hold up. Are you telling me that you're part of the blood cult?
I don't know what that is. You explain?
A blood cult.
I don't know.
Oh shit. Bro, you're a vampire. Nah, bro. So you come from that religion where blood gotta be shed before you can please your God. Like your God. Oh shit, bro. Your God need blood to be shed to be pleased, right?
I don't have religion.
Nah. Yeah. So you got a relationship with a God that need blood to be served, and He give you blood to drink to get close to Him, right?
Sacrifices.
Damn, bro, that's evil, man. Bro, I don't care what you say, bro. That's blood magic, bro. You practice blood magic where you're from?
No, bro. Why? Can you be serious, bro?
No, bro, I am being serious. So the sacrifice in your belief system, wasn't it an innocent man that was killed?
It doesn't have to. No man took his life.
No. Oh, he unalived himself? Suicide? What the hell? Bro, you come from a religion that promote self-unaliving?
No, sir.
Holy shit, bro. That's satanic. That's satanic, my brother.
He let them capture him, and he didn't defend himself. They slapped him. They put a crown on him. They nailed him to the cross.
Hey, bro, do you know that people who go up on a tall building and they jump, they let the ground capture them? Because they know they're going to die after the ground capture them. So yeah, letting people capture you don't change the fact that he went and unalive himself. You see how fucked up your belief is, bro?
Unalive himself, sir.
An innocent man, you believe that the death of an innocent man was supposed to be for you, and you celebrate that shit? You know how black magic, do you know how satanic that sounds?
Most people worship him, not celebrate. But the reason why I want to bring up the 4 Gospels of Jesus Christ was like, do you know on the cross, did you know what did he say to his father? Because I just want to see if you know what he did on the cross, and what did he say?
He said, "Fuck you, Father."
Come on, bro. Can you just be serious for 2 minutes?
Brother, if you know what he said, I want you to just tell me.
No, I just want to know what he had to say. All right, I'm just saying. Whatever.
Yeah, just
all right. So he looked up to his father and said, "Forgive them," and then he gave up the Holy Ghost. You ever heard of the Holy Ghost? That's my solid evidence that Jesus is real and God is real, the Holy Ghost. So I have the Holy Ghost. So if I say I have the Holy Ghost, am I a liar?
Of course, you're a liar.
So how? When there's power and the Holy Ghost, and the evidence of the Holy Ghost is speaking in tongues. So am I a liar?
Can you speak in tongues?
Yes, sir. That's the evidence of the Holy
Hold
Ghost.
Hold up. You say you can speak in tongues?
Yes. What?
Go ahead. Let's hear you. Let's hear you.
Do you realize that you was joking with me the whole time, even though you think it's serious? So why would I
brother? Because greater is He that is in you than he that is in me. Go ahead. We're listening. I'll keep quiet. I'll respect you now. Speak in tongues. I just want to see that experience.
You don't gotta respect me, bro. I could take jokes. Everybody does it on here, bro. So if you understand that you don't,
I just wanted you to speak in tongues. I'm voluntarily keeping quiet so I don't distract you, because now we've gone into serious mode, and I know that you need to be serious in order to get into that zone. That's why now.
The comment section, bro.
No more jokes. Stop reading the comment section. Don't you close your eyes when you pray?
Bro, there's mad laughing emojis, bro. Come on, bro.
Bro. Listen, my brother. Close your eyes, bro. That's why you close your eyes when you pray, so you're not distracted.
I don't have to speak in tongues to pray, bro. But so I don't understand that you don't believe God. Do you believe?
Hold on, brother. So what you're saying is that, bro? What you're saying is that you can't prove that you can speak in tongues.
I can, bro.
Then please go. Please go ahead and do it. This is real time. There's 450 people here who want to see the demonstration of the power of the Holy Ghost, and I'm being respectful by keeping quiet. And I played some soothing music to eliminate any hostility.
Healing people and running away. Like the Holy Ghost will help you to not sin. Like it will talk to you like if you did something wrong.
Bro, you say you can speak in tongues. That's what I want to hear.
Yes, I can speak in tongues. And you also claim don't believe in God.
Go ahead, brother.
Me speaking in tongues, bro, is not going like. Bro, a lot of people think it's fake, bro. Shouting and things like that. This is
hold up. How about I speak in tongues?
That's a huge trap, bro.
How about I speak in tongues? So just let me speak in tongues. Shari Baba Shekiri. Mbrukutu imbrakata rakalama sokuru. Sheri baba lagalama poto. Kunkuluma tuntuluma pempele makinki. Shankala lama totolo malaputu kuna mashekere madam bonto. Gikala mashekere madukala mashekere big ass mashumala seki. Rankanta la malonkolo. Dam askala ma shekere ma tumpulu ma finki le ma sheke. Big Mac. Double-sided cooked sandwich. Goddamn Kool-Aid mashallah ma sokoro. Brother, anybody can spell gibberish. Because I think that the art, hold up. If you have the courage to demonstrate what you mean by speaking in tongues, and if it resembles what I just did in any way, shape, or form, I rest my case. But I know you don't have the courage to do that, because if you should attempt to speak in tongues, you would expose yourself as an actor.
Sir, like there's more to like speak. I'm just a huge trap, bro. Obviously, you're joking around. I understand that you're joking around. You think it's a joke. People that believe in God or whatnot.
If it's not a joke, then demonstrate in real time that is not a joke. And let's see a manifestation of something that bewilders us, that goes beyond our ability to comprehend, something that will leave us speechless.
All right, so I just want to understand how do we come on Earth? Do you believe in evolution, the Big Bang? I just like to see your point of view. Unless you not willing to open up.
No, sir. Thank you
Alright.
for your time, my brother. Have a good day, okay?
You have a better one, man.
Let me ask you a question before you go.
Alright.
What is it that is but cannot be named and cannot be spoken? Dead people know it, and people who haven't been born know it. What is it?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
What is it that cannot be named and cannot be spoken? Dead people know it, and those who have not been born also know it. What is it?
I have no idea, bro.
All right, bro. Thank you for your time. Ask the Holy Spirit.
So that's why you asked me that? To like say
No, bro. Just ask the Holy Spirit. God is not real. God has never been real. God will never be real. If you don't like it, you can cry about it. Ladies and gentlemen, please tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. The devil is the figment of your imagination. It doesn't exist. If you don't like it, you can cry about it.
Yo,
Yes, sir. Straight to your
what's
point.
good, bro?
Doing good. What you got?
Bro, straight to my point. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I just been learning, cause I just wanted to see if you was gonna let me join, bro. But you funny as shit. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Yeah, man. I'm glad that I could make you
I ain't gonna lie,
laugh.
but listen. You feel me? We trying to learn this shit. But, you know, I grew up in like a Christian household. You know what I'm saying? But I be having my questions and shit too, bro. But that whole Greek shit that you just talked about, bro. I ain't gonna lie, you living in real life. Like, I ain't gonna lie, you coming with real facts. So it's like, it's
Yeah.
tough. But
Can
it's
you
like,
imagine? Haven't you ever wondered why a bunch of governments that don't really believe in God, they will fucking name all the planets? Oh, the Catholic Church or like the government's religious world will name all the planets after the Roman gods, name the days of the week after like foreign gods, name the calendars, bro, after like a bunch of foreign characters. It's because we're still practicing that religion, and Christianity is just a little tiny piece of it. The entire world system is just ancient religion. The real people who are being worshipped are the kings and queens, those who rule the world. People like the Pope, the Queen of England, authorities. That's why Kim Jong-un over there in South Korea making himself a god. That's why he don't like the Western world. Because if he get friendly with the Western world, he will have to worship their gods. That's why the Chinese teach their kids in school that God doesn't exist. Do you know that in China, when you go to school, they teach you that God don't exist?
wait, don't they worship like statues or something?
No, they don't worship. It's
Right?
called
Or
art.
no?
It's called art. It's called art.
Art?
Human beings like making sculpture. Bro, do you know any organization that make more statues than goddamn Catholics? They got a statue of Mary in front of every Catholic church. So who exactly is worshiping statues? Bro, and Christians worship the cross. You ever seen a Christian church without a cross? Do you know the original meaning of the cross
Nope.
before the Christians took it, bro? The cross is like a guillotine. It's like a hanging rope. It was the way that they used to execute criminals. It's like a rope hanging from a tree with a circle in it. That's what the cross is. It's a weapon of execution. It literally is devilish, satanic, anti-human.
Bro, I got a question for you, bro.
Go ahead.
So bro, how you feel about slavery, bro? Like,
Which slavery?
like, my fault, bro. Huh?
Which slavery?
You said what?
Which one?
So like, slavery, bro. When they had black people and shit, bro, they had us fucked up.
Yeah, I think that our people were conquered by the Caucasians, and
is that real? Do you feel like that was real?
That was very real.
I mean, obviously it's real because like it comes into like
that was more
nowadays,
real.
you can kind of tell.
That's more real than you could. It was
But, like,
more
to that
real than you
extent,
can
though.
imagine. Listen, bro, there is more truths about slavery that have been hidden than what we know. Like as bad as we think it was worse. It was so bad. If you knew it right now, you want to go to the street and take out your anger on anyone who looks like your former slave master. So it's probably a good thing that a lot of that story is hidden. Bro, can you imagine making a barbecue with a black baby? Can you imagine like using a black baby as bait to catch alligators? Imagine that fucked up shit. Imagine. I mean, it's
That's fucked up, bro.
it's probably for the better that a lot of that, because we're gonna take our anger on a bunch of innocent white people, because it's not every white person that's responsible. In fact, most white people today are not responsible for that shit. It was done in the past. The only thing we can do when we look at slavery, my brother, as a young black man, let me tell you something. Listen to me. How old are you, young brother?
I'm 21, bro.
Bro, let me tell you something, man. Please, 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 actually listen to what I'm about to say and take it as advice and put it in the back of your mind. You don't need to believe me, but I know you're smart enough to understand, bro. Everything you do, bro.
I just been taking it in, bro.
Bro, everything you do as a young black man represents all of us black guys. Like, you are a representative of us. You can't afford to fuck up in your personal life. You don't need to go and change nobody else. Just make sure that by yourself, don't be doing nothing that will give an image of a black person. Because if you're gonna mess with some white person somewhere and they don't catch your ass, the next black guy who looks just like you, they're gonna take their anger out on that person. So what we young black men need to know is that we represent each other wherever we find ourselves, whether it's in the job place, whether it's at work, whether it's in the streets, whether it's in the store, whether it's in a foreign country. When they see us the same. So we need to represent that we can fuck up our image by making fucked up decisions. You know, when they look at us, bro, they think we're a bunch of violent gangsters because a few people among us that they interacted with was violent. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, that's facts, bro. I be having it be white people looking at me, bro. I be having a smile like, motherfucker, I'm friendly, motherfucker.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, bro?
Friendly black people.
So you need to be you need to use wisdom. And sometimes it might need for you to humble yourself. I mean, I get that's kind of hard for us black dudes to humble themselves, especially me. I like to talk shit, bro. I'm a shit talker as a motherfucker, bro. But I know that when I meet the police, how I behave towards that police will affect how that police treats the next black guy that he meet. If I meet a police and I just respect his badge and I respect his uniform and I prove to him that I'm not violent, he's gonna start associating that image of non-violence with what a black man look like. So, but guess what? If every police officer walk by and every black man he sees says, fuck the police, then every time you see a black man, that's what he's gonna expect. So you, in your personal life, you need to take your discipline to the next level. Don't get caught tripping. Because you do it, you don't just fuck yourself up, bro. You fuck everyone up, bro. And in order to get over the shit that happened during slavery, we really got to do our best to be the best versions of ourselves. It's not about anger. It's not about hate. We got the IQ, bro. We're smarter. We're smart. We can do anything. But when we let anger and emotions take over us, especially as young black men, we make dumb decisions. Then we end up in a system. And bro, this system was designed to fuck us up once we get in it, bro. That you can't get in the system. I don't know. Don't tell me. I don't know if you've been in the system, but the fact that you're talking to me right now means that you're not in it right now, to speak literally. Your name might be in it, or maybe not. But bro, you gotta stay.
What you mean by like the system? What you mean, like the jail? Like
Yeah.
Jail?
Yeah. The criminal system. Have you ever been? You ever got in trouble with the law?
Nah, just like, nah, bro, like nothing crazy.
All right. Whatever you don't do, bro, you don't had your fun. Right now, you have a responsibility. You're going to be a father one day. I want you to start seeing yourself as that father. Are you a dad right now?
Nah, bro.
All right, bro. You're going to be a father one day. You're going to be a man one day. There is some woman out there that you're going to have to protect, that you ain't going to have to afford. You won't be able to afford. No bullshit. I want you to see yourself as a 40-year-old right now. You need to like go into your personal life, your business, your money. Start thinking like a motherfucker that got a wife, that got a kid at home. When you go to work, you ain't got time for that dumbass shit. Don't be driving around with no weed in your car, no drugs in your car. All the little stupid shit that people do around here, you know? And you seem like you got a good head on your shoulder, and I commend you for it, bro, because...
Bro, you can't be talking, bro. You can't be talking to me like that, bro. I ain't really had no dad, bro. Like, this shit hitting different. I ain't gonna lie.
Bro, you don't got a dad, and that's bad. That means that, you know what? You're kind of getting into the game, and you got to work a little harder. But bro, you want to know what you got, bro? You got black genes, bro. You got black genes. Like, you got the genes of warriors and kings, philosophers, rulers of the world. It's up to you if you take it up. And I know it can be hard. It's going to be hard, bro. It's going to be hard, man. It's going to be so hard, you're going to feel like crying. And if you got to cry, bro, just fucking cry. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Go into your room and let the fucking tears come out. And then when you come out, you come out sharp. The least thing that you want to experience a black man, bro, is you don't want your thoughts to ever get like disturbed by anything, even your own emotions. So you got to be the type of person that when you get angry, you don't get violent, you get calm. You get calm and calculated. If you already are like that, then I ain't giving you no new advice. I'm just telling you congratulations. But if you're the type of person that when you get angry, bro, you get violent, you need to go figure out in your life like what you got to do to become that calm person. When someone piss you off, your number one goal is that you don't want them to know that you're pissed off. That will give you the advantage in that game. And then you don't want to execute their anger. You don't want them to see your revenge until you're done. That's the type of black man you need to become, because the whole system is rigged against you. Everything is rigged to make sure that everyone is going to be like, we told you so. He's fucked up. He's just a black guy. You know, he's violent. Oh, he did it. Oh, of course he did it. You know, oh, what? You know what I'm saying, bro? But the fact that you're here on my show and you understand what I'm saying, bro, I'm not telling people that God doesn't exist because I want them to become bad people or like no discipline, no morality. I'm saying it because I know that we have the ability to govern ourselves. It's called self-discipline. If you're not in shape, bro, go hit the fucking gym, bro, and use the gym as a way to channel your emotions. If you don't exercise, exercise. Like I said, think of yourself as that 40-year-old man that got a wife at home and kids.
Oh my, it be tough, bro. It be tough, bro. You trying to have, you feel me? We trying to have fun and shit, but like, damn.
Bro, let me tell you, the best fun you're gonna have is when you have the ability. Bro, let me tell you what is more fun in life. The best fun in life, bro, is when you can do what you say you can do. Like, you want to be the type of nigga, bro, that when tomorrow you find yourself and the motherfucker tell you that, hey, you can't do that shit. And you're like, really, man? Watch me. Boom. If you want to be the type of dude that if you say you can dunk, you don't need to sit down there and argue with them. You go get the basketball. Business. And you just get the basketball, you dunk, and then you walk away. You don't sit down there so they can tell you good job. You want to be that kind of dude. You got the ability. You got the time because you're still young. Like, yeah, you in the hood, or maybe you're not in the hood. Be smart. Be the best version of yourself. You don't have a dad, so you got one goal. You want to become the type of man who will produce children who have a dad. If you let you not having a dad be the excuse why you end up fucking up, then tomorrow you get a girl pregnant, then you can't be there for your kids, then you is just a freaking fuck up, just like the dad that you never had, you know? Or maybe it wasn't his fault that he's not there, but you don't want to intentionally. System, exactly. So
system,
yeah, you can't be like him, bro. And I'm not saying this just for advice, bro. I'm begging you, look within yourself and take it seriously. Any fun that you want to have, you're going to be able to have that fun once you have an education, you have a career, or you have a business, and you got money. Once you got those three things, bro, you're going to be able to do whatever you want to. If you don't got those three things right now coming in consistently, then you ain't got time to fuck off. Let all them other black people or the other people or those friends, let them fuck off. But you got to think about your future, because everything you do does not only represent you, it represents your dad who's in the system. It also represents your future son. It represents your cousins. It represents the black dudes in your neighborhood. And if we really care about slavery, and we don't want nobody to call us monkeys, and we don't want anybody to tell us that we got low IQ, we got to start acting like people that got high IQ. I'm doing it by myself in my own life, and I'm not perfect, but I'm trying every day to represent black people everywhere I am to the best of my ability. I'm not going to do it by myself, but if you do it a little bit, and I do a little bit, and every black person everywhere does a little bit, then our image will slowly change. Then slowly we will even trust each other more, and we will find many solutions to our problems. I don't want to beat you up with too many words. I think you get my message,
bro.
man. Yeah,
bro. I'm hearing you, bro. I swear.
Yeah, for real. Like, no gang banging, none of that stupid shit. You know, you got to think of the consequences of your actions.
Bro, I won't be doing none of that stupid shit, bro. I'm trying to elevate, bro.
I like that. That's what I like that you call this stupid shit, bro, because it literally is stupid, bro. It's stupid. And whatever stupid shit that you are doing, you got to be honest with yourself too, to acknowledge that, look, I do have some stupid shit I do, you know? Like, the worst thing is when you got stupid shit that you don't want to call stupid, when you know it's stupid. Like, you know you shouldn't be hanging out there at 12 a.m. at night at the gas station. Ain't nothing good for to happen. Don't be out there. You want to be the type of man that other young black men your age want to follow. You want all your friends to be like, damn, we want to be like him. If you ain't that dude, bro, you got so much room to grow. And that process of growth is exciting as fuck, bro. When you're that dude, bro, that everyone is like, damn, man, you made it. Yeah. That's growth, bro. That shit is fun. That shit is exciting. That's real fun. That's real joy.
Damn, bro, I feel it. Like, my fault, bro, but I dead ass feel your words right now, bro. This shit weird.
Because you probably were already thinking like that. You know, I'm just trying to motivate you. It's what I'm doing right now is called motivational speaking. So I'm not really telling you nothing that you don't know. That's the respect I'm showing you right now. I don't think I've told you a single thing that you didn't know. I'm just reminding you that you are the one who knows it and that you should be motivated to keep on doing what you're doing, putting a little bit more effort. You a brother, just like I'm a brother. I'm not smarter than you just because I say all this shit. Make no mistake. I might just know some shit and say some shit out loud that you already know, but you ain't gonna say out loud. The goal here is that you can solve problems, I can solve problems, and we can represent each other wherever we find ourselves. You got anything for me? Anything else?
I got one more main question. I remember you said you were a Christian for a long time too, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I was.
So you know your Bible and shit.
Yes, sir, I do, sir.
Like you really knew it. Like you wasn't just one of them Christians where it's like, oh.
No, sir. I wasn't
okay.
I just wasn't like going to church Christian. I was fervent in my belief. And when I left my belief, I left out of curiosity and out of proper examination. I consider it a graduation, sir. I graduated from Christianity. People who cannot live Christianity, from my perspective, I see them as dropouts. If you study the entire religion to the fullness of your abilities, you will realize that it is fictional. And when you come out of it, you will have a natural respect for it. And you also have a natural respect for other religions. You even go and study other religions as well. I encourage people. I say, learn all the religions of men, but believe none of them. Learn all of them, but believe none.
Bro,
Ultimately, you are responsible for your own actions.
That is crazy, bro. Like, that is crazy, bro.
It is the truth, my brother. It is the truth.
The fact that you can say like that, though, I'm really that type of person. I like to learn from like different things.
Yeah.
But I've never been the type to like, I don't take shit from nobody. Like I sit back and listen to you the whole time and shit just to learn from it. You feel me? I'm not finna.
Exactly. You don't even have to believe me. You don't even have to believe me.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I want to hear what you're saying though. I want to
Facts.
see what you
Facts.
seeing though. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
I want to see what that motherfucker. I want to see how he think. You know what I'm saying? But
you're a wise man.
A lot of people, as soon as a motherfucker say some shit, and as soon as some shit kind of makes sense, they just want to go ahead and go believe that shit. And then, bro, that's stupid.
You know what, brother?
You feel me?
Since you're on here and we're kind of where we are,
yeah.
Let me see if I can like influence you in a certain direction.
All right, I'm here, bro.
Do you see your speech and the way you talk to me and the way I was talking to you earlier? If you didn't notice the change, I did realize that what I was doing was actually not helping. So I changed my manner of speaking to you.
Did I notice it?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I don't think
you
so.
need to practice speaking a little bit more without profanity. I understand that profanity is convenient in certain settings, but in the world that we operate, profane coming out of the mouth of a black man is considered significantly worse as far as our image. So you don't want to use profanity so much to where you can't speak proper English. If you're not really skillful in the English language, if it's been a long time since you left school, go to university and take a class. I don't know if you're in school. If you're not in school, you definitely get to get in school. Get a trade or something.
I'm in school.
Facts. What you studying?
Shit, I'm studying automotive technology right now, bro.
Automotive technology, indeed. What is your goal in the long term?
Shit, some shit engineering, like with my hands. I like how shit work. You feel me? I
get it. That's a little bit too vague. That's a little bit too vague. Do you have at least
It's vague as hell, I know.
Yeah, do you have a specific direction that you would like to go, even if you don't know how you're gonna get there? Would you like to own your own automotive shop? Would you like to work for a very big automotive company? Because your goal is, you're doing all of this not just so you can claim that you have an education, but so you can have the means to provide for your future wife and children. So you don't turn out to be another deadbeat black dad. That's very important to you. I know that. So my question is, do you have any specific direction where you want to go yet, or you haven't figured it out? There's no right or wrong.
I ain't figured it out, bro. I'm just going. I'm doing.
Right. Take some time then.
There's a lot of niggas don't shit. You feel me? But they ain't trying shit. So I'm trying shit though.
Just take some time. Take some time then and do it. Like I said, work on your vocabulary, okay, bro? That's essential. Don't let nobody lie to you. Profanity is appropriate in certain settings, but there is a discipline that comes with it. Depending on who I'm talking to, I will not address them with any type of profane language, okay? Because that says a lot about perception. And people will underestimate you, treat you, and disrespect you when you speak to them in a certain way, in certain settings. I'm pretty sure you can be professional when you need to be, right?
No, yeah, I could, bro. It's just some TikTok shit. You feel me, bro? And I'm just
Facts.
on here real quick. You know what I'm
Facts.
saying, bro? And you
Then
already know there's
then
hella
then
motherfuckers in
then
here
then
watching this
then
shit. I gotta be
then,
on.
then
I
no
gotta. You feel
problem.
me?
Respect,
Yeah.
bro. Respect, bro. I
If
just
we was on
wanted to
some
make
one-on-one
sure.
stuff, bro, you be like, damn, this motherfucker professional as hell.
Word. As long as you have that ability, I just wanted to make sure. That's good. I
Yeah,
don't
bro.
doubt you.
I'm not one track, bro. I'm not like some. It's motherfuckers, bro. I'm from Chicago, bro. It's certain motherfuckers, bro. You know it. You hear them talk. You know exactly where they from. You know
Word.
exactly. They can never be in
Word.
a room with a bunch of other white motherfuckers and you feel me on some
Right.
professional shit. Like, nah,
Right.
I'm not that
Like
type
if you
of
go
nigga.
to a job interview and then you speak to the interviewer and the interviewer is just like, yeah, this person is not educated. You know, that affects us. Bro, the system is rigged against us, but we got to know that we need to outsmart the system every step of the way. And we cannot let our ego make us stupid to where we don't realize that the way we portray ourselves affects our ability to use the system to our advantage. You want to be the type of dude that when you walk in the room, people always think you're more educated than you are. That's what you want to be. And if your vocabulary, the way you dress, the way you walk, the way you talk, even walking is a posture. In ancient kingdoms, bro, if you were the heir to the throne, you had a way to walk because there's a stance, there's a way a man can walk that reflects authority, confidence, strength.
Power.
Those are all power. Those are all skills that it's all part of self-examination. As a young black man, first of all, not only are you already black, bro, like literally, but you already have that strength about you that comes naturally. There's that intimidation, but you want it to be a non-violent type of intimidation. So listen, in a nutshell, all I'm saying to you is that, bro, working hard for good things is as much fun as all the other fucked up shit that people do. If you understand me, bro, then I think we're on a good journey. And keep coming to my TikTok. Give me updates. How far are you in your education?
1.5 years.
You're not bullshitting me, right?
I'm dead ass.
All right, Corey. Like, bro, you stay true to yourself. And let me tell you something, bro. If I met you tomorrow and you believed in God, I won't treat you any less. So I'm not talking to you because of what you believe or what you don't believe. You're my brother. You're my black brother. That's one of my messages that I want all young black men to understand. Our beliefs are just our
Bro, you
beliefs.
really out here trying to send a message, bro. That's why I even joined. I was in this bitch for my fault. I gotta stop cursing. I was in here for mad long, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, yo, this nigga speaking facts. It's not even like you got the little, you feel me? God is not real shit. You made me click on that bitch. You feel me? But like, you actually not just on some shit, like on some other shit. Like, you're not trying to downplay motherfuckers if they do believe in God. You know what I'm saying? I kind of see how you doing it. So that's why I was like, okay, he actually speaking type shit.
Young brother, you're tomorrow's leader. And your leadership begins with yourself. Be the example that you want to see in the world, just like I'm doing. And your success will motivate my success. And that's what we are as black men, bro. Unfortunately, the system is rigged against us, like I said, but it ain't nothing to us, man. It ain't nothing to us. When we are our real selves, we can do it. Thank you for your time, okay, Corey?
All right, thanks, bro. Hey, that question you be asking people at the end, bro, what was the answer, bro? Is it nothing?
I can ask you the question and you can try to answer it.
But you're not gonna tell me the right answer though? Or you said there is no right answer?
There's no right answer because the right answer is not what you say, it's how you say it.
Yeah, bro.
So that's the clue. That's the only clue I can give you. What is it that cannot be named and cannot be spoken? Dead people know.
Let me ask you a question, please.
Okay.
What do you feel like happens when you die?
Nothing.
So you feel like it's just sleep? Like you just sleep, like no dreaming?
I don't feel anything. Death simply means the end of all happenings. So from the moment you ask me the question that you ask me answers itself. What happens after you die? You know? It's like you saying that what keeps driving after you stop the car? Nothing.
No. None.
Yeah, it's like if you listen. Check this out. Imagine yourself, you go up and stand on a tall building and you drop a rock from that tall building. What keeps falling when the rock hits the ground?
Nothing.
Thank you. The rock is life, and hitting the ground is death. Once the rock has hit the ground, nothing is happening anymore.
No more life is no more falling.
Yes, and it's a really sad thing. It's actually quite depressing. That's why if you think that way, you need to have other like mental tools to ground yourself because it's quite depressing. We human beings, we don't like sad shit, you know. So
That shit is
we we,
crazy,
we,
bro.
we invent religions. We invent religions and beliefs to make ourselves be distracted from that truth. The craziest thing about death is that everyone knows that it's the end. Some people just choose to pretend like it's not. That's why when you see someone die, it's just sad naturally. You don't even have to force yourself to be sad. It's like your body just be feeling it. You know, it's
Yeah.
just, and you know, it's almost like you see yourself down there. You see your end. Every time you see a dead person, you see your end. And that,
You know,
yeah, you're like, oh hell no, I'm gonna imagine the afterlife. I ask people that why would you call it afterlife if life continues? Then you shouldn't call it afterlife. But it is appropriately called afterlife because it's called death. Once you die, when life ends, the next thing is death. Simple as
yeah.
that. And if you know that, then you're gonna have a natural sense of urgency in your life. You will understand that your heart is beating right now, and you only got a limited amount of heartbeats. Whatever you want to do, bro, you don't have time to fuck up. That's why I said to you,
I gotta lock in, bro. You telling me it's no la la land after this, bro?
bro. It's like an NBA player who has achieved everything except win a championship, but that NBA player is like 40 years old. The NBA player got to know that at some point his career is gonna end. At some point he's not gonna be the best, man. At some point he's gonna have to walk away from the basketball. That's just how it is, you know. Nobody care how much you want it. Nobody care what you believe. You can go play in goddamn Ice Cube's league. It ain't gonna be the same as the NBA. You can go play in China, in Japan. It ain't the same as the NBA. The point is that you never won a championship in the NBA, and you're never gonna win a championship in the NBA. That's it. So if you want to win a championship in the NBA, you gotta understand. Okay, I am 23 years old. How long could I play basketball in the NBA? If I'm really good, I can make it to the age of 38. So I need to win a championship before then. You know what you're gonna do? You're not gonna go out drinking, partying to the nightclubs with your friends. You're gonna be out on the basketball court with that Mamba mentality. The Mamba mentality, it's just that grinding mentality. You gotta carry it with you on your everyday life. What Kobe was trying to teach people is that, look, if you really want something and you really want to go get it and you focus on just getting it, you're gonna get it. It's not really that hard. You're gonna get it. You don't get what you want when you get distracted from what you know you have to do to get what you want. That's just the
Yeah.
fact of life. And a bunch of old people, bro, a bunch of your uncles or older guys that you see, they will tell you the same lessons, but they're not just telling you because they succeeded. They're telling you because they failed at it. They were the ones that every time they had something they wanted when they were 23, 21, they went hardcore for it. Then some woman came and distracted them. Then some drug came and distracted them. And then they fell off before they knew they got into the system. They came out of the system. They tried to grind again. And then they got married. And then something distracted them from building their family. And then they had a divorce. And then they've tried over and over and over and over and they failed. So now they're in their 40s. Some of them are angry. Some of them just hate the system. But when they look at you, they tell you, go to school. You need to respect what they're telling you, bro. They're telling you because they tried it and they failed. But they know that it works. And they know that if you don't make the mistake that they made, you can succeed. So you can learn from people who
let me
succeed
ask you
and
this,
people
bro.
who fail.
So let me ask you this, bro. Okay, so do you feel like all that shit, that all these distractions and like negative stuff, do you feel like it's a source? But you obviously don't believe in God, so I'm guessing you don't believe in the devil either, right?
No.
So you feel like it's just everything that the motherfucker that done already fucked up, right? Above me that's trying to tell me to lock in and shit, like other older people, like it's
Yeah.
just their fault. It's just their fault, and then that's it. They got distracted, then that's it. It's
Let
just
me
their
tell
fault.
you,
Like
there's only one thing that can distract you from anything you want to
you don't
do.
feel like it's no negative like type of
No.
thing that's trying to grab
Your,
motherfuckers like devil
your,
or some
your, your,
Christian shit.
no,
You feel me?
your distraction is not negative or positive. Your distraction is part of you. I will tell you which part of you. The only thing that can distract you from getting what you want is desiring things that you know that you cannot get at the same time while you're trying to get what you want. So your desires are the only things that can distract you. So let's say that you want to focus on school, but then you can't really focus on getting straight A's and then have a relationship. But then you need this pretty girl. You know, she want to go out every night. She want to smoke weed and drink. You know you shouldn't be doing it, but you just like her. She's pretty. But you don't have the discipline to be like, okay, what do I want the most? Do I want to go to school, get my degree, get a job, make some money? Then I know I'm a good looking guy. I'm fit. I can find a girl at that time. Or I can go hang out with a girl right now, have some fun, bust a nut, She might get pregnant, and then I can't fucking go to school because now I got to focus on working to provide for the kid. You know, your desires are the only things that can distract you. That's why you don't need God or the devil. You take
I got it, yeah, bro.
responsibility. Yeah, you take responsibility for your own mistakes. You make mistakes when you fuck around and desire things that you shouldn't have desired. You know, you see your friend smoking and you just want to take a hit. Before you know it's 5 hits. Before you know it's 6 hits. Before you know you're dabbing. Shit. In some cases, before you know you're shooting shots. You know, damn. Now you find yourself all woos up, and now you don't know how you did it, but you're behind the wheel. Boom, DUI. Boom, jail. Boom, you're in the system. Boom, now you're depressed. Now, boom, all of a sudden your mama mentality is gone. You start feeling like you can't really get that shit. Boom, now you're angry at everybody. Boom, now you hit your girlfriend. She called a cop. Boom, but you're back in jail. It's just like a revolving door. So you got to be very careful what you desire. Don't desire things you're not ready for. So you really always got to sit down and examine yourself. Every fucking day, bro, you need to examine yourself. You need to sit down before you go to sleep and give yourself a report of your day. I did this, I did this. If you don't have a diary, get a diary. I did this, I did this, I did this, I did this. I probably shouldn't have done this, shouldn't have done this, shouldn't have done this. Tomorrow, I'm going to try to fix this, fix this, fix this, fix this. You know what? My main goal is to get my education and get my money. Once the money is coming in, then I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. So, shit, I just got to wait 5 years, then I can do this. I just got to wait 3 years, and I can do this. You see what I'm saying, bro? That's how it's got to be.
Yeah, bro. So you don't believe the money is root of all evil?
Money is just a tool. It's like a gun. It's like a knife. It's like the clothes you wear. How you use it is what's going to cause evil or cause good. Nothing can ever be naturally good or evil in of itself. It's the consequences of what we do with what we have, that brings about pain and suffering. Evil is anything that brings about pain and suffering for no justifiable reason. Evil is just what we don't like about what we see around us. That's evil. It ain't the same for everybody. So you got to have your own code. You got to have the Corey code. In the Corey code, it's a law that you make for yourself. I am Corey, and I will not smoke weed. I am Corey, and I will not drink alcohol. Until I am graduated, get my degree, married, and have a kid, I will not do these things. This is how I will live. And there is no power in heaven, on earth, or beneath the earth that will stop me from being Corey or from following the laws that Corey has given me. And then you're not only the lawgiver of the Corey law, you're also the enforcer of the Corey law. And you're also the practitioner of the Corey law. Now you can look at Bakanga and be like, I like that thing Bakanga is doing. I'm gonna amend the Corey law and add what Bakanga is doing into the Corey law. It's gonna become part of the Corey law. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you want to do. Every time you take advice from people, it's not that you have to do exactly what those people do. You take that advice.
Pieces and pieces.
Yes, you take that advice. You look at your life
and build your own shit.
Yeah, sometimes, bro.
Mm.
Let me tell you something. All this advice I'm giving you, it might not even mean anything to you until 5 years from now. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not giving you this advice like a law. No, you're the one who's going to decide what you do with it. When I say there is no God, it's not because I want you to stop believing. But if you understand what I'm saying, then you might go and just not believe in God. It's just, that's what it is. That is the world. And many men grow up, bro. There's a lot of angry brothers and sisters, white, Hispanic, African American, African, Chinese brothers and sisters that are in their 40s. They're just angry and frustrated, bro. Because none of the shit they wanted to do when they're in their 20s, they actually got to do. They made a lot of fucked up decisions. And a lot of them, bro, they got to believe in God so they can have somebody help them deal with their own failure and their own insecurities. And you don't want to be one of those people. Learn from them. Sometimes it's better to blame the devil. It's better to blame the devil, because if you really think hard about that shit and you realize that you're the one who fucked up, bro, it's like if you have a really pretty girl and a really good girl who really loves you and she don't cheat, and then you fuck around, you cheat on her, and then she leaves you, you end up regretting that shit. Because you ask yourself, bro, the girl I cheated with wasn't even worth it. You know? And she's gone now. And watch, she's now with your best friend. That should make you, that it's more painful. You know, you don't want to be a victim of people who don't know what they had until they lose it. No. You want to know what you have while you have it.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time, my brother. I appreciate you, okay?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. I appreciate you, man. Damn.
Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. All right, let's get back to God's not real. Listen, when I run into a young black brother that is willing to listen, I go into motivational speaker mode. It's not a law, it's just a suggestion. My words are not a law, my words are just a suggestion. All right, be patient, Brother Golden. If you want to challenge me, you're going to lose. You should only desire to understand me. Ezekiel Rodrigo, your stuff is not loading. I'm going to wait for a little bit. What is it that is, but cannot be named and cannot be spoken? Dead people know it. People who haven't been born know it. What is it that is, but cannot be spoken and cannot be named? Segun, I'll bring you up next.
What's up, my friend?
I'm doing all right, bro, but you got too much noise in your background.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm just moving away. I know. Just give me a split second. I'm rushing downstairs. Yeah, there's a TV right there. How you doing today?
I'm doing all right. What you got for me? I said God's not real.
You know God is real. Come on now, Bakanga. Humans are real. God is real too. Shoot at me, or you want me to start?
Prove it.
Bro, when you sit out there and just tell people God is not real, do you mean that you do not believe in good and evil? Do you mean that you do not believe in spirits? Do you mean that you do not believe in the creation of the earth? Tell us what you mean by that, God is not real.
I mean what you've said that I mean. Now prove it.
I have not said anything. I asked a question.
And your question is the answer. You're correct. Now prove it. That's what I mean.
Okay. Just bear with me. Sorry, a little bit of background noise here. Sorry about that. Okay. I just want to ask, you have a fair and clear understanding of where you're coming from, and then I'll give you my perspective. We just, go back and forth and then talk about this, and then we'll see where we arrive at. To me, personally, I believe that the heavens and the earth was created somehow. Okay?
What does it mean to create?
To create is to start something from scratch or from nothing. That's what I believe. I don't know if you have another definition.
Okay, who created it?
That's where I'm coming, that the earth was created by some supernatural being that we may call God, Allah, you name it what you want to name it. But I know that there is a supernatural being, a force, an energy that started all what we are experiencing right now. And I would come at you at different angles.
Where did this creator come from?
Okay. Now, that creator is an energy that maybe because of the realm that we are at this moment, our reasoning, our energy level and stuff, we cannot fully understand.
If you cannot fully understand it, then you cannot tell me that it created the world. You don't know. You should say you don't know.
No, I can't. You can say that if somebody created an automobile without knowing how they did create it.
Yeah,
can
but
you
if
tell
you,
me that? I don't know how to fly an airplane, but
then
that
let's
doesn't mean
do it.
that somebody.
Let's
Yes,
do
sir.
it. Let's do it then. Who created
Okay.
an automobile? What kind of car do you drive?
Oh, I have several cars. Let's not go there.
Just name one of them. Congratulations on having several cars.
Thank you, sir. Okay, my favorite is the Hellcat Dodge Challenger.
Hellcat Dodge Challenger.
Yeah,
Who created the Hellcat Dodge Challenger?
I absolutely don't know, but I can tell you it's the Dodge manufacturer.
Who's the Dodge manufacturer?
I know it's Dodge.
Who's Dodge?
To be honest with you, I don't know.
Is Dodge a person?
It might be a person, it might be the name of the company. I don't know. But the car exists and I drive it.
brother, that's what I'm saying to you. Listen carefully. Dodge is not a
Yes, sir.
person. You and I know that Dodge is a company, right?
I know Dodge the company. Yes,
How many people make up a company?
it depends on the size of the company. I don't know.
Okay. Do you think that the person who made the tire of your car is the same person who made the steering wheel?
It doesn't have to be.
No. I'm just seeing if you're educated because the car is something we all know
Yeah,
about.
yeah. I don't know whether you determine now that I'm educated because I said it doesn't have to be.
I'm asking you definitively what it is. Do you
It
think that the
doesn't have to
person?
be.
No. I'm asking you what it is, not what it has to be or what it doesn't have to be.
Yes, that's what I'm telling
Do you
telling you.
think? Do you think that the person who made the tires on your car, the tire manufacturer, is also the steering wheel manufacturer? Do you think so?
It doesn't have to be. That let me explain. Somebody can buy tires from east, another person buys the steering wheel
Bro,
from
let me ask
west.
you something. That's not what I'm asking
Yes.
you. Is Dodge the one that makes the tires?
Sir, I don't know.
Okay,
Definitely.
good.
If that's
I
what
will
you
tell
want
you
to
the
know.
answer. The answer is no. Is Dodge the
Okay.
one that makes the steering wheel?
I don't know.
Is Dodge the one that makes the paint?
I don't know.
Is Dodge the one that makes the engine?
I don't know.
Is Dodge the one that makes the windows?
Does that mean that there is not a Dodge car?
No, relax. I'm about to show you why the
No.
Dodge car is the Dodge car. Relax. I got you.
Okay, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Do you know that Dodge is the manufacturer and creator of that car, and yet Dodge did not make all the parts of that car?
I believe that's possible. Yes.
It's not possible. That is the reality of everything in our world. Every single thing in our world. There is nothing in our world, natural, physical, that is made by a single thing or a single person. Everything is the product of an innumerable amount of causes, independently deserving credit for the existence of such a thing, rather than just generalizing it and say it was a God, it was an energy. Bro, a God that's an energy did not create the whole universe. There are things in the universe that we know for sure that God didn't make. Like the fart that comes out of my ass. Now, if you're saying that there might have been an original cause, which in of itself is no longer here, that caused something to happen, that later on caused something else to happen, that later on caused something to happen, and then everything that comes after causes something else independent of the original cause, then I would say, okay, yes, what you're saying makes sense because that can be observed, right? The thing that causes the rain to fall is not the same thing that causes the river to rise. It's not the same thing that causes the water to evaporate. So the universe, as diverse as it is, how can you make yourself so stupid as to assume that it's made by one person? You will never understand it because you've put it at a place where you can't even study it. If we want to know where the earth came from, we have to first know what the earth is. Assuming that some creator made it is like you eliminating the possibility of it having happened naturally. Is it impossible that it could have happened naturally, even if there's some creator somewhere? Yes. There could have been a creator who has nothing to do with the earth or our galaxy or our universe. But our universe is 100% the product of natural circumstances. And then that whatever that creator has created, we haven't interacted with it yet. So we don't run into assumptions simply because we have ignorance. That's why I said to the guest earlier, God is just an idea that religious people make up in order to substitute it for their ignorance. If I don't know something, I'm just going to imagine that it was God.
Did I say that? Can I talk now, sir?
Yes, sir.
For a little bit, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Please tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen.
Tap the screen, guys. We appreciate that. See, I'm telling you right now that because the Dodge car wasn't made by a single person, it doesn't mean that somebody initiated the creation of the Dodge car. Because the river rise because of heavy rainfall, it doesn't. You cannot tell me that the rainfall that caused that river to rise wasn't part of influencing that river that rose.
Now, do you know that the person that initiated the? Do you know that the?
Talk for about 5-10 minutes.
Yeah. It's just a question based on what you said. Do you know that the person who?
I could have interrupted. Can I just? Okay, go ahead. Sir.
Yeah. No. My question follows your line of reasoning, my brother. Don't be threatened.
I could have interrupted you several times, but you can go. That's fine.
Yeah. To be fair. Thank you for the respect, bro. Do you know? Did you know that the person who initiated the creation of the Dodge car has nothing to do with the Dodge company? It would be the first person who invented the
It's the same
wheel.
like the person who created McDonald's has nothing to do with McDonald's right now, but it doesn't mean that somebody didn't create McDonald's.
No. I'm saying that the person who influenced the initiation of Dodge only became a
Same with
company.
McDonald's.
Right. So the person who made McDonald's made food, but there was already food in the world. So you cannot give that person credit for creating food.
No, I'm not giving the person credit for creating food.
So Dodge is not really Dodge is the manufacturer of Dodge cars, but Dodge is not the creator of a car. You get it?
Nope.
That's what I mean.
Because your reasoning is aside from what I'm trying to say. Give me a minute here. Let me laugh.
Okay, concrete.
But the universe is vast. The Earth is not the only planet. We're talking about Earth because we're talking about God and us, what we're doing here. But it doesn't mean that there are no other planets or galaxies or whatever. Do we fully understand what happens on the moon? No. Do we fully understand what happens in Saturn? No. Do we even know how many planets are there? When I was growing up, I heard there were 9. Now I probably think people are telling me there's 6 or whatever. I don't know. Right? So we're still learning. We're still growing. But that doesn't remove the fact that there is something that we all can go and look up to and say, yes, there is something that really started the Earth and that's controlling most energy. Do you believe in positive and negative energy? Let's go that route.
Energy can carry a positive and a negative charge. You're correct.
Exactly. Okay. Because there is a positive and negative charge, do you believe that there is good and there's evil? Or do you know that?
No.
Okay. I'll come back to that answer that you just gave, but just give me a split second. Do you believe that there is something called spirits?
No.
Okay. Let me come back to when you said you do not believe that. Don't give me that look right now, Bakanga. Don't give me that look. Don't give me that look. You know you're my friend, you're my boy. We're going to work this thing out tonight. See, when people start talking about they don't believe in positive and negative energies, they don't believe in good and evil, they don't believe in spirits, it is troublesome because you, for one, you know that there is good and evil in the world. You know that there are spirits in the world. You know, Bakanga, you know it, and you cannot refuse it here today. You know it.
I refuse.
You refuse what? Tell me.
That there is good and evil.
Okay, how come? Explain. If I give you a kiss in the jaw in the morning and say good morning, is that not good? If I see you in the morning and I slap you and say get the F out of here, is that not bad? Tell me.
It depends on the perspective of the observer. Good and evil are
So
just ideas.
if I give you a dirty left hand slap in the morning while you're giving me a kiss, that's perfectly okay, right?
Brother, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been sick?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been sick?
Yeah, I can remember a couple times or so that I had a cold or cough or something like that.
Okay, a cold is what, a bacteria, right?
Yep.
Is it good to
a virus,
kill that,
kind of?
Is it good to kill that bacteria?
Of course. Why not?
From whose perspective? The bacteria's or you?
From my perspective, from the bacteria's perspective, no.
Okay, good. So now, if I'm observing this whole situation and I don't take your side, I don't take the bacteria side, what would be good and what would be evil to me?
That you can get the cough or the cold.
No. I can't get the cold. No. Listen.
Yes, sir.
I am an external observer, completely separated from the circumstances. I'm observing the bacteria's perspective. I'm observing your perspective. I don't have interaction with you. I'm simply observing what is good and what is evil between your interaction with that bacteria.
You tell me, because you are independent. Because I can only give you my perspective.
Because I'm not involved, there's no good and evil. I just see a bacteria over here in this guy's stomach, and then I see this guy killing the bacteria, and I see the bacteria not wanting to be killed. I can't change the outcome, because I'm not the one who's going to control what that guy is going to do. So it's neither good nor evil. It's simply what it is. So you see that good and evil are just ideas, a matter of perspective, 100% governed by sentiments, by the perspective of the observer.
No.
It's not inherently good. Now, do you think that
No.
hold up. When the
Yes, sir.
Europeans enslaved black people, do you think it was good for the slave master to have all that free labor?
No. Ask me why.
You don't think the slave master thought it was good to have free labor?
You may think that is good, but it's not good. You may go to McDonald's and buy food that is poison and you eat it. You think that is good. You're eating poisonous food, but it's not good for you. It is the same with slavery.
My brother,
It's the same with slavery.
my
Come
brother,
on, man.
my brother.
Don't give me that look now. Don't give me that look now. Don't give me that look.
You're not listening. Listen and answer the question as the question has been asked to you.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that from the perspective of the slave master, it was good to have free labor? People who do work for you for free and you get to be rich, you get to enrich your children, you get to have everything you want. As a slave master, do you think that was good from his perspective?
Why should I at this point think from the perspective of the slave master when
Because
you decided
you
to
have the ability you have the ability to reason. So I'm trying to see where your logic is going to fall. Do you think that it was good for them? From their perspective, do you think they thought it was good?
Why don't you ask me from the perspective of the slave?
I am going to get there. It's step by step. From the perspective of the master, was it good?
The same like, why don't you ask me about from the perspective of the person who was being infested by bacterials?
Brother, answer my question first, then we will get there. I'll tell you why. Was it good from the perspective of the slave master? Yes or no?
Where do you stand in this matter? Are you in the middle or are you taking the perspective of one or the other?
No, you are the observer. I'm asking you questions.
When I ask
My brother,
question,
stop deflecting and just answer. My brother, answer the question and we'll get to the end of it.
With me.
My brother, answer the question. Was it good or was it not good from the perspective of the slave master to have free labor? People who work and he doesn't have to pay him. He doesn't have to pay them.
Just like the thief thinks it's good to go rob a bank.
Brother, brother,
Yes.
answer my question directly.
Answer the question.
Was it good? Yes or no?
Question.
Was it good? Yes or no?
Just like the robber who goes to the bank and robs a bank, thinks it's good because he gonna get some money.
Brother, when the slave master enslaved, don't change the example. My example is already sufficient.
No,
you don't have,
we cannot limit ourselves to one example, sir.
Brother, but you haven't even answered. You haven't answered that specific example. Brother, why are you avoiding telling me yes or no? What's the reason why?
I am not avoiding telling you yes or no.
Okay, then tell me yes or no. Was it good from the perspective of the slave master to have someone that can do work for him for free?
I am telling you that just like it is good.
Brother, the question is either good, brother. The question is a one-word answer. It is a one-word answer. Yes or no?
No, that's an open question that you ask.
No, sir. I am telling you as the one asking the question. It's not an open question. I just need confirmation whether you think it was good or if you think it was not good. So yes or no? Was it good from the slave master's perspective to have people who do free labor, who give him free labor, who work on his plantation? He doesn't have to pay them for their work.
I would say it wasn't good for them. And ask me why.
So you don't think that the slave master considered having slaves a good thing?
Yes. In its entirety. And ask me why.
Why?
It is that simple. We all have conscience. We all have that thing in us that tells us that what we are doing is good or bad. It doesn't matter whether you're going to steal in a bank. It doesn't matter whether you have slave. It doesn't matter whether you beat a child. It doesn't matter. We all have that thing called instinct and conscience. So while they were doing that, it doesn't mean that they accepted it to be truth in their own mind. And that's why I stand with you today.
Brother, do you know what
you
know what you've just proven to me?
Tell me.
You are a person who likes lying to themselves. You don't have the ability. Hold on, let me finish talking. You don't have the ability. You don't have the ability to see the real world, because if you're claiming that we all have the conscience, that means that
language. I don't know that you can hear me, but
no. It's okay. It's okay. I can hear you, bro.
Hello?
Relax. Okay. Yes, I can hear you.
Just refrain because I wasn't hearing you.
Listen to me,
You were
bro.
talking about me lying to myself or something like that. Please, can you say that again?
Brother.
Yes,
the
sir.
world as it is requires that we have the ability to simply observe it rather than conceptualize. What you have just told me is that you think that someone who was willingly doing something that they benefited from, something that made them happy, something that made them prosperous, they thought it wasn't good, and yet they kept doing it and justifying it. Do you know that we have records that shows that they thought it was good? Did you know that? So
and do you also know that we have slave owners who came and confessed that and regretted it? Do you know that? So are you talking about a particular one, or are you talking in general? Do you know that there are slave owners who regret having slaves, and they came back and confessed and gave their life to Christ?
Give me the name of one of them.
Give me the name of those that came up and said, we love it.
Sir, with all due respect.
Let me give you the name of one. Let me give you the name of one. Sorry, let me give you the name of one. Let me give you the first president of the United States of America. I know you know who that is.
George Washington?
Yes, he was a slave owner.
Yes.
And he never publicly showed it because he knew that what he was doing was wrong. Prove me wrong. I love my country, and I know you do too.
Prove you wrong on what?
That he actually loved being a slave owner.
Because he didn't stop having a slave owner even after he became president of the United States and upheld the Constitution of the United States. Listen to me, okay?
Yes,
he
sir.
owned slaves his entire life to the day he died.
Did he ever stand to back the aspect of slavery, or did he shun away from it? We're not gonna go that route.
Yeah, he backed it. He backed it.
Huh?
He backed it.
No, sir.
Brother, Gordon.
Yes, sir.
Gordon.
Yes,
Gordon.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
You're
sir.
literally talking to a bunch of people that we all know American history, okay? There's no way you're that gullible.
Am I?
Yes. Do you know what was written in the Declaration of Independence of the United States? It was written that all men have certain unalienable rights. Bro, listen. The founding fathers of America wrote, "We hold this truth evident that all men are created equal and all men have certain unalienable rights given to them by their creator." That was their rebellion against the king. In that same document, the Articles of Confederations, they classified a black man as 1/3 of a human being. Did you know that?
It's not in the Declaration of Independence. That's not in the Declaration of Independence.
Brother,
You're talking about a separate document.
Brother,
Yes,
let me finish talking. Didn't you hear what I said? Of course, in the Declaration of Independence, they said all men were created equal. But it was the same group of men that now convened together to create the Articles of Confederation, the first version of the Constitution.
No, not the same group of men. Not the same group of men. Read it again. Sorry, I can't name all of them right now, but it's not the same group of men.
Okay.
Some of them participated in it. Some states participated in it. Some did not.
Brother.
Please, and that's what resulted to the Northern-South War. It started right then, back then, before it came to the point where Abraham Lincoln was killed. So let's not talk about that.
Brother, relax. I'm going to take you through it step by step, okay?
Yes, sir.
Why is it that we had to write the 13th, the 14th, and the 15th Amendment into the U.S. Constitution? Why did we have to write that in there? Do you know what those... Hold up. Yeah. Do you know why we had to add those amendments? And do you know what those amendments were?
Yes, I know those amendments. And because we had to do those amendments means that there were some loopholes in the original document that necessitated those amendments. But the thing that I'm telling you right now is that the original people who wrote down the Declaration of Independence are not the same people that wrote the document that was amended.
Who was the first president of the United States?
It's George Washington. Come on, man.
Who was the second president?
I don't know his name. I'm sorry.
Who was the third president?
I know you've Googled it. Just read it out. You're Googling it.
No,
just read it out.
I haven't even Googled it.
You're Googling it. Just read it out to us.
Okay, listen. Relax, bro.
I don't want.
No, relax. Okay. Do you know who Thomas Madison was?
I know Thomas Madison. Yep, I know his name, and I know that he played a great role in the early days of our nation. Yes, I do. I know that.
Did Thomas Madison participate in the Declaration of Independence?
Yes, he was one of the founding fathers.
Did,
Yeah.
did Thomas Jefferson, Thomas Madison participate in the formation of the Articles of Confederation?
It is possible. Yes.
It's not responsible. Yes. Did he participate
Okay.
in the production of the new Constitution in 1789? I think what it was 89 or 87 when George Washington became the first president.
I believe so because he later on became one of the presidents. So yeah.
Good. Did they write anything in there to end the enslavement of black men?
It wasn't an issue back
Did
then.
they, why wasn't it why wasn't that an issue?
Was it an issue 12 years ago in America that we didn't like gay people?
Brother, listen,
Tell me before Obama came and changed the whole thing. Was it an issue? Tell me.
Listen.
Was it right? Does that make it right?
Brother,
Obama
listen.
came and pushed whatever he pushed forward, and then we accepted the gays. Was it right?
Brother, listen.
So let's not
brother,
be
you're straw
myopic and
manning.
simplistic.
You're straw manning. Listen, okay. Why is it that they did not write the 13th and 14th Amendment when the Constitution was originally made?
Why is it that when the Constitution was originally made, they did not write that gay people had the same rights? Tell me.
I don't know. You answer my question.
Okay. Yes, I don't know either. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. You want me to tell you why? You want me to tell you why?
Yeah, you can tell me why gays were not right. We're not.
No, bro. You know what a straw man is?
No,
if I ask you a question and you deflect from my question, I will tell you why the gay rights was not written. Okay.
I am not deflecting. I'm just giving you a similar example that you're refusing.
No, you
to
cannot
accept.
give me a similar example by refusing to answer my question, right? Because there's a reason why I asked you the
I'm telling
question.
you honestly that I don't know.
Okay, good. There's a reason why you don't know. Listen, there's a reason why you don't know. Okay, the reason why you don't know is because slavery was a huge part of the U.S. economy. You realize that, right? Slave labor,
yes.
Slave labor. So these people just created a brand new country. They thought it was good to still have free labor. You understand that?
They never thought it was good as if slavery was good, but they thought it was good for the economy. It is two separate things. It is good to know that. See, let me just give me a split second.
No. You slow down. Not 2 seconds. Not 2 seconds. Not 2 seconds. Hold up.
Way that somebody thinks that they can steal from a bank and they make money, and it's good for them. It doesn't make them really think that stealing from a bank is good.
Brother,
So
a person who doesn't think that's something, bro, that's why I'm telling you that good and evil doesn't really exist. Because if you think that something is not good and yet you do it, that's a hypocrisy. That's a contradiction. Something is not good simply. Listen. Let me finish talking.
I accept with you.
I'm
glad you said that. I accept that. That's a fact.
Let me finish talking.
All right, sir, go ahead.
Okay, stop bouncing from point to point. When I make a point, you just deflect. You're really good at deflecting.
No, I'm not.
Good is not what someone says. Good is what someone does. Would you agree with me? Yes or no?
I cannot categorically say yes and no.
Okay.
Let me explain why.
No. Hold up.
Why would you ask me a question I don't want me to answer?
Because you're not answering my question the way I asked you. You're trying to change the question.
No. Why would I say yes or no when it is not a yes or no answer?
Okay, then say I don't know.
No, that's not the point.
If I ask you, listen, if I ask you a yes or no question, it is a yes or no question. You don't get to tell me that my question is not a yes or no question when I'm the one who asked it. That's a little bit stupid now, my brother. Don't you think so?
No, sir.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
All due respect to you, Mr. Bakanga.
Listen carefully, my brother.
I appreciate you a lot, and I want us to have an educated discussion here. And possibly help
an educated conversation is void of deflection. You don't get to tell me this. Listen, if your teacher asks you a question and you
ask me a question and you expect me to answer it in a certain way, it means you're not giving me the opportunity to answer your question.
Brother, that's because you never went to school and you clearly never took a true and false questions. We learn how to do true and false questions in school. Do we not? Brother, when you went to school, did you learn how to take a true and false question?
Do you believe in the educational system that
brother, when you went to school, did you learn how to answer true or false questions?
Our children are going through today is bullshit.
Brother, stop deflecting. When you went to school, did you learn how to answer a true or false question?
Yes, but that doesn't mean that I always
just keep quiet. Let me educate you. A person who can answer a true A person who cannot answer a true and false question is a person who did not understand the question. That is the only way you don't answer a true and false question.
Okay,
If you
ask me your
understand,
question
brother, a
and allow
person
me to
who
answer.
understands a person who understands a true and false questions also understands why the question necessitates that it be stated as true or false. You don't get to say your teacher doesn't put option A is true, option B is false, and then you go ahead and you add option C. You will fail the test. That's how you got it wrong. So when I ask you, it's good what people do. It's good not what people do and not what people say.
Wait, please, you're not please reframe or ask that question again, because you mix it up a little bit at the
It's
end.
good not what someone does rather than what someone says.
Okay, if I understand you correctly, are you asking me that is it good what someone does as opposed to what someone is saying?
What
Is
we
that the
call
question?
what you call good and evil, is it words or is it actions?
Oh, okay. It's both.
Okay. Tell me any good thing which is only words but not action.
I've said it's both.
Bro,
So I
listen
cannot tell
again.
you good thing that is
Listen
words and
again.
not action.
Listen again. Listen again. Tell me what makes something good when it's just words, contrary to what makes it good when it's actions.
I don't have that. I know that every good word should have an action that backs it.
What makes a word good?
The action.
So a word will not be good without the action.
Mostly, yes.
I rest my case. If a slave master says that it is bad to own slaves, but he owns slaves, an intelligent person knows that that is a contradiction because he would not willingly do
Exactly. That's
something.
what I'm saying. Now I'm resting my case.
Brother, let me finish talking.
Exactly.
Let me finish
Okay.
talking.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
When a slave master says that it is bad to own slaves, but he owns slaves, we are smart enough to know that he doesn't really believe that. What he believes is what you do. That's why I keep trying to teach you Christians, you God believers. What you believe is not what you say with your mouth. What you believe is what you do. Because what you do represents you. It represents what you are really thinking in your head. Because you can use your mouth to lie to us, but your actions will not lie to us. Your actions carry implications that are observable
No.
and that cannot be
Can I
changed.
say something? Can I say something real quick before you continue? It because you did something doesn't make it necessarily true. You can do something and make it false because of the words you said earlier. So it is vice versa. So if I tell you today, just give me a split second, please. If I tell you today that I love owning slaves, right? And I'm a slave owner, and then I go ahead and I go behind and I go pray, God, forgive me for having those slaves. It makes my statement false. It makes my action false. So you cannot.
Hold up.
Oh my
You
goodness! Why
you
can't you
think
let me
that
land? Why can't you let me land? Why do you interrupt so often?
brother. You just said to me, I want you to say what you just said again. And
Yes.
listen to yourself. And you're proving,
Yes.
bro, what you're about to say is about to prove that Christianity is a scam, that it's a fucked up religion.
Let
Go
me
ahead,
say
say it
it, and
again.
then you prove me.
Say it again.
Let me say it, and then you prove me. Okay? Because someone who is a slave owner goes and asks for confession from being a slave owner doesn't make Christianity a scam. Does that? Hello?
I said to repeat what you said before.
Yes, I said if somebody says that, oh, I love slavery and I'm a slave owner and slavery is good for me and for the community, and then they go ahead and acquire slaves and treat them badly, and then in the quiet confines of the night, they go behind and pray to God for forgiveness, that makes them a hypocrite. That doesn't mean that what they're doing is correct. That's exactly what I said.
Brother, it's not a matter of if what they do. We want to know what they really believe, what they really think. And I'm telling you that what that person believes is that owning slaves is good. If he says that owning slaves is good and he owns slaves, then he is practicing what he preaches. If he says that owning slaves is bad, but then he owns slaves, then we know that he doesn't really believe that owning slaves is bad. Because a person who truly preaches a good thing is not just telling you with his words, he has to communicate with his actions. So what you do is representative of the true value of your morality. So good is not what someone says. For example, let me ask you a question about the hijab. Is it good for a woman to wear a hijab all the time?
I don't know.
Is it bad
Depends on the
for
woman.
Is it bad for a woman to wear a hijab?
I don't know. It depends on the woman.
So now you're saying that that good and evil is a matter of perspective. You're now making my point.
No, you asked
I
me a
rest my
question and
case.
I've answered. I
I
don't know
rest
whether
my
it's good
case.
for them to wear a
My
hijab.
brother,
It
I
depends
rest
on the
my
woman's
case.
perspective.
Yes. There's no need to keep arguing. You've answered my question. You've rested my case. That's why I told you. There's no good and evil. That's why you said you don't know. You don't know. If good and evil was something that was set in stone, you would know if it's good, because it would not be just a matter of perspective. It will not depend on one person. That comes down to
Okay,
the idea of
can I ask you a
morality.
question? You've
That
asked
that
me all
comes
your
down to the
questions.
matter
I've
of
tried to answer. Can I
morality.
ask you a couple questions now? Can I ask you a couple questions? In the
Sure.
same line of action? Yeah.
Sure.
Is it good for a human being to go to the bank, break it, and steal money from there?
I don't believe in good and evil, but if that person thinks that it's good, then it's good for them.
No. You don't answer it that way, because when you asked me a question, you expected me to answer it as me. So
Listen.
you should do the same to
There is
yourself. Put yourself to the
listen.
same
Hold up,
standard.
brother.
Put yourself to the same standard.
Yes.
Is
Hold
it
up.
good for a human being to go to the bank and steal money?
I cannot put myself to the same standard because I don't believe in good and evil. You believe in good and evil, so you have to take into
Oh my
consideration.
God.
You have to take into consideration, brother. Listen carefully before
Oh
you ask
my
your
God.
question. Before you ask that question, take into consideration what I believe. Just like I took into consideration what you believe when I was asking you my question. So, considering that I'm a person who doesn't believe in good and evil, ask me that question again. And you should expect the answer
Okay.
of someone who doesn't believe in good and evil. If not, you're a fool. Why are
Okay.
you asking someone who doesn't believe good and evil what is good and what's bad?
Okay, so let me ask you the question again. Okay, I got two of them, three of them rather. Is it good for someone to go to the bank and steal, break in, steal, kill a couple people, plus the bodyguard or whatever, and then take money and go away?
If it's good for them, it's good for them.
Okay, from the perspective of the person that was killed, is it good?
If it's good for them, it's good for them.
How is it good for them?
I'm not them. How am I supposed to know?
Okay, so it's not bad. So you believe now that there is good. You don't believe in evil.
Again, I said that I don't believe in good and evil. That's why I said if it's good for them, it's good for them. Because I don't see that situation based of good and evil. You see what
Okay.
I'm saying?
Do you
Take into
let me
consideration someone who doesn't believe in good and evil. You think that good and evil is the only way that we can measure?
okay, let me ask you another question, please. Anything that happens in the world, it doesn't matter, irrespective of what happens. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that actions have consequences and there's intended and unintended consequences. So the intended consequences from somebody else's perspective might be unintended consequences from my perspective. What I'm trying to make sure as I live in this world as a human being is that no matter what is happening around me, no matter what I'm doing, my actions and other people's actions around me should bring about intended consequences from my perspective. For example, I don't think that anyone should cause pain to children, right? So any action that brings about the intended consequence of causing pain to children, I will retaliate based on that.
And because you think that's bad, right?
No, because I know what pain feels like, and I think that pain is
So is pain
overwhelming.
good? Is pain good or is pain
Yes,
bad?
pain can be good and pain can be bad.
So because you are retaliating and trying to give some consequences, does that make that action good or bad?
The action being good or bad depends on the person who's doing the action. From my
No, I'm
perspective,
talking about your reaction now. Your reaction. That
oh,
child was molested, raped by 7 adults, and you
yes,
found that to be good, right?
no,
Okay, why not?
I don't find it to be evil either
Then why are you retaliating?
because we don't want it. We don't want
Why
anyone
don't
to
you
endure
want it?
pain
Why don't you want it?
because it's not just.
Why isn't it just? If something is not just, it means it's not good. Just
No,
means right, righteous.
if something
You
is
just rested
listen,
my case right here. You've
listen,
rested
brother,
my case.
listen, brother,
Accept it, brother.
listen,
Accept it
brother,
this time around. Please
listen,
accept it because it's
listen.
not
Stop
just.
running your mouth, brother, and listen.
Because it's not
Do
just.
you understand what it means when something is unfortunate and when something is fortunate? Do you know the difference between fortune and misfortune?
I understand what's fortunate to be
Okay.
fortunate and
Okay.
unfortunate is, and I believe
Our
that something which is fortunate
listen,
is. Can I
listen,
give you my perspective? Can I give you a complete answer?
listen. You've already given me the answer I want to hear.
Fortunate is
No
good,
problem.
unfortunate is bad. That's my perspective.
Fortunate is good, and unfortunate is
Unfortunate is
bad.
bad.
So
Yes.
if you're fortunate to own slaves that do work for you for free, is that good?
No, it's not good in my
But you
view.
said fortunate is good.
Yes, that's why I told you that.
If you're
Because
walking down the street, and you find money and you got fortunate to find that money, it's exactly what you need to solve
in
your
the same
problems.
in the same light,
Brother,
in the
answer
same
the
light, like you found
question.
it unfortunate for that
Answer the
child to be raped.
question.
That's how I found it
Answer the
unfortunate
question.
for.
Answer the question. Stop giving other
Why are you
examples so as
deflecting?
to
Stop
deflect.
deflecting.
Okay?
Stop deflecting.
Answer
Now
the
you're deflecting.
question. Answer
Ask
the
your question,
question.
Mr. Bakanga.
Answer the
Ask your
question.
question. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead. Ask your question.
If you are walking down the street and you found money that is not yours, but it's exactly what you need, you don't know who has the money, what would you do?
I will take that money to the police station and declare it.
Do
After
you
30
think?
days, if nobody comes for it, it's mine. That's what I'll
What?
do.
Hold up. Why is it yours after 30 days?
Because nobody came for it.
So
I
if you
declared it. I did the right thing. I followed the law.
no, bro, if you took it on the first day, what's the difference between taking it on the first day and on the
No, I'm not
30th
taking
day?
it. I'm taking the money to the police station. I'm not keeping the money with me.
No, listen to me. What if you did take that money on the
No,
first
no, no,
day
no, no. Don't
and you
do that.
never,
I cannot take it. Don't suppose that.
brother,
I cannot take it. I
brother,
cannot do that. Don't suppose that. If you can do that, I cannot do that. Don't put me
brother,
in that category, please.
brother, answer the
Can you take
question.
the money? Can you
Brother,
take the money?
answer the question. Just stop talking over me, bro. Listen to the question and answer directly. What is the difference between the person who takes the money home on the first day and the person who takes the money home on the 30th day?
The difference is that one person followed the legal law and procedures, and the money became rightfully his as per the law of the land. And then the other side of the story is the person who took it on the first day without declaring it is a thief. And
So
to
you're
me,
saying,
that's wrong.
so you're saying that the law of the land determines what's good in that land, right?
Yes, even in the Bible, even in your
Okay,
opinion, it says that.
relax. What if after you've used the money on the 31 day, the person who has the money comes in with the police and found that they have lost the money and that they need their money back, that the money was to take their mother to the hospital and
The
you've already
law
used the money?
becomes precedent in that instance. The law supersedes whatever happens after that 30th day.
Brother,
That's it.
brother, listen again. I'm asking you based on what is good. Will you give that person back that money?
If I have some left, I'll give them and say, hey,
No,
I
no,
went to the
no. Whether
police.
you have
Wait,
it left or
no,
not.
listen,
No,
brother. Allow me to
brother,
answer the question.
brother.
Allow me to answer the
Listen,
question.
no, that's not what I'm
If I
asking
had
you.
spent
Listen,
$1,
listen to my question.
yes, sir.
What if that person comes to you or comes to the police and you find out after 40 days that the person who had that money is looking for their money? Will you give it back to them? Even if
If
you
they
have
go
to
to the
work for it?
police will tell them that it's already 40 days. They don't have claim to that
I'm
money no more.
asking
If they
you,
happen to find me, listen,
brother,
no, let me land now.
I
Let me
am
land.
asking
If they happen
you,
to come to me,
brother,
let me
stop
land,
talking.
please,
No,
sir.
I don't want you to land. If I say no, it's because I don't want you to land.
If
What
I
if
can land, then
I'm
how do I
asking
answer your
you,
question?
brother, because I'm trying to ask you the question and whether you can answer. Listen carefully. I'm asking you based on what you think is good. Do you think it will be good to give the person back their money since the money wasn't yours to begin with or not?
Yes, I will think it's good.
Okay, so will you give that person back their money even if you have to work for it?
Yes, I will do that.
Okay, so why are you arguing? Why are
No,
you
because
arguing?
you
The
didn't
police.
allow me to land. If you had given me the chance, I would have said what I was saying, and I would land to I'll come back to the
But
same conclusion. I would have come to the same conclusion. I would have come to the same conclusion.
brother,
The
check this
police will
out.
tell them they have no legal claim to that money, but if they come to me, I'll give them that money if I have some, and if I have spent the money, I'll be willing to work for that money and give them back their money. And that's me. I don't know
Now,
about you.
okay, check this out.
So
So
what will
you,
you do? Answer that question from your own perspective. What will you do? Just answer that question. Please answer that question.
stop talking.
Please,
No,
Bakanga,
I
please
won't
answer
answer
that
the
question. What
question.
would you
I'm
do?
still talking, bro. It's still my show
Why
now, bro.
not?
Listen,
Why not?
because I want to ask you something. So now
Okay,
that
go
you
ahead,
think
ask me.
so you think that it would be good to give that person back the money, regardless of how long you've had that money.
Yes.
What about the person who refuses to give that person the money because the law of the land says that after 30 days, the money belongs to the person who found it? Is it good?
That person has no fault at all.
Is it good to not
Because
give
I
the
will
money
give that
back?
money
Is it good to not give the money
because
back?
after the 30 days, yes,
Is
it is
it
good because
good?
it is the law of
Is
the
it
land.
good to not give the money back?
After the 30 days, yes.
Is it good to give the money back after 30 days?
Yes.
Okay. If you take my shit, let's say there's no law, and I come and ask you, does it change the fact that you're a
Oh,
thief?
if there's no law, you ain't getting that money back.
Brother, whether there is a law, what I'm telling you is that if good and evil was an objective standard, bro, taking that money that's not yours, whether which law or anyone says it, it will still make you a
Exactly.
thief. It will still make you a thief. Do you understand that? Even if you give the person money
Yes, I know
back,
that. I know
listen,
that.
listen,
That's why I would give that money back under any
listen,
circumstance. But that doesn't mean
listen,
you, Bakanga, will give that money
brother,
back.
brother, listen, listen.
Yes, sir.
When you found that money on the road, you have two options. If there's an objective standard of good, you take it to the police station and you never go back there concerning that money in any shape or form. Or you just leave it and you keep going your way. You don't get involved. The moment you took that money and you even considered it yours and you even used it, you're a thief. Do you understand that?
Exactly. Exactly, I know
do,
that.
do you understand that? So now, do you think it is good to be a thief?
Depending on the law,
Do you
no.
think it is good to be a thief? Not depending on anything, just in general. Do you think it's good to be a thief?
Oh, okay. Wait. Reframe your question. Maybe I didn't hear you clearly.
Do
Because the
you
line was
think
breaking.
it's
You
good
said
to be a thief in general?
it is not good to be a thief in general.
Okay, so why did you take the money after 30 days?
Because that's what the law states. Maybe I didn't hear your question. Maybe I'm asking because
So if the law of the land tells you to be a thief, you will be a thief?
the law did not say that it's a thief. The law states that you have
No,
to
the law
report
is
that
not
money.
what defines a thief. The point, if you take something that doesn't belong to you, you're a thief. It doesn't matter
No, the
how,
law
what,
defines
or
who is a
where.
thief.
Brother, my question to you is, are you a thief?
Okay. No, I'm not a thief.
So why did you take something which doesn't belong to you?
How did I take something that doesn't belong to me?
The money
How?
did not belong to you. You didn't work for it.
Yep, I found it. I went to the proper procedures of the land.
No, whether there's proper procedure or not, because check this out. If the law tells you to be a thief, will you be a thief?
No.
Okay, so when the law gave you the money that was not yours, the law told you to
After
be a
30
thief.
days.
Yes, after 30 days, the law told you to be a thief, and you chose to be a thief.
No. As per the law, you are not a thief. If you take it before 30 days, you are a thief.
Bro,
After
the
30
law
days, you're
the
not
law
a thief.
is not what determines who a thief is. The
The
thief
law
is an
is what
idea.
determines who a thief is.
Yeah, bro, tell me, what is a thief?
Very, very simplistically, someone taking something that is not theirs as per the law. As per the law. Don't forget the last statement.
So if there's no law and you take something that's not yours, you're not a thief?
If there's no law, there's nothing binding to make you a thief. For example, if there's no Ten
Hold up,
Commandments,
bro.
let's go back to the Bible.
Brother.
Let's go back to the Bible.
No. We're not going back to no Bible. We're not going back to no Bible. I'm asking you, what is a thief?
As per the law.
Not as per any law, simply the definition of the word. What is a thief?
No, you give me that because the only definition I know is per the law. If you have another definition,
brother, I'm gonna do you a favor. I will look up the dictionary definition of the law of the word thief.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, sir. That's why I like discussing with you. I like your insight into things. I like how in-depth you like to.
This is a thief.
Go.
A thief
Okay.
is a person who steals another person's property, especially by stealth and without using force or violence. That's it. A similar word for the word thief is robber, burglar, housebreaker. The origin of the word thief is thief, of Germanic origin, related to the Dutch word dief and the Germanic word diet, also to theft. These are the similes of the word theft, of the word thief. A robber, a burglar, a housebreaker, a cat burglar, a shoplifter, a pickpocket, a sneak thief, a murderer, a larcenist, a stealer, a pelliferer, a poacher, an embezzler, a swindler, a criminal, a villain, a kleptomaniac, a raider, a looter, a plunderer, a pillager, a marauder, a bandit, a brigand, a pirate, a highwayman, a dacoit, a hold-upper, a crook, a cracksman, a steamer, a yak, second-story man's worker, a thief, tea leaf, cut purse, and pick purse, a footpad, a lurcher, a percolator, a defaculator. Now,
Okay.
the definition of thief that you're giving me.
Let me ask you a simple question from what you've read.
No, brother, hold up, let me finish. The
Okay, go
definition
ahead.
that you are trying to isolate the word thief to, bro, when you mention the law, is what is known as a criminal. But a criminal is not the only context from which a person is a thief. That's what you don't know. So when you say to me is that you think a thief is a criminal because there is a law, right? You're a criminal when you violate the law of a land. That's true. But you don't need to violate any laws to be a shoplifter, to be a pickpocket, to be a larcenist, to be a stealer, to be a poacher, to be an embezzler.
Can you tell me one land, one country that says that pickpocket is legal? That says to be a pickpocket is legal. That says to steal something without force is legal. Tell me one country in the world. One.
Brother.
That doesn't make it criminal. Tell me one.
Brother, in San Francisco and in the Oakland, California, in the Bay, California area, in the county, the Alameda County, you can legally steal $900 and you will not go to jail. It's not considered a crime.
Is California a country? I said name one
brother,
country.
Brother,
if the state you're not legal, it doesn't mean that federally you are not liable.
Gordon, it is a law.
You're liable.
Gordon.
Yes, sir.
Even the federal law cannot arrest you because the federal law doesn't govern. Countries work compartmentally. There's different states and counties that make laws to govern the people. Civil rights, right? Civil laws. So civil laws is still within the country. And this law is in the United States, but in a specific part of the United States that governs millions of people in the San Francisco, Oakland area. You can legally steal $900. The problem was that,
from
bro,
who?
From anyone in any place. Let me explain to you. Listen carefully, bro. So here in California,
I don't believe in that law.
I don't give a shit whether you believe in it or not. It's the law.
We gotta have to talk in the back class. You know when they talk about back class now about that. So you send me that. You send me that link. You send me that link. Oh.
Is there anybody who lives in the Bay Area in the comment section? Tell me if I'm lying or not. It's true, bro. I live here in California right now. The reason, bro, if you go, there's some places in California, bro, you go to Walmart, they have barricaded everything. Everything is in cages.
Honestly, I never knew about that.
Yes, they have barricaded. And the reason, if someone says New York City is the same. Let me tell you why. They made that law, bro.
Honestly, I don't know about that.
Listen, let me tell you why they made that law. Because the prison system was full of people who committed petty crimes. And then the prison system cannot handle all those people. So the lawmakers were like, wow, we cannot continue bringing these people into the jail systems, feeding them for little petty crimes. And most of these people are homeless people that going to prison is a better lifestyle than living in the street. So people will go and steal so you can put them to prison so they can enjoy the food. The prison cannot handle it. So the law made and said the law. They made a law saying that you can legally steal $900. And you know what happens? People steal. If you park your car, in San Francisco and you leave anything in it, your car will be broken into. It is
the
a
question
common.
I'm going to ask you right now is: does that make it right,
brother? You are the one who told me.
No, answer yes or no. Does that make it right? It's a yes or no question, Bakanga. It's a yes or no question.
From my perspective, it is neither right nor wrong.
No, yes or no.
It is neither right nor wrong.
Yes or no? It's a yes or no question.
I don't know.
It's a yes or no question.
I don't know. I don't know if it makes it right. I don't know if it. Listen carefully. Yes, I don't know if it is right for them to be able to follow the law of the land, because if they don't follow the law of the land, they're not law-abiding citizens. But then if they break into someone's car, they're causing somebody else pain. So is it really a matter of right or wrong? Not to me. To me, I think it is unfortunate. I think it's unfortunate. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's wrong. I think it's unfortunate.
Is it right for unfortunate circumstances to overwhelm fortunate circumstances? Tell me.
No, it is neither right nor wrong, because when something unfortunate happens, it means that there was no other way for it to happen. So listen. Let me teach you something. Let me teach you something.
So
Let me teach you
if
something.
people decide, can I ask you a question?
No,
Okay,
no, no,
teach me,
no,
then
no,
I'll
no.
ask you the
Hold on,
question.
hold
Teach
on,
me,
hold
then I'll
on,
ask you
hold
the
on.
question.
The
Yeah, teach me,
reason
then I'll
why
ask.
it is preferable to see the world the way I do is because it allows me to show kindness to both the person who has done something unfortunate and someone who is the victim of something
And I respect
unfortunate.
you for showing kindness.
Listen. I will not discriminate between both of them. I just need to have the intelligence to give everyone appropriately the consequences of their actions to deliberate. So if
Do
I
you
was a
feel
judge,
that the law of the land is discriminating against people for sending people to jail when they do something wrong? Do you think that's a discrimination?
no, that's not discrimination.
Then why do you think that there is no wrong?
Because it could be right to steal $900 by the law, but from the perspective of the person from whom
Okay, let's go
you stole from,
901 cent.
it could be wrong.
901 cent. No, let's not stick to 900. 901 cent. Is it right to overwhelmingly steal 901 cent from a Dollar Tree every day because you know you can?
It is neither wrong nor right from my perspective. Listen,
Yeah.
okay. Let me teach you something a little bit, okay? Let me teach you something.
Go
Actually,
ahead.
you need to listen to this carefully.
Okay, I
One
got you.
thing that I have learned in my journey through the
Uh-huh.
human world is that no human being is solely the reason for their outcome. That the
Okay.
actions of people is affected by the actions of people around them and everyone they've encountered since the day they were born. So
That is true.
the thief who stole from me today did not become a thief on his own. He also became a thief due to where he was born, who raised him, every bad word people ever told him, every good word people would have ever told him, every time he got into conflict. He is a product of a series of decisions that, if you really look at it, he might just be a victim in a system. So if I can sit here and say, oh, it's wrong, it will not change the fact that that person went through what they went through and then they would have done what they did regardless. If I sit over here and say, it's right, it doesn't change that. What I'm most concerned about is, how do I act? What is it that is going to govern the action that I'm going to take? The action that I'm going to take cannot be biased. I cannot treat that person in excess of what they deserve for what they've done. And I
The
cannot treat
question I'm
that
going to
person.
ask you is that, and I'm not cutting you short, is do you think that because other people are, what we are experiencing now is influenced by other people, do you think that is right for us to do wrong?
Damn, I have never
That's a
gotten
good
a
one.
lion
That's
on
a good
TikTok,
one
bro.
right there.
Yeah, man.
That's a good one right there.
I don't know who Logos is,
Give
but
him more
man,
lions, please. Come on,
man,
people. That is
man,
great. That is great. That
man,
is great. But let that not
man.
distract you back. Listen
No,
to this.
I am distracted. I am distracted.
Okay.
I am distracted.
Thank you. I
If
love
you're a
that.
TikTok host and you don't get distracted by a lion, then something is wrong
There's
with
nothing
you.
with this. Exactly.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to whoever sent me that lion, bro. Like, that goes a long way. That's like gas in my car for a whole week. You know what? I cannot
Exactly.
underestimate that.
Exactly.
So now,
Yep.
Gordon, go ahead. What was your question?
I got distracted too, but let me think for a second. Okay. So, do you think that it is right because I know that my life has been a product of the actions of other people? Do you think it's right for me to do wrong when I have the conscience in me to know and decipher what is good and bad?
I don't know if you have the conscience, because your conscience is a product of your experiences. What people believe to be right or wrong is 100% a product of their experiences. It's not inherent. You
Come on,
learn.
how
If
can you say that? How can you say that? How can you say
I will
that?
teach you. I will teach you. That is why
Okay, teach me.
that's why a woman who grows up in America, her conscience will not tell her that it is wrong for her to wear a bikini and walk down the street. Because in her conscience, she did not learn that. Her conscience, her society has already told her, and her experiences have already told her that's not bad. But a woman in the Middle East will not walk down the street in a bikini, even if she doesn't believe in wearing a hijab, because her conscience, which is governed and affected by her experiences, has told her that that is bad. But from my perspective, the woman who chooses not to walk down the street with a bikini, she's neither right nor wrong. The woman who chooses to walk down the street in the beginning, she's neither right or wrong, because how I interact with those women is not based on who they are, it's based on my ability to control myself. So I know that I will not objectify the woman who walks down the street with a bikini, and I know that I will not condemn the woman who chooses to cover up. They are human beings, and they get to choose how they display themselves. There is no right and wrong. Now, there might be some men who cannot control themselves, so they will make some laws saying that all women must cover up. That is because of those men's insecurity. If those men were disciplined within
here. Let's talk about men a little bit, okay? Do you think it is right for a man who is married, have 5 kids, and he's going about sleeping with other women, causing heartaches, and abandoning his kids overnight, not giving them money or food or anything because you don't know if something is right or wrong? Do you think it is right or wrong for those kids to be home? A married man with 3 kids at home, not providing for his kids, but he's around gallivanting all around. Tell me, is it right or wrong?
For me, it's not wrong. Neither is it right.
You see how silent you are? Because that touched you. You see how silent you are?
Listen.
Listen.
Gordon, what was my answer? What was my answer?
Your answer is you're still talking to me. You have not.
No. What was my answer? What was my answer to your question? What was my answer? What was my answer to the question?
You did not answer me because it's a yes or no answer question. Is it right or wrong?
Okay, ask the question again.
Is it right or wrong for a man who has 3 kids at home with a wife that they've been married for 25 years, and then the man is out there gallivanting, spending money, getting drunk, not taking care of his wife and kids? Is it right or wrong?
It is right.
It is right. So it means that there is right or wrong, right? So you just rested my case right there. You rested my case, Bakanga. You rested my case. You rested my case. You said it is right. You said it is right. You said it is right.
I know what I said.
You said it is right. No,
I know
don't
what I
explain
said.
that. You said it is right.
I know what I said.
And I don't need any explanation from you at this moment.
No, of course. You don't need to need an explanation because clearly you haven't been listening to our entire conversation, right? Your brain must just be that slow.
Goodness.
Listen. How do you think? Listen.
Okay, talk.
How do you think I would have answered that question based on what?
I'll say it is wrong.
Listen, I'm asking you a question. How do you think I would have answered, bro? How do you think I would have answered that question based on my ideology? Which answer do you think I would have said it was, right or wrong?
Based on your ideology, I think there is no correct answer that you can give me. Let me answer why. Because your ideology is wrong. Your ideology is false.
Brother,
is not in line with the law. Yes,
brother,
sir. Yes, sir.
Why are you so easy to manipulate?
I'm not gullible. I'm not gullible.
Brother, why are you so easy to manipulate? You're making yourself easy for me to make you look stupid. But I don't want to actually do that. So that's listen.
Do that.
Okay, it is stupid for you to consistently ask the person who've told you that they don't really believe in right and wrong. They don't see anything as right and wrong. What is right or what is wrong?
You just told me it is right.
Listen. Okay.
If you don't believe in right or wrong, why did you say it's right?
To cater to your ego. That's what I'm going to do the experiment. I'm going to show you again.
No.
Listen.
Now you don't do reverse psychology. Now you're just trying to do reverse psychology right here.
Stop talking. Now ask me that question.
Psychology won't work.
Gordon. Ask me that question again.
You know the question, answer it.
No. I want you to vocalize it. There might be some guests that entered right here who didn't hear the first time. Ask the question again, and I'll give you another answer.
Do you know the question that I asked before I ask you?
Brother,
do you know the question?
Ask the question again. Just do it, man. Don't make it complicated.
He's thinking now. Okay, let me ask the question. A man is married to a woman for more than 15 years. They have 3 kids at home. And that woman is dependent on that man, but that man doesn't take care of the wife nor the children, but yet still he makes a lot of money and he's out there gallivanting, having the F stuff with several other women out there while his kids are at home dying of hunger and poverty. Is it right or wrong?
It's wrong.
Then why did you say it was right in the first instance?
Check this out. Let me ask you a question, okay?
No.
Wait. Gordon.
Why did you say it was right? So you don't know what is right or wrong?
Gordon.
And then the second thing is
Gordon,
the second
Gordon,
thing
Gordon,
is
Gordon,
you
I
said
will
there is no
really
right or
hate
wrong, right?
Gordon,
You say you don't
Gordon,
believe in right or wrong,
Gordon,
right?
Gordon. I
You
don't
don't.
want to
Do
be
you
muting
believe in
you.
right or wrong?
Gordon, I don't want to be muting you. Keep quiet, bro, please. It's still
Do
my
you believe in
show.
right or wrong?
Brother, it's still my show. If you want me to
I
drop you,
know.
I will drop you. So behave yourself. Hold up. Listen.
Yeah, you can drop me, but I don't expect you to do that.
Listen. Gordon, when you asked me the question the first time, I said it was right, right?
Yes.
Now you asked me the question the second time, I said it was wrong, right?
Yes.
Now tell me, what do I believe based on those two answers? If you're
It
smart,
tells me that you don't know what you believe. You don't know what you believe.
that's the conclusion.
Yes, that's my conclusion.
Okay. Now let me teach you something. Listen carefully. If your judging of my morality is simply based on what I would say rather than what I would do, it's because you're a fool. You should ask me rather than asking me if it's right or wrong. Ask me, hey Bakanga, will you go out if you had your wife? Will you cheat on her?
Another one. Drop me now. Drop me and see the lions keep coming. Bakanga, you can drop me. I want you to drop me. And let those lions keep coming. Drop me, Bakanga.
Gordon,
No, drop me, please. Drop me.
Gordon. I don't know who Logos is, but Logos might be somebody that knows me, man. And listen, Gordon,
Yes, sir.
Gordon,
Yes, sir.
check
Go
this
ahead.
out.
Go ahead.
If you want to really know the quality of my being, you shouldn't have just asked me the question hypothetically. You should have asked me the question directly. Check this out. If you wanted to really know where my stance was, instead of telling me that, hey, Bakanga, if a man has a woman at home, he has children, and instead of taking care of his wife and children, he's going around, sleeping around, doing all type of thing, gambling, is it right or wrong? Rather than asking me the question that way, you should have said to me, Bakanga, if you have
I
a
cannot
wife,
ask you the question that way because I know why I asked you.
brother,
Ask me why you don't ask me the
let me
question
finish
that way.
talking. If
Don't
you
tell
should
me
have
that.
asked, you should have asked me
why I asked you the question that way.
brother, let me finish talking so you understand what
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying. You should have asked me the question in this way.
No, I shouldn't have.
If you really wanted to know
You're being
my
a dictator,
stance,
yeah.
bro, if you really wanted to know my stance, you should have asked
Yes.
the question. This is a matter of IQ. Maybe you just don't know how to ask questions. That's why you're not a
Oh
detective,
yeah, I
obviously.
don't know how to ask questions.
Okay.
Then you
Of
know how to
course,
answer
then,
them. You're saying yes
bro,
to and no to the same question, and you know how to answer questions.
brother,
Yes,
relax.
sir.
Relax.
Why do you want me to relax? So you can gullible my mindset? No, I'm not relaxing.
Do you know why you're not relaxing? Because you're afraid that I'll make you look stupid. Because you set
No, you said
yourself
you're
up.
gonna make me look stupid. I'm not ashamed of looking stupid because I believe in a
Okay,
God. No,
then
I
no
cannot do that.
problem. No problem, Gordon. Listen carefully. Okay,
Yes,
let me
sir.
finish my statement. Any human being right here, right now, listening to us, who really wanted to know what Bakanga stands for, where Bakanga's mind is, would not have asked me that question hypothetically. You would have said to
Nah.
me, bro, let me
No.
finish talking.
Talk.
You would have said to me, Bakanga, if you have a wife and kid at home, in fact, you would have even said, Bakanga, do you have a wife? I would have been like, either okay, yes or no. And then if I said no, you would have been like,
You're
okay,
handsome.
Bakanga.
You should surely have a wife. I know that you have a wife.
Brother, relax. You would have said, hey, Bakanga, do you have a wife? And if I said no, you would have then said,
Bakanga,
okay,
I know you
Bakanga.
have a wife. So
Bro, can you not interrupt me, please?
Skip that side. Skip it. Skip that side. Talk something else. You see?
Logos. Gordon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm going to mute you the next time you interrupt me. Just so you know in advance. Okay.
Okay, then you don't interrupt me too. I'm not gonna interrupt you. I promise you, but don't interrupt me too.
I can do whatever I want. It is my show. I'm just asking you to be a good guest.
I am a good guest.
Yes, that's why I'm having a conversation with you. So stop interrupting me. It's not funny. If you would have said to me, hey Bakanga, if you have a wife at home, would you go around? So when you say would you, that's a direct question. You're asking me directly, not for me to tell you what I think, but for me to tell you what I would do. So that by telling you what I would do, that will give you a better answer to the quality of my actions. Then you can now observe to see if I would do what I said I would do. Rather than me telling you what I think, and then I can change that at any time, and then you still will not know what type of person I am. So you say, Bakanga, would you go out and cheat on your wife? Can
I ask you that question now? Let me ask you the question. Let me rephrase that question.
Okay,
Let me ask you the question now. I'm going to ask you
ahead.
the question now.
Yeah, go
I'll
ahead.
rephrase it. I'll word it a little bit differently. Bakanga, I want you to tell me, would you go out and cheat on your wife after you've had her for 15 years, 3 beautiful kids, right? And you're making a lot of money from Wall Street, but you spend that money on prostitutes, and you name it. Or, right? Do you think it is right or wrong to do that, and why?
Bro, you just asked me 2 questions.
Yes, I said I'll word it differently. Didn't I tell you? I said it
Again,
before I asked the question.
Gordon,
So answer the question, please. Don't defrain from
Gordon,
that question. Answer the
Gordon,
question. Yes,
Gordon.
sir. Yes, sir.
That's why you should have let me finish saying what I was saying earlier before you hastily interrupted me to say I will rephrase it. This is how you should ask the question. And then after I'm done, you should ask me the question the way I've said it. Then I'll give you an honest answer, okay?
What do you want me to ask
Bakanga,
it the way you want me to ask?
listen, let me finish talking.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
You
Go
need to
ahead.
hear what I have to say.
Go ahead.
Bakanga, will you go out and cheat on your wife, beat your children, beat your wife, gamble all your money away, spend all your money on prostitutes? Bakanga, would you do that? That's simple. If you wanted to know the quality of my being, you just ask a simple, direct question. No need to play linguistic gymnastics. No way to ask the question in a way that I will be vague with you. Ask the question in a way that when I answer the question, I'll have no choice but to answer directly in the most direct way that will let you know what's going on in my mind.
Okay, then answer now because I've asked you the question. Answer.
So now, ask me the question in that way. Just
I'm
directly.
going to ask you the way that I feel it is direct, and I need an answer from you. Okay, take a call.
It's an alarm. Ask the question.
Okay, I'm going to ask you the question the way I feel it is direct, and I need a straightforward answer from you. Please,
brother,
us.
I've said to ask the question the way I prescribe to you so I can demonstrate that to you. It's an experiment. Stop trying to be egoistic. Ask the question.
No, because it's an experiment, I have the right to test different theories.
Brother, ask the question in the way that I said to ask it directly. Bakanga, will you go out and cheat on your wife, on your children, and beat your children, beat your wife, gamble all your money? It's a yes or no question.
Would you do that?
Ask me the question in a yes or no way. Now, rephrase the question out of your own mouth and ask it directly as a yes or no question, rather than a right or wrong question.
Okay, let me ask you a question in a yes or no way. A question.
No, ask me that question first.
Okay, just answer the question first. Yes or no?
Yes or no what?
Would you go out and beat and cheat on your wife?
No.
Perfect. Do you think, yes or no, do you think it is good or evil for someone to do that?
I don't know.
Why not?
Because the reason why I wouldn't do it is because logically I don't want to deal with the consequences and the drama. I just don't like drama. That's the only reason.
So would you, in a very peaceful and nice and happy conscience, go out to eat with somebody that you know doesn't treat the wife and kids well, but they are willing to give you food at home?
Ask that question again.
Where you don't need that money. You don't need it. You don't need it. But okay, me, Gordon, I have a wife and I have 3 kids at home, okay? And I don't give a F about them. I've been married with my wife for 15 years. She doesn't work, she depends on me, but I don't give an F whether she eats or the kids eat or have clothing. But I see you on the street and you know that that's how I behave. And I say, hey, come on, let's go to the pub. Let's go get a drink or 2. Would you go conscience, happy, when you know you don't need it? Would you go and drink with me and eat that money? And
yeah, if you're my friend.
Yes or no, yes or no, yes or no, yes or no, yes or no?
Yeah, yes.
With a clear conscience.
With a conscience as clear as the sky.
Okay. And is that because you think what I'm doing is good or bad? Not in respect to my friendship with you, but in respect to how
I don't care what another man do when that's grown enough to understand the consequences of his actions. I'm not a dictator over here to tell you what's right or wrong when you already know. All I know is that if you ask for my opinion, I'll be like, yo, bro, you know that these consequences that you're doing, your wife is probably not going to be happy with you. She might divorce you, take your kids, right? Are you willing to live with that consequences? If he says yes, then that's his business.
For real?
For shizzle, of course. For real.
Okay, so then that brings me now to this question. And I want you to answer me with a yes or a no answer. Promise.
Ask the question.
Yes
Ask the question.
No, promise first.
Question.
No, promise first. Promise.
Brother, ask the question.
I'm not gonna ask that question until you promise it's a yes or a no. Definitely yes.
No. I will answer the question yes or no. Answer.
Okay, let me skip that question. Let me tease you a little bit.
Bro, ask the question.
No, I'm not going to ask that question because you don't want to promise me that you answer with a yes or a no.
Bro, when was the last time you promised me that you answer me a question with a yes or no? Why are you
The
strange?
last time you asked me, and I
Ask the
did.
question. Ask the question.
I need you to promise that you answer with yes or no first before I ask the
Bro,
question.
I will answer the question with a yes or a no. Answer. Ask the question.
Okay, let me give you a teaser first. It's a serious question as well. Mr. Bakanga, in life today, okay, we have systems that has been established and are being modified, okay, to make sure that we as human beings, we treat each other in a respectful and cordial and nice fashion, okay? It is found all over the world in various forms, right? And we are still developing those systems, okay? And if today in one of those systems, be it the United States, be it Japan, be it Tanzania, be it call whatever country you want to call, okay? And it is stated in there that to steal is a crime. Do you think that law is good or bad?
Man,
Yes.
Locust cannot stop blessing me.
Exactly. Why are you thinking so much? Why are you thinking so much? You should know.
What was the question?
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'll just do it short form. In the United States of America, it is wrong mostly to steal, right? From a store, right? Right? Do you accept that?
Okay.
Do you accept that?
Okay.
No, it's a law. You know that, right? To go and steal from pull a gun on the cashier and say, give me all the money, and take that money and walk out, it's wrong, right?
It's against the law. Yes, sir.
It's against the law. Okay, do you think that law is good or bad?
I don't know.
You don't know.
How am I supposed to know if it's good or bad?
You have to have an opinion. We're in a free country that everybody should have an opinion. That's why.
And I'm telling you that I don't. As far as it being good or bad, I don't have an opinion.
It is good for me to come to your house and take your wife and take your kids and take your money and walk off, right?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know either.
You don't know.
In fact, check this out. Let me tell you something. If you come to my house, and you come and try to take my wife and my children, I will send you to your ancestors. Not because it was good, not because it was bad, but because I know what.
Let me take them and go away.
Brother,
you don't know. Just say take it and go. You don't know. Just sit quiet, drink your beer, and let me take them away.
Gordon.
Yes, sir.
Listen again. If you come to my house and take my wife and take my children and try to take my wife and my children, I will send you to the ancestors immediately.
Why? Why would you send me to the ancestors? Why?
Because
you don't know that it's good or bad. Let me take them and go. Let me take them and go.
Listen, no, I will not let you take them and go.
Why not?
Because it's good, right? I work hard to keep them.
Of course you do. You did. So and you don't know whether it's good or bad. Let me take your wife and your kids.
Even if it's good for you to come and take my wife and kids, I will still send you to your ancestors, whether it's bad or good. They are not understanding. My reaction will not be based on what good or evil is. It's simply gonna be based on what I think in that moment, based on what I feel I deserve. I'm going to send you to the ancestors. Listen to me, bro. Do you think it is good for people to get up and rebel against the government?
Yes. Free speech.
You think that it's good?
Yes, free speech. Point and clear. Okay. That's why I'm an American.
What if the government has done nothing wrong? Is it good for people to get up and rebel against the government?
It is good. The government is by the people and for the people.
You see, that's your problem.
No, it's not a problem. You've asked me a question and it says a problem. It's good to rebel against the government, and rebellion doesn't mean something wrong. Rebellion simply means that we need a change, we need improvement. If you're paying me $5,
then perhaps you did not understand my question.
Please ask it again.
Was it good for the southern states of the United States to rebel against the U.S. government when the U.S. government tried to end slavery? Was it good for them to get up and rebel against their government?
Yes, it was good.
So it was good for them to fight for slavery?
No. I'm saying that. No.
Listen.
Listen. No, don't try to turn the table.
No double standard. No double standard. No double standard. I will ask you the question again to give you the chance to really think carefully before you answer and put yourself in a hole. Okay?
Yes. No, I'm not going to put myself in a hole.
Was it good for the southern states of the United States to rebel against their government when their government was trying to end slavery?
There were people rebelling against the southern states, right?
No, the southern states were rebelling against the government because the central government was trying to end slavery.
Okay.
Was it good for them? Was it good for those southern states to rebel against the government?
Please just mute me right now. Let me go and sleep.
Nah, bro.
Okay, let me answer a question. Don't get distracted now.
Look at how many.
Because you're distracted. No, don't get distracted.
Look at how many coins you got. Listen again. Was it good for the southern states of the United States to rebel against their government when their government was trying to end slavery? Was that rebellion from the South good?
Yeah, it was good for the government because it motivated them to do more.
Good for which government?
It was good for the government. It was good for the government. It motivated them to do more.
Good for which government?
The government that was being rebelled against by the southern states.
So it was good for the government that the southern states decided to rebel?
Yes, because that motivated them more.
To do what? It motivated them more to do what?
To continue the fight of freeing all the slaves.
How many people died because of that rebellion?
It doesn't matter.
Oh! So yes. It doesn't matter. So okay.
Yes,
hold on.
I don't think you've scored a point. Come at me.
Gordon.
Yes,
Gordon,
yes, I'll bring
stop
you back
talking.
to the Bible.
Stop talking. Listen.
I will.
Gordon,
go ahead.
Stop talking.
Go ahead.
You realize that if the southern states would just have accepted that slavery go away, then nobody would have to die, right?
No, people cannot easily give away power. That's human nature.
Gordon, that's not what I've asked you. Do you realize that without the rebellion, if the southern states were able to come into an agreement without war, that slaves should be free, which the slaves eventually became free. Right? The slaves were going to be free anyways. If the southern states would have accepted that without fighting war, you realize that more than 600,000 people would not have had to die, right?
It's a possibility.
Okay. Do you think it is good to rebel against your government, or do you think it is bad to seek a peaceful way to solve a problem with the government?
It depends on the circumstance and situation.
Okay, so now good and evil depends.
Yes, it does.
Okay, that means that there is no objective good. That has literally been the point.
No. Because it depends on the circumstance and situation doesn't mean there's no objective good.
Gordon.
Please give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds,
Gordon,
please.
Gordon,
yes, sir. Go ahead.
Listen carefully. Our entire argument is because you kept saying that there is such thing as good as such thing as bad. And I said to you, if you remember the beginning of this conversation, if you remember the beginning of this conversation, I said to you, there is really no good and evil, because what people consider to be good is just people's perspective. You get it?
Yes.
It's not a real thing. Just like it was good for the guy in Germany to invade Poland.
Because it is a perspective doesn't make it non-existent.
It actually makes it non-existent because it is. Listen. Because it can be redefined in any type of way. It's
my
abstract.
Perspective right now that I want to go to McDonald's and buy me some burger and eat. It is a perspective, right? It doesn't mean that I'm not hungry. I'm hungry.
So check this out, okay? Do you think it's good to go to McDonald's?
Yes.
Okay, do you think it's bad to eat junk food?
Yes.
But you think it's good to go to McDonald's and eat junk food?
Yes.
Tell me how you're not a walking contradiction.
How am I a walking contradiction? I'm hungry.
Because you think.
Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question.
Bro, you think it is good. You think.
Give me a second.
You think it is good to eat.
Please.
Bro. Gordon.
Yes,
when I'm talking, you're not gonna make me to stop what I'm saying so you can say what you're saying. Stop doing that.
I'm just begging you
Gordon,
to give me a second. Let me
Gordon,
just
this
land.
is what you have said. You
Yes, sir.
said it is good to eat junk food by going to McDonald's, but it is bad to eat junk food.
Yes. And
How is
ask
that
me
not
why.
how can it be good and bad
Ask
to
me
eat a
why.
junk food at the
Ask me
same
why.
time?
Ask me
No,
why.
I don't need to ask you why. Gordon, did you know why I don't need to ask you why?
I don't know.
Because my IQ tells me that you have contradicted yourself. I'm smart
No.
enough. I don't need
No, I've not
explanation
contradicted
beyond
myself.
that.
You have not looked at all the parameters. You are a
I have,
scientist, man. You
I
should
have,
look at all
I
the
have, I
parameters.
have, I have
Look at
looked
all
at
the
all the
parameters.
parameters, and I asked you the question with
Yeah.
all the parameters necessary for me to know what I needed to know. I needed to know if you think that junk food is bad. That's all I needed to know. And
Okay.
you do not think
I
that junk
told you
food is
that junk
bad.
food is bad, but it's good to eat at McDonald's, and I'll tell you why. The reason is if McDonald's is my only option, I can go to McDonald's and eat that junk food for now. It doesn't mean that I'm going to die the next minute, but it doesn't also mean that if I eat McDonald's on a constant
Brother,
basis, then
brother,
I will
Gordon,
go
Gordon,
dead.
Gordon,
So it
what you've
depends on
said,
the amount of times you
Gordon,
go to McDonald's and consume
Gordon,
McDonald's food.
Gordon, Gordon,
Yes,
what
sir.
you've
Yes,
just
sir.
said right now is full of shit because I didn't
No
ask
way.
you,
No
I did
way.
not
No
ask
way.
you if McDonald's was your only option. You adding that part where McDonald's is
Then you
your
are
only
limiting the
option?
question. Why are
Brother,
you limiting the scope
Gordon,
of the question? You are a
Gordon,
scientist. We have to consider all the
Gordon.
various. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening right now.
Bro,
I'm
what's
listening.
wrong with you, bro?
I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm listening. Go ahead.
When you
I'm
change the
listening.
parameters of my question, it's because you couldn't answer it reasonably as asked. So you need
No,
to
I can
you need
ask. I can
let me
answer your
finish
question the way you
talking.
asked, but it will be
You
limiting.
need to set certain conditions to make it consumable. The moment that McDonald's is your only option, then I wouldn't have asked the question the way I asked. I will know logically that yes, of course, there's people who would drink salt water when salt water is the only
Okay,
option.
then ask your question,
Look,
stating that McDonald's is
Gordon,
not my only option.
Gordon,
Ask the question again.
Gordon,
Ask the question again.
Gordon,
Ask the question again.
Gordon, stop talking
Yes, sir.
over me, bro.
I'm sorry, bro.
Interrupting me doesn't make you smart. If I knew already that McDonald's was your only option, I wouldn't ask you the question because logic tells me that you would have no choice but to eat McDonald's. So when I ask you the question, if you will go to McDonald's, that is implying that you are intelligent enough to understand that McDonald's is not your only option. You can go to the store and get healthy food, but you choose to go to McDonald's to get junk food while thinking that junk food is bad when you could literally go eat something else which is not junk food, and yet you choose to intentionally eat junk food.
As per your question, it wasn't that confined and realistic the way you've explained it now. It wasn't set and in stone to say that.
There is no way you're that unintelligent. There's just
I
no
know,
way, bro.
I know, because you're not understanding me. That's why
It's
you're
not a
doubting
matter.
right now that I cannot be that
Listen, there is not a matter of not understanding, bro. Do you know why
You're
people
not
ask
understanding me.
questions, bro? And let me
Okay,
ask you.
sir.
Let me ask you a
Ask the
question.
question the way you asked it
No,
again.
no,
Let's
no, no,
talk
no,
about
no,
that
no, no,
question
no,
the way you
no, no,
asked it.
no,
Let's
no,
talk
no,
about that question.
no,
Let's
no.
talk about the question before I answer
No,
it.
calm down, calm down. What is the question, bro?
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah, what is the question?
A question is a statement that requires some form of explanation or response from another entity that is not posed. Yeah.
What is
That
the
entity can
purpose?
be
What is the purpose of a question?
it demands an answer
Why would someone ask a question?
because they require an answer from another entity or from the same individual that is asking the question.
Why would a question take a specific shape or form?
A specific shape or form can be derived when somebody is gearing towards a specific answer.
Thank you. So if I ask you, is it good to go to McDonald's? The very words that I use is very specific.
Yes, and I said it's good to go to McDonald's.
Okay. Is it good to go to McDonald's to eat junk food?
And I said yes, it was
Okay,
good.
okay. Is it good to eat junk food?
No, it's not. So going to McDonald's and to eat junk food doesn't make it right. It is not right. It doesn't make it right.
Brother, stop talking and listen. This
Yes, sir, go
is
ahead.
this is a nutshell in a conclusion because I've been talking to you over and over. I've been really wanting you to behave yourself. You don't behave yourself. You just keep deflecting. The reason why good and evil doesn't exist because thinking that something is good and thinking that something is evil doesn't deter people from acting in that way anyways. The purpose of morality is to govern our conduct. Any moral value, any moral standard that doesn't directly affect your conduct is not a real thing. You get what I'm saying? Hence, a person's morality, and even if something was good, what is good is what someone does. What you think, what someone thinks is good is not what they say, it's what they actually do. A person's morality is the action that they take in a specific circumstance rather than what they think of that specific circumstance. That's why you could think that eating junk food is bad, and yet when we observe your action, you go and eat junk food. So someone who's observing externally would know that this guy doesn't think that eating junk food is bad because he clearly is eating junk food. You see what I'm saying? So your words will contradict your actions. What that leads to is confusion in
You have
society.
just rested my case. Do you know that? You have just rested my case. Do you know that? Actions doesn't mean words or thoughts. Actions doesn't mean. You see, Bakaya, come. See what's happening? Come here, come and talk. You just rested my case. You rested my case. You
Brother,
rested my case.
Gordon.
Eating junk food and knowing that it's bad doesn't make it right. You can
What?
say it is good to go eat in McDonald's because
Gordon.
I'm starving, I'm hungry.
Gordon,
Yes,
there
sir.
is no way you are that slow. I have quite literally simplified this and made it consumable. You telling me that going to McDonald's to eat junk food is a bad thing, and yet you do it, that makes you a hypocrite.
No.
Yes, that makes you a hypocrite. That means
Okay,
that
let
what
me
you
ask you a
really
question. Can I ask you a question?
listen,
Can I ask you a question, please?
listen.
Let me ask you a question. Let me
No,
ask you
no,
a question.
no, listen.
Ay,
Why?
yeah.
You are a Christian, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Thank you,
Why?
Jesus.
Why was Jesus considered to be perfect?
He had no sin.
What is sin?
Going against the will of God.
Okay, so everything Jesus said he would do, Jesus actually did it, right?
Yes.
That's what made him perfect, right?
Partly, yes.
What else made him perfect other than his ability to do what he says he would do?
He stood by the word of God and fulfilled it.
That's the same thing as doing what he said he would do.
Not necessarily, but yeah, go ahead. Just continue.
Yes,
Just continue.
necessarily. What are you talking about? Not necessarily. That's exactly what it is.
Not necessarily, because Jesus Christ did a lot of stuff. He did a lot of stuff.
And
he's
all the
still
things
doing
that
it
Jesus
today.
did.
He's still doing it today.
So did Jesus do
I'm
anything which
glad
was
now we're talking about Jesus.
brother?
Hallelujah.
Brother, stop doing that. Did Jesus Christ do anything which was not the will of God?
Nope.
Did Jesus Christ say anything which was not the will of God?
To my knowledge, nope.
So Jesus Christ did everything he said. That's why he's considered perfect, because he was able to execute his words as he said.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying as perfection. So we don't judge Jesus Christ as being good because he said a bunch of good things. You judge him as being good because he did what he said was good. And did it produce good results from your perspective?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know your Bible says that a good tree cannot produce bad fruit and a bad tree cannot produce good fruit?
I know the first part. I didn't know the second part. Yeah.
Do you know that your Bible says that you will know a tree by its fruits?
Yes.
Do you know that the fruits of a person is that person's actions?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so if you are a tree who thinks that going to McDonald's and eating junk food is bad, but then I see on the fruit of your trees, which is your actions, you going to McDonald's, you are contradicting what Jesus said in your own Bible when he said a good tree cannot produce bad
That's where you
fruit.
got it wrong. That's where you got it. Just give me a split second. Let me talk now, please. That's where you got it all wrong.
Brother,
Can I talk, please?
brother,
Please give me 2 seconds.
brother.
2 seconds.
No,
2
no,
seconds.
no.
2 seconds, please.
No,
Let me tell you about the fruit of the Spirit.
I said
and
no.
let me tell you about
I said no.
what makes people righteous
I
and what
said
makes
no.
people good or
I
bad.
said
Okay.
no. Do you know why I said no?
No.
Because you're
I
trying
don't
to
know.
deflect from my point. So I want you to
I'm
repeat
not
what I just said
deflecting
to
from your
you.
point. I promise you. I promise you I'm not deflecting. I promise you.
Repeat what you just heard me say.
What you said basically is that your actions results to your fruit, and that's what determines good or evil. That determines what whether you're
That's
good
not
or
what I
evil.
said.
Basically.
I want you
Basically,
to
that's what you
repeat
said.
every. Gordon, with
Can
all
you
due
repeat what
respect,
I've
bro.
just said in the last 20 seconds?
Gordon, I don't want to insult your intelligence. When I said
Please do.
when I said something to you, you were so desperate to respond, and yet you cannot paraphrase
Yes, I want to
exactly
respond.
what I
Give me.
said.
I have a train of thought too.
I want you to tell me what I said from the moment I mentioned Jesus. Give me word for word to the best of your ability
No, I
what
cannot
I
give you word
said.
to word. No, I'm not going to pretend that I can
Okay,
give
then
you.
I
And
need for you
nobody
to
on this forum can do that.
keep quiet and listen again. I will repeat
Then I can
myself
answer
again.
you. Okay, go
Keep
ahead. Go
quiet
ahead. Go
again.
ahead.
Okay?
Go ahead.
Listening is part of responding.
Yes, go ahead.
If you're responding to what you didn't hear me say, then you're just talking to yourself.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Jesus was considered perfect, not because of just what he said, but because of his ability to do what he said. Anytime he said he would do something, he did it. That observation of his actions is what gives him the title of perfection, because no word ever came out of his mouth void of his actions. Now, Jesus also said in the book of Matthew chapter 7, by their fruits you shall know them. A good tree cannot produce bad fruit, and a bad tree cannot produce good fruit. Right? Now, he said that beware of false prophets, who inwardly they are ravening wolves, but outwardly they are like wolves in sheep's clothing. Right? Now, if you say to me, when he says you shall know a tree by their fruits, what he's saying is that when you say something is good, but your actions don't confirm that you believe that that thing is good, then you are what is considered a bad tree trying to produce good fruit. He's saying that it cannot happen. So therefore, that action, which is a bad fruit, shows that you are actually a bad tree.
Even though what makes someone righteous?
Even though your words...
What makes someone righteous? Can you tell me, according to the Bible that you're quoting right now, what makes someone righteous?
I did not mention the word righteousness.
Okay, what makes someone good? What makes someone good?
Their ability to produce good fruit.
No.
Again,
I'll prove you wrong. I
don't care what you want to prove. It has nothing to do with my statement that I've originally made. And if you would address my statement that I made, you should address it within the context of what I have said. Don't try to do that thing that Christians do to lead to confusion.
Let me address it within
so I want you to explain to me how a good tree can produce bad fruit and still be a good tree in direct relation with what Jesus said in Matthew chapter 7. Explain. I want you to justify to me why Jesus was wrong when he said a good tree cannot produce bad fruit. Because if Jesus said a good tree cannot produce bad fruit, then it meant exactly what he said. There should be nothing in the scripture that contradicts that. You understand? He said you shall know them by their fruits, and their fruits is their actions. He said that if their actions don't match what they are saying, then inwardly they are actually ravening wolves.
Tap the screen, please. Tap the screen, guys. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I want you to explain to me how a good tree can produce bad fruit in direct contradiction to what Jesus claimed, because Jesus said that can't happen.
Not a contradiction. Let me tell you how a bad tree can produce good fruits. Let me tell you.
Okay.
The goodness of an individual doesn't depend on that individual. Anything that comes out of an individual at the end of their life that warrants you to enter into the kingdom of heaven is because of the grace of God.
I don't give a shit about entering the kingdom of heaven. That has nothing to do with what I said. That has nothing to do with what I said. I was simply talking about the quality.
That is good on earth.
I am talking about the quality.
Let me answer your question real quickly.
Gordon,
2 seconds. 2 seconds. There is nobody that is good on earth. Nobody in his own self is good.
Stop talking. You're embarrassing yourself. I'm talking about the quality of a person's being. And in order to help you out, I will actually read exactly what your Bible says within the specific context of this text. I want you to respond only within this text. If you cannot justify what you're claiming within this text, then Jesus lied in this text, because he's talking to people here, and the verses you're going to quote to me is not quoted by the people that Jesus is talking to right here. So either Jesus was telling them the whole truth here, or he was lying. So you decide which one it is. Matthew chapter 7.
Do you have the proof that everything that Jesus Christ said to those people was recorded in that text? Do you have proof
stop talking.
What Jesus Christ spoke in that conference, in that rally,
was do you not believe that the Bible is do you not believe that the Bible is the infallible word of God?
I do.
So what I'm reading right now is infallible, yes or no?
It is, but it's contextual.
Okay.
It is contextual also.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
That's contextual also.
Bro.
So you cannot cite one scripture.
When I say,
allow me use other scriptures
Gordon,
to give you an answer. You must allow that.
If you have to go to another scripture, you're going outside of the text, the specific text we're reading. Contextual means that.
If God wanted us to rely on one text, he would have sent us just one text. There's
Gordon.
a reason why we have all the other texts. There's a reason why we have all the other texts.
Gordon, stop talking. Stop talking, bro. For real. When you say context, you're talking about the specific text that's being read. That means you don't need to go outside of this specific text to find what the meaning of this specific text means. That's what it means.
No,
If
you can,
have to
you
go,
can.
bro, stop talking. Let me finish talking. If you have to go outside of this specific text, that means that this specific text doesn't completely embody what it is claiming. Now, this is what this text is claiming. Matthew chapter 7, from verse.
I'm outside. You want me to go grab my Bible?
From
No,
verse
anyway,
12.
go ahead.
It's okay.
Go
I'm going to
ahead.
read it. Listen, from verse 12.
I can go
Therefore,
grab my Bible.
bro, therefore, whatever you want men to do to you, do also
Do
to
unto
them.
others.
For,
Exactly.
bro, let me finish
I know
talking.
the scripture.
Stop
Okay, go ahead.
freaking interrupting.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Stop doing that. You're acting like someone who's possessed. Therefore, whatever you want men to do to you, do also.
Possessed by the Spirit of God.
Therefore, whatever you want men to do to you, do also to them. For this is the law and the prophets. Enter by the narrow gate, for wide is the gate and broad is the way that leads to destruction, and there are many who go in by it. Because narrow is the gate and difficult is the way which leads to life, and there are few who find it. Beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. You will know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes from thorn bushes? Of course not, because grapes don't grow on thorns. Or do men gather figs from thistles? Even so, every good tree bears good fruit, but a bad tree bears bad fruit. A good tree cannot bear good fruit or bad fruit, nor can a bad tree bear good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. Therefore, by their fruits you will know them. Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, shall enter the kingdom of heaven, but he who does the will of my Father in heaven. Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in your name, cast out demons in your name, and done many wonders in your name? And I would declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you who practice lawlessness. Therefore, whoever hears these sayings of mine and does them, he did not say and believe them, he says and does them. I would liken him to a wise man who built his house on the rock, and the rain descended, and the floods came, and the wind blew, beat on the house, and it did not fall, for it was founded on the rock. But everyone who hears these sayings of mine and does not do them, he did not say, and does not believe in me by faith. No, he says, does not do them, will be like a foolish man who built his house on the sand. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat on the house, and it fell, and great was its fall. And so it was, when Jesus had ended these sayings, that the people were astonished at his teachings, for he taught them as one having authority, not as the scribes. This text begins and ends with a conclusion that tells you that Jesus was talking specifically to some people. You don't need to go outside of this text to explain this text to anyone. If you're doing that, you're just another pastor out here lying and scamming people. He said, whoever hears these sayings of mine.
Let me ask a simple question.
Bro.
Can I ask you a simple question?
Whoever hears this saying of mine and does not do them, what sayings he's talking about? He's not talking about chapter 6.
In that text, right? Did Jesus say what he expected people to do in that particular text?
Yes.
Read where he says where he listed the list of things that he expected people to do in that text.
From verse 7. A good tree, I'll start from verse 18. A good tree.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you to list what he expected people to do in that text.
Stop talking. Verse 18. A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, nor can a bad tree bear good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. Therefore, by their fruits you will know them.
Okay, where in that text did he at least what you had to do to produce good fruits? Tell me in that text.
Listen.
Because you're limiting me to that text.
Yes, listen.
Tell
I'll
me
tell
in
you.
that text
I
itself.
will tell you. So when he says, therefore by their fruits you will know them, he goes on to say in verse 21, not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, shall enter the kingdom of heaven.
That's not my
But-
question.
Bro,
Answer my
let me
question,
finish
please.
talking. God damn, bro.
Answer my question. In that text that you've read,
Bro,
where does he
let
say
me
in that text what you need to do?
talking, bro. I'm literally reading it.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Because you've
Don't
already
talk.
read it. We all
Listen,
heard
bro.
it. We
Listen,
all
bro.
heard it.
Listen, bro. Do not talk until I give you permission.
Okay,
Okay?
sir. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, General. Yes,
Yeah.
General.
Do not interrupt me
Go
no
ahead.
more. Yeah, you're being excessively disruptive, and I'm respecting you for it, and you just keep taking it for granted.
No, sir. I'm not being excessively
Let me
disruptive.
read until I come to a full stop on my own. Then you can judge what I have said. You can't interrupt me in the middle of me reading like a madman and think that.
I'm sorry about that. But
Okay,
please,
then
when I
listen.
start answering your question to give you the
Listen.
opportunity to read and talk like
Brother,
you've done.
listen. I will only give you the opportunity based on your behavior, bro. I just read to you whatever you want men to do unto you, do unto them. You can't be over here disrupting my show as a guest, and then you expect me to show you any type of respect, bro. Behave yourself. Come on now. Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, shall enter the kingdom of heaven, but he who does the will of my Father in heaven. That is what you need to do in order to produce good fruit. Do the will of the Father who is in heaven. And then Jesus says in verse 22, many will say to me in those days, Lord, Lord. Okay, he does. Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in your name and cast out demons in your name and done many wonders in your name? And then I will declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you who practice lawlessness. So he has told you that those who produce good fruit are those who do the will of the Father. Those who produce bad fruit are those he's going to reject because they practice lawlessness. So he said it directly, clearly. Lawlessness. He will say, depart from me, you who practice lawlessness. He did not say you who did not have enough faith. He did not say you who did not believe in me by grace, like anyone else would say. He simply said, you who practice lawlessness. So anyone who is listening to him right now, he just needs to observe a so-called people who are claiming to be with Jesus. If I see you practicing lawlessness, this verse confirms that Jesus is going to say, depart from me. Now he says, and then I will declare to them, I never knew you, depart from me, you who practice lawlessness. Therefore, whoever hears this saying of mine and does them, Jesus has an expectation that you will take what he has just said to you and do it and put it to practice. You're going to go out there. You're going to look at people's fruits to determine if they are a good tree or a bad tree. Right? He says, therefore, whoever hears these sayings of mine and does them, I will liken him to a wise man who built his house on the rock. And then he said again here, but everyone who hears these sayings of mine and does not do them will be like a foolish man who built his house on the sand. That is the answer to your question. Jesus has told you what you need to do to get good fruit. Do the will of the Father who is in heaven. Within the context of this text, the will of the Father who is in heaven begins from verse 1. I did not start reading to you from verse 1. Verse 1 says, judge not.
Don't go out of the text that you read. Just
yes,
read.
this is chapter 7. This is chapter 7, verse 1.
Do you want me to go out of the text? Would you allow
Brother,
me to go
I'm
out
not going out of the
read?
text. I'm reading chapter 7. I've been in chapter 7 the whole time.
Okay, read the whole of chapter 7 and let's talk on chapter 7. If that's
yes,
the case. So
yes.
not go out of chapter 7.
Bro, of course.
Because now you're going out of the text, but just do that.
Where did I go out of the text?
The text that you started was from verse 7 and you read to maybe verse 16 or 17.
Yes.
That's what you did earlier.
Yes.
So why are you going to verse 1?
Yes,
and you did not allow me to go to verse 1 when I wanted to.
Brother, when I started from verse 13 or from verse 12, I was emphatic on how to identify a tree by its fruit. Because
keep tapping and share.
Bro, can you stop talking when I'm talking, my brother?
No, I want more people to hear this because what I'm going to tell
it's
you after
okay.
This is important.
Don't worry about what people are hearing. Listen to me. You cannot be listening to me while I'm talking. You're talking. You're not listening.
Just ask me. Let me grab my Bible and read that text to you.
Brother, I'm reading. Just listen.
Okay, go ahead. Read.
You asked me You asked me, where did Jesus say how to produce good fruit? And I went into chapter 7 and I showed you. Any question you ask me, I can show it to you from chapter 7. Just like my original point was shown to you in chapter 7. Chapter 7 is sufficient to back up my point of what I'm saying the whole time. That Jesus contradicts what you claim. When you claim that you can go to McDonald's and eat junk food while claiming that going to McDonald's and eating junk food is a bad thing, you don't really believe that. The fact that you go to McDonald's to eat junk food proves that that's what you believe. It proves that that is the type of animal that you're in the inside. You are a ravening wolf.
No,
okay?
that doesn't prove anything. That doesn't prove anything, but go ahead.
Verse 1 says, judge not, that ye be not judged. For with what judgment you judge, you will be judged. And with what measure you measure, it will be measured back to you. And why do you look at the speck in your brother's eye, but do not consider the plank in your own eye? Or how can you say to your brother, let me remove the speck from your eye, and look, there is a plank in your own eye? Hypocrite, first remove the plank from your own eyes, and then you will see clearly to remove the speck from your brother's eye. Did you just hear what I said, brother?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening. I don't want to interrupt you.
What did I just say?
Oh my God.
You were not listening, and you lied to me in broad daylight.
How am I listening? How am I lying to you?
What was the last thing I said?
I don't need to tell you that. Read the
because
scripture.
You were not listening. You were not listening.
You were reading the scriptures. How was I?
What was the last thing I read?
Bakanga, please ask me a question.
My brother, what was the last thing I read? Why are you lying? Okay. Why can't you just tell me I wasn't listening? Please read it again. Why do you have to lie?
Bakanga,
my brother, why couldn't you have just told me I wasn't listening, bro? Please read it again. Why do you have to lie?
I was listening.
Okay, then what did I say? If you were listening, what was the last thing I read?
Because you've already termed me a liar, I'm not going to answer that question. Because I'm not a liar.
Okay, then prove yourself not to be a liar.
I don't need to prove that, but I can answer you.
That's exactly what a liar would say.
Let me give you right now my thoughts about all what you said. You've read a very important scripture of the Bible. Can I give you my perspective?
Gordon, you said to me, Gordon, you said to me that you don't need to answer my question because I called you a liar, right?
Yes.
I don't need to talk to you because you are a liar.
I want you to believe that I'm a liar.
Gordon, I don't need to keep talking. Gordon, I don't need to keep talking to you when you've just lied to me, then try to gaslight me. Thank you for your time, okay, Gordon? You can go.
No, I'm not going.
You either acknowledge that you lied, bro, or you have no integrity, my brother. My brother, where is your integrity? Where is your integrity, bro?
Okay, I have no integrity. I'm a liar. Continue.
No, I won't talk to a liar. Then you're just gonna lie to me. Thank you for your time.
Wakanga.
Okay. Brother, why should I talk to a liar? Bro, you're just gonna lie to me. Bro,
you talked about the lawlessness and the will of God.
Gordon,
you talked about the lawlessness and the will of God. Let me tell you right now.
Brother Gordon.
For your peace of mind.
Brother Gordon.
I'm sorry, I lied.
Brother Gordon.
Brother Gordon. I'm sorry, I lied. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Brother Gordon. Do you believe that actions have consequences?
Yes, I do.
Okay, the consequence of this failure in integrity requires me to give you some time for self-reflection. I will end this conversation right here, right now. You can come back another day. Thank you for your time, okay?
Let me end it for you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your time, okay, Gordon?
I did go pay for December, you come.
Master, I know the calm, master. Can't do it. No, this time. I will go next year.
Okay, no problem. Bye-bye.
You go which side? Now which side? Now which side you go?
I did for that's highway for you on the side there.
Yeah, on the side. So now this way you don't come for you, so just kind of lie so, bro.
Sorry, I'm up. I would knock your head there.
You gonna knock knock my head. You feel knock my head.
Bye-bye.
Look. You lucky say, bro. You be my party man. As well, we don't talk so. But this way you do and so you're not fine. Because
I don't do nothing.
Wait, bro, you just lie now. You think I've been a fool? I don't lie.
I will tell you what you talk. I say I don't lie.
My brother, I know say you enter house to go get your Bible. So your picking be distract you. You know be hear me. I be feel hear for my own microphone. The thing I say you just lie like say I know be hear you, bro.
No, it talk something, but no means I know be hear you. It have a door. I didn't have an outside. I know.
So how your picking if he tell you something you hear your picking, then still hear what you I be the talk.
Yes,
now why you not
It ask me no.
Gordon, not the lie, so bro. Not the lie. You get to come back another day. We'll pick up from where? Because today you have been bakangalized. Today you have been bakangalized.
We'll talk about class.
Of course.
Take
Hey,
care,
you know the
man.
vex now. You know the vex.
No.
I know say I don't curse you.
No. Forget about that one. We're together.
Okay. No personal beef.
No, not at all.
Okay, you know, bro, I get to make sure because sometimes the people know they understand, say, we fit disagree. And I won't say you know the vex, I don't end the conversation too.
No, that's fine.
You
That's
sure?
fine.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
You sure say you don't get something you want to talk before you go? Since you're my brother, I go discriminate because you're my brother.
Okay,
You
ask me a
sure?
last question for English. Ask me a last question.
I know if you ask no last question. Me, I don't end the conversation unless you get something for tell me. You fit just tell that thing that I go leave and me you go.
Ma talk the last talk now.
Okay,
That
talk
2
about
seconds.
English. Talk about English.
Okay.
Go on.
Mr. Bakanga, I appreciate your time that you've given me here today. And
Yes, sir.
we talked about a very important aspect of the Bible. And you talked about how Jesus talked about lawlessness and the will of God. Okay? And what exactly is the will of God? You referred now to the verse 1 where you started talking about all the laws and referring to all that stuff. But I'm going to say that because you had the audacity to go to verse 1, it means that you understand that the scriptures that you read should not be self-explanatory, but you need more scriptures to explain other scriptures. And that's what Jesus was all about. He said so many different things. If God wanted us to know and adhere to one scripture, the Bible would have been one particular scripture, verse 10, Matthew chapter 10, verse 1. Boom, that's it. Romans 12, 1 and 2. Boom, that's it. But because there are several meanings and implications to what Jesus Christ said, that's why we have several other scriptures that we need to refer to make points clear. So with that said, I believe that we can pick up this conversation at a later time if you so will. If I come in, I'll beg your indulgence, I'll beg your kindness to put me back on, so we can chat again a little bit further and delve into some personal issues like we've done today. So I know that you're busy. I know that you have so many other people that want to come up. I would not want to be that selfish. And I appreciate your time today. I appreciate everything that you've given, the opportunity that you've had to discuss with me. I have learned a lot from you today. And I also wish that our discussions should be open-minded, open-ended, and not specific to yes or no, answer me now or not answer me now. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much, Mr. Bakanga. I appreciate your channel and everything you're doing.
Let me ask you a question before you go.
Yes, sir.
Out of everything that you said today on my show, what were you expecting people to get from it?
That Jesus Christ is the Lord of my life. I didn't say listen, why are you doing that? Jesus Christ is the Lord of my life, and he has helped me enormously, and I would like to share that love with everyone else.
What did Jesus help you do?
The most important thing is that he has made me a child of God, not because of what I do, but because of what he's done for me.
All right, when did Jesus ever said that he did something for you?
Yes, he came to die for our sins. The Bible is clear in the Bible.
Do you know that in the Bible?
He said nobody goes to my Father except through me.
Do you know that there's a possibility that there are some lies in the Bible?
Of course, I know.
Okay,
I know that.
If you were to read one person's words in the Bible, only one person, but only what that person said, who would that person's words be?
One person?
Yeah.
To be honest with you, the person that comes to my mind foremost is Paul.
So you're not gonna read the words of Jesus that came out of Jesus' mouth? No. I'm curious why. If you could listen to the words of one person in the Bible, why would you pick the words of Paul rather than the words of Jesus himself?
Because Paul, in his books that he wrote, he said exactly what Jesus said. He interpreted what Jesus did. He told us, it is written in some Bibles in red that these are not the words of Paul, but this is the word of Jesus Christ. That's why I'm picking the book of Paul.
No, there is no red in the books of Paul. There's no red in the book of Paul. They're only read in the four Gospels: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. because those are the only stories that tell us exactly some of the words that Jesus spoke immediately out of his mouth. Paul is the one that began writing from the book of Acts backwards, Romans.
Yeah, there's read in Romans. There's read in Romans.
There's read in Romans.
I think so. Yes, I believe that.
Are you sure?
I believe so. You may
Are you
quote me
guessing?
wrong. Yeah, yes.
Yeah, you're actually wrong. Read is only indicative of the words that came out of Jesus' mouth directly.
Yes. And I thought that he was one of those that wrote those. That's why I called his name.
No,
Yes.
Paul was not.
Okay, so what I intended to say was any of the person that wrote the words that actually came out of the word of Jesus. That's what I would.
Okay, and that's what I was trying to show you. Do you know that if you only read the words in red, they give you a complete different message from everything else that's in the Bible?
That's not strange because Jesus spoke in parables.
It's not necessarily strange whether Jesus spoke in parables or not, but the message of salvation, where you think that Jesus died for you, Jesus never said he was going to die for you with his own mouth. Jesus said you were going to die for yourself if you follow him. He said that you will eat the same flesh that he ate and you will drink the same cup that he drank. He said, carry your cross. He said, it's not a parable. It was a direct statement. You can go and read it. Every time the Bible mentions parable, it says in the beginning that it's parable. This was a direct statement. He said, carry your cross and follow me. You know who carries the cross? Someone who's about to be crucified. So Jesus said, look, I'm going to go and get crucified. Carry your cross and come, let us go and get crucified. If you live like me and you die like me, then you will resurrect like me. Paul is the one who came and told you that, oh, carry what cross? Just believe that Jesus did it for you. Jesus never said that. If you start reading from the book of Acts, you don't read the four Gospels.
I will investigate that statement because
very good.
And I'll come back.
Very good. And
said.
if you investigate another statement that I'm about to tell you, because this requires that you go and read your book. Everything I'm telling you requires that you read.
Exactly, I know.
If you go and investigate, you realize that Jesus never preached grace. Jesus never preached grace. Grace was invented after Jesus left. In fact, even the disciples, the direct disciples of Jesus who saw Jesus themselves, they never preached grace. Grace is the doctrines of Paul. And Paul began his ministry as a persecutor of the Christians, someone who was anti-Christ. And then all of a sudden, he transformed himself into an angel of light. And all of you people, you are believing and following him. If I was a Christian, I would not believe anything Paul wrote. Because Paul was literally someone who started his ministry trying to destroy the church by invasion. He was killing them in the streets. When he realized,
most of us have rebelled against the church.
No, listen. When Paul realized that he could not destroy them by killing them, he decided to become one of them and destroy it from inside. That is one of the oldest tricks of warfare. That is why his message is very different from the message of Jesus. That is why there's confusion in Christianity. That's why most of Christian doctrines is built from the book of Romans, Corinthians, all those books. Because Paul, even if Christianity is real, okay, bro, Paul was a liar. Let me give you another thing about Christianity.
You said was a liar. It's good you said was. That I do not refuse that he was a liar. He was a killer.
No. When I say he was a liar, it means he lied that he met Jesus and Jesus sent him to come and become an apostle. Okay? Now check this out. I'll give you one last thing before you go. Okay. One last thing.
Okay.
I mean, you can respond to it if you want before you go.
No problem.
Your Bible says, this is actually said in the books of Paul. And I'm questioning this, okay? Your Bible says that sin came into the world through one man, right? And so sin is going to leave the world because of one man as well, right? When sin came into the world, did we have to believe in order to become sinners?
No.
We were born in it, right? And God knew that Adam would produce children who will be born sinners. And it's not their fault, right?
Yes.
So God sent Jesus, right?
Yes.
To come and die so that his death will fix the problem that Adam caused, right?
Yes.
My question to you is, if we did not have to believe to become...
that Adam caused, but yes, I'll just say yes for now.
If we did not have to believe to become sinners? Why do we have to believe in order to not to become sinners?
Because there are rules everywhere, even in the spirit realm. There are
No,
rules.
no. There's no rules that we
You think
break.
that God, if it was that easy or without no rules, God cannot just say Satan disappear and get out of the world and Satan will disappear. There
Brother,
are
listen.
rules
You're
to
not
follow.
you're not listening. You're not listening. You and I, did we break any law in order to be born into this world?
Nope.
We were born
For
into
me,
this
no.
world.
I don't know about you.
We were born into this world against our will, right?
When you say against our will, I never said that I didn't want to come to this world, so I cannot say
I mean,
yes to that answer.
Did you decide to come? Did you decide to come to this world?
I did not say I didn't want to come either, so I can't say against my will. If you understand what I'm
As
saying.
in, a will means did you choose to come to this world?
I did not choose not to come. So just say we were all born without our knowledge.
Brother,
yes, that's more.
brother, no. Did you choose to come to this world? Yes or no?
I did not choose to come to this world.
Okay, good. Neither did I. And neither does anyone that we know, right? Now,
Yeah.
when we chose to come to this world, if we had the ability to choose and we knew that this world was going to make us sinners, would you have still chosen to come to this world?
If I knew that it will make me sinner, I would not. But if I knew that there is a possibility of me doing certain things that would not make me sinner, I may have tried it. Yeah.
Yeah, if I knew that there was a risk, don't you think that some human beings would have chosen never to be born if they knew that they were going to be born sinners?
Of course.
Especially the ones who go to hellfire, right?
Of course, yes.
Okay, good. But now that since God sent us here without us getting to choose, and then we are born through Adam, who's already sinned, why does God require that we believe in Jesus in order to be born again? Why can't we just be born again against our own will again, just like that?
And that's why there is a thing called the grace of God.
Okay, are you saying that the grace of God means that we have all received the salvation that Christ died for everyone?
As long as you confess that with your mouth, yes.
No, but we didn't have to confess in order to be sinners. Why do we have to confess in order to receive salvation?
Let me tell you something. to get insurance in your vehicle, you can call 1 second, right? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. To get insurance in your vehicle, you can call 1 second and AAA will add you, take your social and your address, and they'll send you that bill real fast. Call them that you want to cancel that insurance and see how they'll turn you around.
Well, AAA is not God. My question to you is, my brother.
Not God. I'm telling you that something so
Listen.
simplistic like human things, right?
Let me show you. Let me take you to my end result of what I was trying to tell you before you go.
Okay.
If it is true that we are all sinners because Adam, so we are all sinners because of Adam. If
No, we are not sinners.
No. Check this out. If we were born into sin because of Adam, against our will, then we all need to be born into righteousness because of Jesus, even against our will. That means you don't even need to believe in Jesus in order to go to heaven. Did you know that?
And that's the case in most respects.
No, listen. The only way Christianity can be valid is if you go to heaven, if human beings go to heaven, whether they believe in Jesus or not, because human beings did not ask for this condition. And because the condition was caused by one man, another man came and fixed the condition for everybody. Did you know that?
The question that I'll ask everybody, even Christians, right, is that how far are you sure that even that murderer who is in jail today, spending the rest of his life in jail, and he's still raping people in jail, will go to hell? Nobody knows that.
That's why I'm saying to you that.
Also, I cannot answer your question with all sincerity because
no, I'm answering my question. What I'm telling you is that every human being is going to heaven.
I believe that.
If Jesus Christ is real, okay? If Jesus Christ is really real, let's just say by the measure of some imaginative reality, I'm wrong. That Jesus never existed, God doesn't exist. If I'm wrong about that, and Jesus existed. The fact that we did not choose to sin means that we're all going to heaven. So there's no need to be a Christian. There's no need to believe in God.
But do you know that the Bible itself says that, I can't quote it right now, I'm sorry, but it says that nobody can ever be perfect. Do you know that?
If the Bible says that nobody can ever be perfect, then the Bible is lying to you.
And that's why
listen.
Why it says that our perfection is only made through Jesus Christ and the grace of God.
If nobody can be perfect based on the Bible, then the Bible is a liar now.
No, we cannot be perfect by ourselves, by our works. Nobody. So I cannot claim today that I'm never ever gonna sin or tell a lie, and that will make me perfect. It doesn't exist. Even in the Bible, those that were considered righteous people were rapists, killers, murderers, and things like that. But God considered them to be righteous. So that should tell us something. That should tell me something. That
Hence, I'm saying to you, those of you who come to the internet to argue with me,
Solomon,
listen,
Paul, all of them.
listen,
Murderers, killers, liars, thieves.
listen. That means that you and I are on the same side. Even if I say God doesn't exist, I was still gonna both be in heaven.
Yes.
Even till my last breath.
We will. I believe that 99.999%, because I can never be 100% certain, right?
100% certain that if we came into this world, if this statement is true, that we are all born of Adam's sin, then we are all going to heaven. Even the guy from Germany will be in heaven. Everybody will be in heaven. There's no hellfire. Hellfire doesn't even exist. Human beings don't go to hell. That's the only way Christianity can be true. You can even curse God. You can urinate on God. You can piss on God all you want to. You will still go to heaven.
Exactly. Pissing on God, urinating on God, pissing on God doesn't make you go to hell.
You don't even have to ask God to forgive you. You can sin every day for the rest of your life, and you will still go to heaven.
I believe that that's where we differ a little bit.
No, there's no differing. There's no differing here. I'm just telling you. If Jesus died for the sins of the whole world, if Jesus died for the sins of the whole world, then you don't have to do anything. As long as you're born into this world, you're gonna go to heaven.
No. Let me.
Do you know why you say no?
Can I just say why I said no?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Because I believe that God has given us something that is called intelligence and conscience.
Yeah, but we did not need intelligence and conscience in order to be born into sin. If we were born perfect, then all of a sudden we use our intelligence and conscience to sin. Then God can require us to do something. But the fact that we didn't have to do anything to get fucked up.
Let me use a very stupid example and insult my intelligence, if you may. Okay, you can go to the bank and steal money and buy a car, right? That doesn't mean that you will not drive that car and be happy with that car. But driving that car and being happy with that car doesn't make what you did correct. Okay, let me relate that to what I'm going to say. Because we were born in sin, which is going to the bank and stealing that car, doesn't mean that we cannot enjoy the spoils of heaven. Okay, but we have to make that conscious effort, which is not work, just to say, oh, this is what happened. This is where I found myself right now. And all I need to do is say these words and I'm good.
No.
The Bible never said did something. It says
you didn't have to say any word to be born into a world of sin. So you shouldn't have to do anything to save yourself from sin. The only person responsible for making you or getting rid of your sin is the person who put you in the world of sin in the first place.
Do you think that a child who is born, okay, and stays for 4 hours, 5 hours will go to hell because they never confess their sins?
Whether the child stays for 5 hours or they stay for 5 years or for 50 years or for 500 years, the point is, unless you are born perfect into this world, God cannot judge you. You automatically go to heaven because you were born in a world that God had already fucked it up. Because the Bible says God is just, right? Hold up, your Bible says. Listen, it is. Listen, your Bible says that God is just, right?
Yes, He is just.
So why is God going to punish me? Because I was born in the world of sin.
Because He has given you a way out.
Where's the way out?
Say, God, I believe in your Son. I believe my sins are cancelled, and that's it. I accept you in my life, and that's it.
But why do I have to do that when I didn't have to do anything to come here?
That's the game. That's the rule of the game. You were not choose to be born in America, but you follow American laws.
But I did not want to play the game.
Because you didn't choose to.
No, but I didn't want to play the game.
Yeah, because you didn't choose to be born in America. Go and drive your car on the left side, and see what happens there. You go head on with people. You have to follow the rules of the game.
America is not an almighty powerful. Listen, America is not an almighty all-powerful being that has nothing to lose. My point to you is this, okay? when I was in my mother's womb, I didn't get an option. If somebody had told me that this world is full of sin, and by certain actions I take, I could go to hell, I would have just said, no, I don't want to participate. That's called not taking risk, right? That's why you don't let your kid join a gang and then hope that he can be a good gangster and not get killed.
Of course, I cannot do that.
If you let your kid join a gang and your kid gets killed, you are the one who's responsible. This world is a gang of sinners. God allowed us to be born into this world. So only God is responsible for what we do in this world. You get it?
And that's why he sent his only son to come and die for our sins.
I don't care who he sent. I don't even care how he fixed the problem. All I know is that I'm going to go to heaven if God exists. If the Christian God exists, I'm guaranteed heaven. Like I said, in fact, when I get to heaven, the first thing I do will be piss on the lawn. I'll look for the nice, perfect lawn. I'll piss on the street of gold.
God will laugh at you and say, "My son, come into my bosom. You made it to heaven. Go and join the choir or something."
I'll be like, I don't need choir.
He'll tell you, go join the choir. He say,
I'll ask him if he has matango.
Yes. Who knows? Who knows whether there's matango there? Who knows? Who knows? You never know.
I'll tell God that, God, why is there no women here? Why is there no fucking here? Can you imagine?
How are you sure that there is no fucking there? How are you sure? Have you been there?
No, the Bible says that they're like the angels. They don't marry. They don't give into marriage. Unless you're saying that heaven is a big orgy.
The Bible doesn't say that.
Jesus said that.
Where? Quote me.
There's a place in the Bible where people asked Jesus that there was a woman who had 5 husbands on earth, and then each of those husbands died. So they asked Jesus, when that woman dies and goes into the resurrection, whose wife is she going to be?
And what did Jesus say?
Jesus says they neither marry nor did they get taken married in heaven. They'll be like the angels. So she will be nobody's wife because there's no husband and wives in heaven.
Jesus did not say there will be no husband and wife in heaven. He did not say that. He did not say that. He did not say that. He did not say that.
I'll read it to you.
Okay.
Matthew chapter 22. From verse 27. Actually, I'll start from verse 23. The same day, the Sadducees, who say there is no resurrection, came to him and asked him, saying, Teacher, Moses said that if a man dies, having no children, his brother shall marry his wife and raise up offspring for his brother. Now, there were with us 7 brothers. The first died after he had married, and having no offspring, he left his wife to his brother. Likewise, the second brother, the third, and even to the 7th. Last of all, the woman also died. Therefore, in the resurrection, whose wife of the 7 will she be? For they all had her. Jesus answered and said to them, You are mistaken, not knowing the scripture, nor the power of God. For in the resurrection, they neither marry, nor are given in marriage, but are like the angels of God in heaven.
Okay. Yeah, you answered the question there.
They don't get married in heaven. So there's no fucking in heaven. Which is one of the most beautiful things. Can you tell me what in heaven will be better than fucking? Unless you're a virgin. You don't sound like a virgin. You have kids.
I'm a virgin. Please don't put me in that category. I'm a virgin.
You're a virgin?
Yes, I'm a virgin.
How old are you, Gordon?
I'm young. I'm a virgin.
How young are you?
I'm 23.
In Maryland?
No. I've never been
Texas?
to Maryland.
Texas?
No.
Where?
North Carolina.
Hey! You don't carry white girl to. Hey, this guy, they lie, oh. this guy don't knock country toto.
Nope.
But you do you understand what I'm saying?
I get where you're trying to refer to, but that doesn't mean
Also-
that
also-
in heaven it doesn't mean that in heaven there is no there will be no need for procreation, for people to give birth, and that's the main reason why there is toto knacking, right? Right?
Having sex is about pleasure.
We've transformed that to pleasure right now, but mostly is to multiply, right? So in heaven, there's no need to multiply. And once you get to heaven, I believe that aspect of multiplication, right, would not even come into our minds because there's no need for that.
Bro, check this out. Have you ever heard this Kenyan song? In heaven there is no beer.
Yeah, that's why
we drink it here.
Yep.
And when we are gone from here, our brothers will be fucking our wives. See, I fixed the song a little bit. I said, in heaven there is no fucking. That's why we do it here. And when we are gone from here, our friends will be fucking our wives. Is that true?
It's true.
Hey! The way I will be angry in heaven.
No, you will not be angry because you will be so
wait. I'll be looking down like this. Hey, that guy. He's doing it doggy style or missionary style or he's doing it every style. I'm like, is that guy really my brother?
Right now that we are here with our wives, right? How are we sure that our friends are not knocking it when we are not there?
That is a funny thing. If you're going to church, your pastor is probably knocking your wife already and you haven't even made it to heaven.
Even if you're not going to church, your co-worker may be still be knocking your wife. So it's not only about pastors. It's not only about pastors. People look at pastors as supernatural beings. Pastors are mere human beings like you and me. And we have a lot of false pastors, false preachers. We have a lot of them.
Oh, it's not false preachers.
No, we have a lot of false preachers. We have a lot of false preachers.
Are you a false?
Who knock people's wife, like you've just said? It's true. It happens.
Bro.
We have Catholic priests who molest kids. It happens. Yes, it's true.
No, those are criminals. Those Catholic priests are criminals.
Exactly. For doing such a thing. It's criminal in nature.
They're a mutation. Asking you
a question right now. Do you believe that it is bad for Catholic priests to molest kids the way that it has been proven in so many different countries, even in the United States? Do you believe it's wrong or good or wrong?
I think it's perverted, but I don't think it's good or wrong. I think it's perverted. Actually, there's one thing I didn't tell you.
Perversion is good or bad?
There's one thing I did not tell you. You see, the reason why I don't believe in good or bad is because most of the time when we say that something is good or bad, it's already after it has happened. But when I think that, listen now, bro, don't you think that the Catholic priests already knew good or bad before they did what they did? And those of us, we're only thinking it's bad because they've already done it. So thinking that it's good or bad will not change the fact that they've already done what they did.
No, it's not because they did it. It's also because it is bad even to think about doing it. It's bad.
Of course, that's what I'm saying to you. So if you think about doing it, how can you say it's bad without thinking of it?
Did Jesus Christ not say in the scripture that
my brother,
someone else's wife or a woman?
My brother, how can you say it's bad without thinking of it?
How can I say it's bad without thinking of it?
You are the one. Bro.
I cannot say it's bad. I cannot say it's bad without thinking about it.
Listen to me, bro. You will really help yourself if you stop looking at the world in good and evil and start looking at the world as it is what it is not what it is. I know what I would do. You have to process that thought in your head. Think about you have to think about all the intricacies, the details of it to think it was bad.
Exactly.
To think it was bad. That in of itself is perverted. That in of itself is perverted. To think that you can to think that you can conceive that thought in your head.
So do you believe that perversion is wrong or good? That's the question.
I think perversion is a generic word that I don't even need to know the details. All I know is that if you harm a kid, that means even if you slap that kid, that's all I need to know. I don't care about the details. Because for me, I'm not here to try to find what's good or bad. I just know it's cause and effect for me. I have my own principles, my own self-governing principles, which it doesn't have to take the shape or form of what anybody else is doing. I know what I would do. So when I think, when I think
me doing it, I think about it as a function of listening to the news that, hey, this priest did that, and because he did that, it means it is wrong. And I think
but you thinking that is bad doesn't stop it from happening.
At all, it doesn't stop it. I'm not
okay. So there's no so thinking that is bad is useless. But for me, I think it's unfortunate because I cannot do anything about it, and I acknowledge it. So I don't let it even bother me. I just go about my life.
Thinking about it, it is not useless because that's what brings awareness. That's what brings the topic that we're talking about now, and that's what
okay. So once it has happened, other than just saying it was bad, what else will you do?
Hey, if I know that it has happened, I'll go to the authorities and report it straight away. Yes, I'm a snitch. I believe it. Yes, you can call me a snitch. I will report it to the authorities.
You are a holy snitch.
Yeah, you can call me that if you choose to. I don't mind.
You're a holy snitch, Gordon. Gordon, how long have you been? Gordon, how long have you been a Christian?
All my life. I believe so.
So you've been a Christian for 23 years?
No, about when let's remove like 7 or 8 years from that when I started thinking. Yes.
So more than 10 years.
Yes, more than 10 years.
Gordon, I have a very, 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 very important question.
And I'm not 23 years. I was just joking. I'm not 23 years. I'm older than that.
So you're a liar. Hey, this guy cannot stop lying.
No, it's not a lie. We were joking.
I wasn't joking. Liar. So how old are you?
Okay, what's
your real age? I'm 31.
How old are you?
I'm 31. Huh? I'm 31.
Okay, I'm 45.
Hey, an old man like this.
He's an old man.
An old man like this. Hey, Gordon. Now you so.
I'm not old.
Anyways, Gordon.
So respect to what to you.
So you're 45 years. So you've been a Christian more than 20 years.
Yes.
Gordon, this next question I'm about to ask you is going to be embarrassing depending on your answer, right. Or it could be encouraging depending on your answer. But even if it's embarrassing, bro, just take it and go and act upon it. I think this is a good place to conclude. Have you ever read the Bible from Genesis to Revelation?
I've attempted to do that, but I've not. I think I've touched on every different parts of the Bible, but I cannot ascertain that I've started from page 1 to Revolution. No.
Go and read your own book, my bro. Read it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something that I need to do. I know.
That's the first. Bro, you're already 45. Your clock is ticking. Your clock is ticking.
No problem.
My Gordon, go and read your own book. Start from Genesis, page 1, page 2, page 3. Don't skip a page. Don't skip a verse.
Somebody says Gordon has not read the Bible.
When you read the Bible, don't flip it back and forth. Read it. Let it tell you what it is rather than what you want it to be. No, if you finish reading the whole Bible, bro, you will realize what I've realized. And the first thing you will learn, Gordon, is that is it possible that God could exist even if my religion is a false religion? Is it possible?
The question I'm going to ask you is, has everybody that has read the entire Bible come to the same conclusion as you? So me reading the Bible from Genesis to Revelation doesn't mean I'll come to the same conclusion. Has everybody read the Bible?
No, not everybody. Some have, but not everybody. Listen.
So why are you concluding that I'll come to that?
Because I am telling you how to read it and come to the same conclusion as me. When you read the Bible, the first thing you need to do is don't assume that God is a good guy, that human beings is a bad guy, the devil is a bad guy. Read it like a book that you've never read before. Now, cognitive dissonance is not going to make it easy for you. So you're going to have a lot of hard work to do. If you can successfully read the Bible without bias, you will find yourself in a position where you could truly ask the next question that I'm about to tell you. Is it possible that the Bible is a lie? Jesus is not God. Even if God exists, you cannot know the answer if you don't read the Bible without bias.
What about the Quran?
If it's possible that God could exist and not be the Christian God, is it possible it could be the Muslim God? Naturally, if you ask that question, you're going to go and read the Quran. Now, after you've read the Quran, you ask yourself...
Because you will ask me...
Listen, you can do the same thing with the Quran. You read the Quran. Is it possible that the Quran is just bullshit? Even if God exists, you read it. You realize that those books are not a necessity for the existence of a God.
Of course, you're right.
Then
You're right.
read those books and see them for what they are. Lies, stories,
No,
made
because
up,
it is not a necessity for the
invented.
existence of God. Doesn't mean that there is no God. Because
Listen,
it is not a
that's
necessity for the
no,
existence
that's
of God.
what I
Doesn't mean that there is
said.
no
That's
God.
that's
Before
not
the
what I
Bible
said.
came, before the Quran, there
That's
was
not
a God. And
that's
after
what
the
I'm
Bible was
saying.
found, there will be a God.
Listen. Because those books are not a necessity for the existence of God, everything in that book could be a lie. Even if there was a God that you have never met or heard of. The chances is that whatever God there is, you have never heard, you have never met, you don't know, you don't understand, because you've never given yourself a chance. You have filled your head with something which was made up by men. You see, me, I
Can
keep
you
telling
prove that it
people,
was made up by men?
of course. Is there any book in the Bible named after God? It's always named by a human being now. Is it written in God language? Is it not
Because it
written
is.
in human language? Is it not written in human words? It's not written in human opinions. Doesn't it talk about the history of some human countries? It's human beings. Same thing with the Quran.
Because it talks about that doesn't mean that it doesn't come from God. Do you
It
expect God
couldn't.
to start telling
It
us about
listen,
Chernobyl still
listen,
planet that we don't know about?
listen,
God
listen.
should allow us to understand
Which
the planet that we are
if
living in.
you believe that God created human beings, right?
Yes.
Okay, which is more complex? The language that is written on the pages of the Bible or the DNA that's in our blood?
I cannot fully understand answer that question because our
So listen
language
to
still
me, listen to
confuses
me,
me
listen to me,
as well as our
listen to
DNA.
me. Whatever God had to tell human beings, he would have done it within those first 7 days. So if there was any information, he already put it in our genetics. Our genetic communication is a far more efficient way of communicating for God. Writing on paper is a primitive way of communication. That's very consistent with what man
That's
does.
why.
And listen. In 2024, we don't even write on papers a lot anymore. We have now done trying to mimic the genetic by creating digital. You know, we store information. We have now realized that we can store significantly more information digitally than writing with hands. So
Which is
if
true.
God was trying to communicate, he would have put it in our genes. So whoever created human beings,
Do you know that 1 billion years could be 1 day and 1 day could be 1 billion years?
no,
No.
yes, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Listen, bro, if you believe human beings were created, this is what I'm going to tell you. Whoever created human beings already put all the information human beings need to find out in our genetics. Anything that you now see written on paper has nothing to do with it. If human beings were
No,
created,
it has everything to do with it. It has everything to do with it. The fact that we
okay.
are
So
discovering things now
let me
doesn't
ask
mean
you.
that
Let me ask you then. Why is
the
it
fact
that
that we're
Why is it that in the Bible God's chosen people are the people who write the book, the Hebrews, the Jews? Why would God choose people? Why does God have a reason to choose any specific person? Especially if those people are not even better than anybody else. Think about it, bro. If you are an American, of course, if you write about God, you're going to write that Americans are God's chosen people now. Have you ever wondered why the Arabs are the God's chosen people in the Quran? Have you ever wondered why the Indians are God's chosen people in India? These are all man-made productions. If you keep occupying yourself with those man-made productions and you don't even read it, and you're 45 years old, how will you give yourself a chance to know? Go and study it. Read Bible, read Quran, read Mahabharata.
I have not said that I've not read the Bible. I said I've not read the entire Bible. That doesn't make me illiterate of what the Bible says.
Bro.
So
Imagine going to
that's
the
one point I would like
library.
to make. The second point I would like to make is reading the entire Bible doesn't really mean that I will come to the same conclusions as you have. The third point I would like to make
How
is
about you
that
do it first? And then decide at the end? Listen, if you read the whole Bible,
so your conclusion, the conclusions you've come to is because you read the whole Bible?
More than once. And I read it not just with chapters and verses. I read it without chapters and verses. It's even a complete different message without chapters and verses. Right now, naturally, when you read it with chapters and verses, your brain can stop in some places. But when you're reading it without chapters and verses, it can be overwhelming. Especially when you go into the books of Isaiah.
Maybe not to the next person. The only thing made me that I didn't conclude reading the Bible because when I got to Revolution, I was scared to be reading all those stuff in the Revolution. That's what made me not to finish the Bible.
Revolution is revelation.
Yes. Sorry for my pronunciation. I'm
Bro,
sorry.
nobody that has read the first 65 books of the Bible can be scared to read Revelation. Revelation will be so exciting to read. That's how I know you haven't read. Revelation is very exciting. Very exciting. Even till today, I still read it just for fun.
To you.
No,
to you, and you're
listen,
saying that if I
listen to
said
me, listen to
Matthew,
me.
If I said Matthew, you'd have said Matthew is the best. If I said Nehemiah, you'd have said yes. If I said Philippians, you'd still say the same thing. I promise you.
You should read chronologically, in terms of you should read in order, in written order, okay, in the place order. You start with Genesis, Numbers, Leviticus, Deuteronomy. You go like that. Joshua. You go down the line all the way. You go all the way. You read all the whole Old Testament. You understand every book for what it's saying. Then you start Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts, Romans, Corinthians, 1st and 2nd Corinthians. You go down the road, Ephesians, Galatians, Philippians, Titus, Philemon. Then you go all the way back to Hebrew. Then you go all the way back.
All that, it will conclude. You come to a conclusion so that God doesn't exist.
My brother, if you are taking notes while you're doing it,
question, yes or no. And once you do that, you come to a conclusion that God doesn't exist.
Listen. No, the conclusion that God doesn't exist is significantly more work, which I don't think your lifespan will allow you to get there. You're already 45. It might be too late for you. You don't have that type of patience. Listen, I'm telling you, bro.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Listen, it's okay. Like you right now. Imagine you right now at the age of 45. You want to become a doctor, and let's say that
if I choose to.
You got how many years of school?
Education. You don't know my level of education.
Okay, let's assume that you don't.
I do.
Yeah, check this out. Okay, let's not assume anything. You can become a doctor if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Okay, it will be like you right now. At the age of 45, you want to be a doctor, you want to be a lawyer, and you want to be a pilot.
People have done that at the age of 50s, 60s. Yes.
Bro, so right now at 45, you're telling me that you can do everything that requires for you to become a doctor, a lawyer, and a pilot in your lifetime?
Yes, because most of those things I already do. I'm already a pilot.
Go and do it.
How difficult is it to become a pilot?
Hold up, you say you're a pilot.
A doctor of what? You know my educational level? I'm already a doctor. Are you talking a medical doctor?
Yes, a medical doctor. I'm talking about a medical doctor.
Okay, I would not want to put 7 more years into that because that would require me to go back and start.
Okay, so it would take 7 more years for you to become a medical doctor.
Yeah,
how many years would it take for you to become a pilot with the airlines?
No, I just need to put in flight hours right now. That's it. So I don't know. I might fly for 2 years.
So right now. Wait. So right now you fly. So right now you fly.
Yes,
do you have your instrument?
I don't have one personally.
No. Do you have instruments like flying so you can fly with instruments?
Yeah.
So you have both your private pilot's license already?
No, I do not have the private pilot's license. I do not have the commercial.
But yeah, I understand. But do you have your private pilot's license?
Yes.
What kind of machine can you fly? Can you fly anything that has instrumentation?
I've done most of the Cessnas. Yes,
can you fly above the clouds?
I've not done that personally.
So above the cloud is ILS instrumentation. You don't have that yet.
I've not done that.
That will probably take you another 7 years to make it into any major airline, right? So let's say you wanted to become a medical doctor.
What are you talking about 7 years?
To rack up all those hours while trying to be a medical doctor.
Most of these pilots, they go to Asia. They fly all those crazy routes.
Bro, you're going to go to Asia while going to medical school.
That's why I told you that I'm not interested in getting all of this.
I get it. I was giving you an example. I said to you that right now, where you are in your life, you cannot become a lawyer and become an major airline pilot and become a doctor at the same time. You will have to pick one.
Can you do that where you are in your own life? Can you do
Yes, at the age of 31, I can still accomplish all of that. I still have time.
What makes you think that you will see tomorrow? Are you sure that you will see tomorrow?
It's not a matter of being sure. It's by being sure what I can do today.
That's why I'm telling you that you cannot say that I will not be. You don't know that I'll live to 150 and you live to tomorrow. So you're going to be.
So you're going to be an airline pilot at the age of 80?
Say that again?
You're going to be an airline pilot at the age of 80?
I think they would have retired me by then.
Exactly. They won't even let you in the industry. By the time you get your license, they won't even let you. You'll be too old. But this is my point, bro. For you to do the work that I've done to come to my understanding that there is no God, I don't think you have that type of patience, or you have to just go based on some vague things. But I did my homework, okay, bro? I did my homework. I'm 100% sure. I will make a bet
Can I
against
ask you a
anybody
question?
if there
Can I
was a
ask you a
way to
question?
know.
You feel free not to answer, okay? Feel free not to answer. When you were doing your research, like you said, were you searching to know God, or were you searching to prove that God doesn't exist?
I wasn't searching for anything specific. I was just learning all the information that was out there to understand what it was saying. Then when I was finished, then I drew my conclusion at the end. So it didn't matter to me whether there was no God or not. In fact, I was even more biased on the side where there is a God, because I was already a Christian. Like I said, I realized that what's most important is not that I should be right, but that I should know the truth, even if the truth contradicts what I already think is right. Because most of the time, we are human beings, we're biased. And
Do you have a particular thing that caused you to conclude that this is the final straw, there is no God?
It actually was a process. It wasn't really a final thing. It was a process, but I did arrive at a point where I realized that what the Muslim is doing with Islam is the exact same thing the Christian is doing with Christianity, and they can't both be right. And then what the Hindu is doing with Hinduism is exactly what the Christians are doing. What the Africans do, even in their own small tribes, is like everybody has their own juju dance. You know, that's what religion really is. That's what these religious systems are, and it is born out of that innate need to know things that cannot be known immediately. And then it was also very much exploited by the kings and the rulers of the world of past. So when we're talking about the universal, the universe, and the reality, it is actually much more simpler than we would think, but it is so unbelievable. The real truth is so unbelievable. That's why it's easier to just believe that it was God, because it will make us really insecure to imagine that this all happened because of natural causes, when that's really actually what did happen. You see, in the universe, bro, in the universe, there are mighty powers, but there is no almighty. There is nothing absolute. Everything is just a transformation at some point in time.
Okay.
That means that we...
Sorry, I'm not cutting you short, okay? I just want to ask you a question that would probably help us, or help you elaborate to us further. Do you believe in what the people in Louisiana would call juju, or Africans would call juju and stuff like that? Do you believe that somebody can basically go somewhere, tie a piece of cloth, and it affects you somewhere?
No, sir. But I will tell you what that is exactly in its most practical form. You see, in this world, bro, this human world, there has at least been 10 great civilizations, meaning that you see the way our civilization is right now, there has been at least 10 times in the past that human civilization reached this level. So this world experiences timely cataclysms. The weather system, bro, we have like 2-month weather systems. We have 360-day weather systems. We also have 1,000-year weather system. We also have 5,000-year weather systems. We also have 10,000 years weather systems. Every few thousand years, bro, the earth just shakes. It shakes. It shakes in a very drastic way that majority of living things only die. And the survivor is like very, very, meaning that most of the technologies, unless we completely remove ourselves from the surface, that's why our current civilization, we've learned a lesson on it. And there's a chance that previous civilizations also learned that, and they removed themselves from the earth, and they wander too far away. They just haven't come back yet. So even if aliens were to come up, don't be surprised if they look just like us. You know what I'm saying, bro? Those weather systems, that's literally what our science is searching. With all these electromagnetic and quantum speeds that we're looking for, we're trying to build devices that can remove us from the surface. Because we have now understood that there's always a shift that comes back that destroys everything on land. Sometimes water covers majority of anything that is sticking out. And earthquakes, tremendous. Now, we don't know exactly what is causing it. What causes that temporary shift. But it goes through the whole process, then it calms down. Then you have another few thousand years of just calm. Then it goes through the system.
So your answer is that you do not believe that those jujus work?
No. I will tell you what it is. So within those civilizations, they develop their sciences in different ways, in complete different ways. And a remnant of it always remains with those who are left. Like what we call witchcraft. Witchcraft is the ancient form of sorcery where they used to manufacture medicines, what we call pills, like those pills that we make today, but simply using the basic ingredients in a practice that they call herbalisms. You know how a herbalist makes penicillin? A herbalist makes exactly. You might be educated on that. You know, he doesn't do it in a lab. He might have his burner or his furnace, right? They have a furnace, and you get to control the flames on the furnace while you add the ingredients. And if the flame is slightly too much, if the ingredients is put at the wrong time, you don't get the desired peel. There's even
Yeah,
all
I
types of
understand
peels.
I understand where you're driving to, but my
Yes.
question is,
So
do you believe that somebody
all,
can go?
all of those practices is what we call voodoo and witchcraft. Okay, bro? That is why you notice that most of the things we do with technology today is very synonymous with many of our superstitions. For example, a self-driving car. Okay? If you put a self-driving car in a random village in Africa, they would think it's witchcraft. They will have no explanation. I mean, you take pure villagers who don't even understand how a phone works. You just put a car in front of them that is driving by itself. They won't be able to conceptualize it. You know what I'm saying, bro? And it's because we have lost this science, and it's not widely spread. It's mostly hidden because it has many benefits, especially to the elites. The elites have demonized it. They've made it a no-go zone by adding many superstitious aspects to it. But the purity of it is pure science.
Yeah, I understand what you said. But my question was, do you believe that someone can go somewhere and concoct something and affect someone who is not there at that point, like make their head to swell or their hands to ache, their belly to swell or something like that? Or do you believe in that? Do you think that's possible?
I don't believe, because I'm not necessarily a believer, but I understand that is possible through electromagnetism. Bro, we've already mastered how to communicate wirelessly. Wait and see now. You guys should wait until we reach teleportation, where you can teleport a thing from one place to another. I'm telling you that ancient science carries elements of it.
Do you know that teleportation already exists?
That's literally what we're doing by sound right now. I'm teleporting my voice to you. Exactly. And the images on the screen.
Exactly.
Now, I am not yet able, right? There are certain sound waves that can cause disruption in the human brain, okay? That can drive a human being bad. And I don't know, maybe the government's already messing with that. Who knows? They're using it as weapons. Where I can make a certain sound over this microphone that can hypnotize everyone listening to my voice. Your pastors use it. They use all those ancient techniques. You see, all that playing soft piano music, okay, while chanting. Because there's something called chanting. If you notice in the practices of voodoo, they don't sing, they chant. They hum specific sounds at specific frequencies that require you to have certain understanding.
So in essence, you believe that someone can concoct something here and affect someone somewhere without any physical touch or communication or something like that?
No, there's always physical touch. It's just that you need to understand what's happening. Now, I can't give you all the details because I do not practice that to a certain extent. But what I do understand, there's always physical touch. And it's a science that you need to learn from someone who understands it. Once you understand it, it's not mysterious anymore. Believe it or not, that's why the church used to put a very great limit to science, okay? And then yet, while they themselves were doing research to improve their power, there is no power that human beings have in this world beyond technological. And if you don't know how a technology is working, it's simply because you're not educated on it. But technology can manifest itself in different forms and shapes. That is why you have to build patterns. If the government wasn't regulating technology, people would be driving cars with water. Human ingenuity is amazing.
That's true. Yes, that's
true.
I don't refuse that.
Human creativity is ingenious, bro. It's amazing.
But does that mean that there is no God?
Yes. That means that there is no almighty supreme being. Such a being cannot exist in our reality or in any reality. There's only powerful beings that get the power by accumulating knowledge. You can only get power by accumulating knowledge.
How are you sure that God hasn't accumulated knowledge to the point where he now becomes God? How can you prove that that's not the case?
Well, because such a God is not present within our reality.
How do you know that?
Is it evident? Can you point me to a God here?
Yes, I can.
Where?
The God of the Bible.
It's a storybook. Throw away the book and find that God. Listen, take the Bible, throw it away, then find that God. You would wander around in circles until your lifespan expires. It's just a story. You see, it's not like the Bible is a scientific book, a manual, bro, where I can go and read step by steps and then build something. You can read the Bible for the next 500 years. You will never do anything written in it. It's not a manual. It's written in prose, like poems. It's mostly good for entertainment. It's not a practical scientific document. It doesn't follow any specific methodology of application. Even most of the disciplines in it doesn't give you step-by-steps instructions how to accomplish those, how to accomplish the disciplines.
All it tells you is believe and have faith, and it shall be done as you believe and have it.
And that
that's
state of
simple.
mind,
It's simple.
listen, bro,
That is
bro.
a state of mind that once you get to that state of mind, you'll be surprised and amazed at the things that you can accomplish.
No, bro. That state of mind is the state of mind in which when a human being is in, they're most easily manipulated. A human being's highest functionality is logical, not by belief. A human being's highest level of investigating reality is always demanding proof and evidence so they can replicate word for word what has been done.
But that's what you've been demanding.
A human being's lowest inclination is when he accepts something without asking or demanding proof. That is the lowest level of brain function. That's the lowest level of intellect. You understand? The human being's logic is the highest level of thought. Problem solving, because it leads to problem solving. It allows the human being to naturally solve his problems simply by processing thought. If you cannot solve a problem simply by processing thought, that means that you lack knowledge. So believing in something doesn't make that thing true. That's one of the things I discovered in my journey of deconstructing. That belief does not establish truth. Belief only establishes emotional comfort. It allows me to be comfortable in whatever state of mind I'm in due to my inability to transcend my problems, to overcome my problems. So it allows me to justify why it is okay to remain subject in that state. That's why if I want to overcome any specific thing, I need to put myself through suffering and endure a specific type of pain that I might not even desire. And if I can endure it consistently for a long time, I will gain that knowledge or gain that skill that I desire. If simply believing is really cheap now. It's really cheap. It's not worth much. It's not worth much. What is worth is the worth of what you're getting is how much pain you are overcoming.
And you just answered my question. You just answered the statement that I said that nobody works to get into heaven. All you need to do is believe because it is cheap and it's easy. God would not allow you to work to get in the kingdom of God because you were born a sinner. He knows that you were born a sinner and it's none of your fault. That's why he said, just believe.
Brother, those are promises made to poor and miserable people. That's why I often say this on TikTok. The only people who want to go to heaven are lazy, foolish people who don't want to do any work, but they want to gain everything. We have already learned this from a very young age. You can get what you work for. Work for it. Anything that's given to you that you don't work for, you are not going to value that thing in the fullness of the value of that thing. We ascribe value to things that we toil for, that we strive for.
Based on human thinking, yes. But do you believe in afterlife?
Bro, based on the reality. Bro, let me tell you, bro, life is so precious because once it's lost forever. That's why that's why man is really desperate to become immortal. That's why we have a medical field, bro. The word afterlife means death. Because if there was anything that continues after you die, then death will not be death. Death is a true end. Just like conception is a true beginning. Conception is a true beginning, and death is a true end.
In your opinion, when we die, when this flesh dies, that's the end of human being. So we don't need to worry about it.
So a human being's only possibility and only chance, okay, bro, of maintaining maybe a sense of, I wouldn't even say a sense of self, because without your own body, you're not you. Without your body, you're not you. Like, your body is the number one essential thing that makes you you. Even if I was to remove your mind and put it in another body, it will not be you. It will be a complete different person. Now, the only chance for us to persist beyond our physical body in some shape or form is what we're already doing with social media. In the future, everybody will have their AI representation on the internet.
Now, I'm going to say something that's going to probably shock you, okay? Do you believe that there is God in each and every one of us, that all of us are God?
No, sir.
Do you believe that you're
no,
God?
Sir. When ancient people said that God was inside of us, they were referring to our ability to think. Our ability to think is comparable to the highest achievement in the universe. You know, anything which cannot think. Listen, power in this reality is determined by the height of a person's ability to think and solve problems. That's what makes us different from the animals. Though they can think, they cannot think at our level. And because of that, they cannot work together at our level. That's why we always dominate them. Physically, they're even stronger than us. But socially, they are far poorer than us. The only excellent thing that we have is our ability to think. because we strive, we suffer more, we are significantly more curious than they are, and our curiosity allows us to discover things that they don't know. I'm telling you that
Okay,
if
I'm
we
telling
learn
you right now
if
that
we learn how to communicate with gorillas and chimpanzees, they can learn everything that we learn. We just need to learn their form of communication. Like
nope,
100%.
I do not accept that.
Of course, you're not going to accept that. Just like those racist white people did not think that black people could learn. Look at the
No,
world.
they
I'm
didn't.
telling
No,
you.
no, 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 no.
Listen,
That's where you get
listen.
it wrong. That's where you get it wrong. Let me talk. They did not believe that black people cannot learn. They just didn't want black people to learn.
That's not true. That's not
That's a whole
true.
topic for another day.
Listen.
Now, no. I was sleeping. Now you
Listen.
want to wake me up.
Listen,
See, that is not
so
true.
that is why your statement proves that you
They
don't
did
want
not.
gorillas to learn. Because if you want gorillas to learn,
No. Just because you cannot communicate with gorilla doesn't mean that you don't want them to learn. And just because the white people back in the day did not want black people to learn, doesn't mean that black people could not learn anything. That's why they stopped us from reading books and things like that.
brother, do we go and give gorillas books to read and they refuse to read?
Go and give a gorilla a book to read now and let them read. Let's see.
Okay, how about you write it in a language that he can
Let me
understand?
take you to the zoo and keep you in the zoo and say communicate with us gorilla. Come, let me take you there. Since you can communicate with gorillas.
Gordon.
Let me take you to the zoo and put you in the cage with the gorilla.
Let me ask you a basic question. How to read. When you were learning ABC when you were growing up, did you learn the sounds of the alphabet?
I believe so. I can't remember that far, but I believe so.
You learned the sounds of the alphabet, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
A, B,
B,
K,
yep.
D,
Yep.
E, F, G, H,
yep.
I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T.
Go and teach the gorilla those sounds. Let's see. Go and teach the gorilla those sounds. Yes.
Bro, just relax, brother, relax. Do you know that in the Greek alphabet, the alphabet ends at O? O.
I don't know.
Omega.
I don't know.
That's why they say alpha omega, because the alphabet ends at O.
I don't know.
Okay.
Go and teach the gorilla that.
Just wait. I'm trying to tell you that they already know it. How do you think? When a gorilla does and then his fellow gorilla understands exactly what he has just said, do you understand that there is a communication that is beyond your IQ?
Of course.
Do
you believe that birds to communicate?
Bro, just relax. Brother, relax. Let me finish talking. Let me tell you what I'm trying to say. My point is not that you should go do it or we should go do it. It's because our human superiority complex will not even allow us to consider the idea that those animals that literally have 16 times the same strength of us should ever be at the same level of intelligence as us. We are naturally intimidated by their intelligence. If they display,
but not everybody.
Okay, how about the next time you go to the zoo, go and say hi to a gorilla face to face?
I want you to go and teach the abacus first before I'll go and do that.
No, don't worry. Let me ask you a question. If you went to the zoo, why would you not go to why wouldn't you go into the zoo and greet the gorilla and say, hello, sir, how are you? Why would you do that?
Because to my conception, they don't understand how to communicate with me. And they take me
is it friendly? Because why is it not the other way around? You don't understand how to communicate with them. Have you never seen human beings? Have you never seen human beings in the zoo who hang out with the gorillas? They don't hurt them.
Yes, go and join them and teach them abacus there. Then come and talk this talk that you're talking right now.
Bro, realistically, do you think I can single-handedly do that by myself?
I know you cannot.
Okay, by myself, right?
Yes.
But what if we created an educational system using AI, using computers to educate gorillas basic and fundamentally? You don't think that they can learn?
I don't know about that.
You see, that's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you to see if you're smart enough.
That I don't know. I don't know that.
Okay. So I'm trying to teach you something. Just relax and learn, man. Just learn. It's okay to learn shit you don't know. They can learn. That's why we have dogs that we can train dogs to assist their human beings when they have
read ABC. Tell me one dog that reads and says ABC.
I'm not talking about ABC when I mentioned the dogs. I said you can train a dog to identify a human being who is going through certain
limits. They have limits because of their level of intelligence.
Brother, just like we have limits. It's not that they have limits.
We have no limits. We are expanding every day. That's why we are getting to the point where we are even creating AI and the rest. We have no limit. We just have to
Gordon,
believe and keep going. We have no limit.
Gordon,
We can fly
Gordon,
planes today.
Gordon,
We can shoot guns. We can do
Gordon.
everything.
That
We have no limit.
that is not the case. Okay, that's why you don't judge a fish by its ability to fly. That's why I'm trying to teach you. You're not getting it, bro. You cannot judge a fish based on its ability to fly. You cannot judge a bird based on its ability to swim. You cannot judge a person who dances rock and roll based on his ability to dance juju dance. Okay? If just like there is a method to communicate to certain species, every species has a capacity within his own anatomy to reach excellent lengths, especially when assisted. If I'm going to teach a gorilla how to read and write, I have to first of all understand the language of the gorillas, understand their meanings, and then put it in written form. That's what
Do
we
you think
Africans.
that the white man understood what the black man was doing when they went to Africa?
Gordon, hold up.
Do you
Let me
think
not-
that they knew
let me-
what?
let me-
they
let me not lose my
understood the
train of thought.
languages
Let me
when
not
they
lose my
got
train
there?
of thought. Hold up. Forget that for now. Bro,
Okay, go ahead.
when we first have to learn how gorillas communicate, then we can take their communication and put it in a written code and attempt to teach them that. That is what we Africans are doing with our traditional languages right now. Most of our traditional languages were just oral, but there's now written versions of many different traditional dialects that were not previously written. You know what I'm saying? You can use phonetics. You know what phonetics are, right?
Of course.
With phonetics, you can make any language. You can put it in written form. And then, do you know that a chimpanzee has the educational level, has the IQ of a 5-year-old human?
Yes, I believe so.
Can
Some
you
of
teach?
them may have that.
Can you teach a 5-year-old human how to read?
It's possible, yes. The genius one. The ability to read is usually not based on the age. It's based on the development of their brain. So it's not the age that matters.
Brother. So when we say that a chimpanzee has the IQ of a 5-year-old, it's based on the development of its brain. It can at very least learn the same type of information that a 5-year-old human being can learn.
And that would be a genius gorilla, right? Not every gorilla.
Every chimpanzee has the IQ level. An adult chimpanzee, let me put it that way. An adult chimpanzee has, with their current level of education, has the IQ level of a 5-year-old human being today. Now, do you know that a 5-year-old human being today has the IQ level of a 20-year-old human being from 1,000 years ago?
I'm not sure about that information.
It is technologically, it's intelligent quotient. That's how IQ works. Intelligent quotient. So we see that even we've gotten better over time. That is why now you see these kids can read because of the resources we give them. They can read even at the age of 1 year old. Most of us, when we were growing up, we couldn't read and write at the age of 1. We didn't know how to use an iPad by the age of 2. We didn't even have it. The resources wasn't
have it, so we cannot even compare that.
Yes, the resources weren't given to us. I'm telling you that, listen, bro, there is a scenario where if you give, especially the apes that are very similar to us, you give them the right resources under the right circumstances, they will demonstrate levels of intelligence that is quite intimidating. But that in of itself is a crime against humanity. No human group will just sit down there and let that shit happen, bro. It is still very convenient for us to remain superior to animals. If they were to gain certain types of intelligence, we'll not have competition in our world of our own making.
Okay, so did somebody come to Earth and teach us how to read and write and develop the knowledge that we've developed? Did we have to go to the extent of calculating that, hey, we are at this level, and did somebody have the ability to come and say, oh, they are at this level, let us teach them how to learn and read and write?
Bro, that's
I want you don't start talking about Neanderthals right now, because I think
let me finish talking. Let me answer. Don't tell me what to say. I'm gonna answer the question to the best of my knowledge, bro. Actually, there's some evidence to suggest that human beings learn something from a source that is external. We just don't know yet, or at least it's not common knowledge.
Okay,
and I bet you, I bet you, and I bet you, if you go to,
you want me to accept that, but you don't want me to accept that there may be a God somewhere. Okay, go ahead.
Bro, if you want to imagine that there's a God somewhere to satisfy your ignorance, that's good for you now. It's good for your emotional satisfaction. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm just going to tell you that. There is no absolute almighty, all-powerful being anywhere. We've never encountered that. There's no evidence to suggest that.
Okay.
You understand? An almighty, all-powerful being We
What
have the
is the
parts.
external source, in your own opinion, that we learn from?
Give me 1 second.
Okay, go ahead. I've just been reading the comments and it's been interesting. There's a
And that
particular
is the
person there
part.
that
That is
believes.
the part. That's the part that I'm telling that we don't know. Now, there's many things in this world that are real and true that we cannot ignore, right? Like things that, like some of the claims of many of the indigenous cultures in the world. The Dogon people. Have you ever heard of the Dogon people in West Africa?
The who?
The Dogon.
Dogan?
Yeah.
No, I'm not familiar with them.
Okay. There is this star system that we recently discovered through our modern telescopes. It's called the Cyrus star system. The Dogons have a diagram, a set of diagrams that they carve on wood, which completely maps out that star systems. And they have certain claims they make about it that is just unverifiable, such as that's where their ancestors came from. And that the original ancestors came, some of them stayed and some of them left, and that they are expecting them to come back after a few thousand years. Now, has that happened? No. If you go down to South Africa to the Zulu, within Zulu mythology, the Zulu says that the human species that used to be in this world, that used to be indigenous to this world, was neither male or female. It was a single bionic being. But some reptilian type beings had introduced themselves, and they took that singular type of human being who used to communicate through the same gestation that the animals do into a laboratory, and they split the genes. They split the genes into male and female. That is why that's when human beings started communicating by sound. If you go to the Middle East, there is too many mythologies. These are not necessarily things that people are claiming to be true. They don't even try to evangelize it. They're not even trying to convert anyone. It's just what they say about themselves. That suggests that it is highly possible that human beings are not the only humanoid or the only biological form of intelligent life that has this type of intelligence that we have today. Also, if you hear some of the conspiracy theories that surround what Germany was doing, both in Antarctica, and the reason why Germany was able to improve in its technology so rapidly, it suggests that they might have been working with outside entities. There is a phenomenon today we call UFOs. We see crafts that demonstrate levels of physics, okay, that just is so mind-boggling. It doesn't really match any level of science that we've been able to accomplish yet, and yet very scientific. How can an object be traveling at almost 6,000 miles an hour, and then in literally less than 2 seconds, it just stops and makes a complete U-turn, or make a 90-degree angle turn? Boom, boom. We don't have any crafts that can do that yet. No, there's no algorithm that can write it, especially those type of physical forces. Just the physical impact of slowing down that much will shatter any craft. But we do observe such things happening. So to a certain vague level, we can theorize that it's very much possible that a lot of what human beings also know is not 100% a product of human ingenuity. There might be some external help. Now, once human beings have learned it, do they have the ability to completely comprehend it? Absolutely. That for sure. That's what we see. That's why we all work in industries. We all have those skills. Many of us, some are computer coders. Some of us build vehicles. Some of us work on airplanes. Some of us are pilots. Some of us are doctors. That reality suggests that if there's a level of intelligence above us, there's a level of intelligence beneath us. If we can rise in intelligence, so can the animals who are beneath us rise in intelligence. That's my original statement. It should not be far-fetched.
It is not far-fetched, Bakanga, and I appreciate the in-depth discourse that you've given me just now. But what I'm telling you is this, that because we have risen in intelligence doesn't mean that all the other forms of animals and stuff like that, birds and you name them, can also attain that same level of intelligence. If
Bro, the
not,
possibility shows that they can actually attain higher levels of intelligence.
Okay. Okay. Because they okay, let's assume that they can acquire higher levels of intelligence. What's stopping them? Why are they not a competition to us on Earth?
The same thing that is stopping those people in Africa from thinking about building cars. Was it the African man that built a car? Is he not human, just like the white man?
Do you want me to start talking about inventions of black people that?
No. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just asking, just simple. I'm not saying that the white man is
When we
better.
talk about Africans, it includes every
No,
black.
listen, because you and I are from Africa. Listen, bro. Why is the reason why the white man is the one who thought about developing a car, an engine? We did not have that in Africa. We're not going to lie. We're not going to sit over here and say that we invented engines. No. Why didn't we
Does
not
that mean that we don't have the capacity to think about that?
That's what I'm saying. Just because the animals do it doesn't mean that they don't have the capacity to think about it. It's because we did not need it. You get it? We did not need it, so we didn't even desire it. We didn't even go down that path of thinking. Somebody had to introduce that to us.
The difference between the black, the difference is that you and a white man doesn't have much difference except of color, right? So
no, not a set of color. Hell no. It's not because of just color. Color is not our only difference, bro.
Name me a significant difference as it is between human beings and, say, apes, monkeys.
A significant difference between apes and monkeys.
No, between us and apes and white people and black people.
Okay. White people, we Africans, we have our immune system is significantly stronger. Significantly stronger. Okay.
Does that make our brain more stronger?
Listen, bro. Did you know, and I know that a lot of racist black people like to bring this up, that our genetic code has 9 DNA strands?
Sorry, say that again.
Do you know that we as Africans or black Africans, we have 9 DNA strands?
9 different DNA strands?
Yes.
And white people have how many different DNA strands?
I think it's 6 or 5. So our genetics have the ability to contain more information, genetic information.
So what you're insinuating is that black people should have more intelligence than white people? Is that what you're saying?
That we have more storage space for information within our physical anatomy than they do.
And does that imply that we have more capacity to learn more and do more things?
I don't know, because I don't know necessarily the quality of those 9 strands. Maybe the 9 strands was actually not necessarily proving that we're better, but that we need more in order to compete with them. So I cannot say that for sure. Listen. I don't know. I cannot say for sure. And I'm being honest with you, so listen carefully. And do not take my honesty for granted. I don't personally know if we have 9 strands, because we require those 9 strands in order to contain the same amount of information that they can contain in just 5 strands. But the point is that difference is a very significant difference. Okay, bro? Whether it makes one group more better or less better or whatever, there is a significant difference at that genetic level. Now, do you know that the apes have a similar amount of strands as our Caucasian brothers and sisters?
Nope, I do not know that.
Yes.
And I do not believe that. I'll need to research on that.
Then that's why, you see, that's what I'm talking about. You're starting to learn. If I tell you something, it's not if you should believe me or not believe me. You don't have to vocalize your belief or disbelief. It doesn't add value or substance to what has been said. Seek to understand what has been said. Then, if you do have time, research to see if it's true or false. If it's true,
I told you that I don't know, and I'll research. I didn't say you were wrong. I said I don't know.
No. I'm not saying that you said it was wrong. I was just pointing out to something that religious people do a lot. You've done it a lot, but you're starting to slow down. When someone tells you something, no, listen. If somebody tells you something, your natural instinct should not be. You will know that your IQ has risen. When someone tells you something and your natural inclination is not to believe or disbelieve them, where it doesn't matter if you believe them or not. Like, believe.
So do you think that my natural instinct is to disbelieve you? Is that what you're saying?
No, your natural instinct is your natural inclination is actually you constantly comparing what I'm saying. with what you believe rather than what you actually know as a fact. But when you do put yourself in a position where you're comparing what I'm saying with what you actually know as a fact, you actually understand me more.
Why would you say that what I'm saying I don't know as a fact? Because is it because
you don't
I say I
know, you don't know as a fact that the Bible is the word of God. That's your belief. So every
Is that
time I
what
say
I told
something to you, no, listen. Every time I say, oh, hold up. You don't know as a fact that, do you know as a fact that the Bible is the word of God?
I know as a fact that the Bible is the word of God, contains the word of God. It doesn't have to be
No,
100%.
You know as a fact that the Bible contains the word of God.
Yes.
How do you know that?
How do I know that it contains the word of God?
As a fact. And don't you dare tell me because someone told me so. Because the truth is that you don't know.
But
If you're
Ganga,
honest with yourself,
no,
brother.
you cannot say, don't you dare tell me that someone told me so. Everything that you know, is it because you deciphered it yourself? Did you discover it yourself?
Yeah.
Didn't you go to school to learn things?
Listen. Most of
Did
what
people
I
not teach you
listen.
things?
People taught me.
About
Listen.
people on your soul not educated you on certain things that you didn't know?
Listen.
Why would you want to limit me? Why would you want to limit me? When you ask me a question,
Because
let me answer.
listen, bro. I said, don't tell me that you know simply just because someone told you so. As in, if your only source of information, of your only
Part
backup and
of
your
the
only
reason
evidence is that
I have several evidences.
okay,
And
then
part of
tell
the
me.
reason
Then tell me.
part,
Tell me what
part of it
evidences you have
part
that
of
make
it
you
part,
know.
okay, part of it is because I read the Bible and I believed in something in the Bible and I practiced it in my life and it
No,
came
bro,
to pass.
that's not the same thing as believing. If you know it, then it shouldn't have anything to do with believing. It works,
But
whether you believe it or
it
not.
starts with believing. It starts with believing. It starts with
That
believing.
you see, you're proving my point. That's what I'm telling you. Don't start with believing.
How couldn't I start with believing?
Because believing always involves your personal biases, and your personal biases will always prevent you from seeing something as it is. Your personal biases will always put you in a position where you start seeing that thing as you want it to be. So by the time you read the Bible, you already no. Listen to me. Listen to me. Let me prove to you.
Okay,
No,
go ahead.
hold on. Let me prove to you, bro. Before you read the Bible, didn't you already think it was the word of God?
Before you sit on a chair, didn't you know it's going to hold your weight? Didn't you
Brother,
really think that it's
listen,
going to hold your weight? That's the same
don't
question you're
deflect.
asking me.
Brother, don't
I'm
deflect.
not deflecting.
Before you read the Bible, had you not already thought and believed
Before
that it
you are
was the
sitting on
word
the
of
chair that you're
God?
sitting, did you not believe that it will hold your weight?
Brother,
Did you not know or
I don't
think?
see what that has to do with my question. Before you read the Bible, did you not already
You
had
must
you not
have some
already
kind of forethought. You must have some kind of
brother,
forethought. That's what I'm trying to say.
before
Call
you
it belief,
read the
call it whatever.
Bible, had you not believed that it was the word of God?
You must have some kind of forethought. That's what I'm trying to say.
Brother, listen to me. When you read the Bible, had you not already believed? You had already believed and you were already sure it was the word of God before you read it, right?
Before I read the Bible on my own, after I have grown up, I was curious and I said, let me challenge certain things. At the outset, yet I believe because that's what I was taught. But being an independent individual, I decided to try and go in and delve and read and try to understand certain things. Just like me looking at the chair that's in front of me, before sitting on that chair, I have a forethought that it should be able to hold my weight. If not, I would not sit comfortably on it. That's the same approach I use for the Bible.
So
So once I
listen,
sit on the chair,
listen, bro. With all due respect, the chair analogy doesn't compare here because, bro, if you
it
sit on a
does.
chair, listen.
It does. Do you want? Okay, let me give you another
Listen, bro,
example.
let me finish talking. Let me finish talking. Before you sit on a chair, if your assumption is that it can hold your weight, which is our natural assumption, then you sit on it, and if somebody has set a trap on it, you will always fall for it.
Exactly.
Okay, that's what I'm saying to you. If you already assume that the Bible was the word of God and you read it, if someone has set a trap for it, you will always fall for it. And that's the
If you
trap that
listen
they
to
have.
what, if you listen to what I said,
Listen,
if you are
that
listening
is
to what, if
that
you are
is the
listening to what
trap.
I, if you are listening to what I have said earlier, I told you that at the
Gordon, that is
outset.
an equivalent comparison. That's not an equivalent comparison, okay? I said to you, before
Okay,
you
give me
read
an
the word
equivalent
of God.
comparison.
No, I don't want a comparison. I want you to answer the question as I've asked you. Did you believe, just confirm in whatever way you can, without
You said
changing the
before.
analogy.
Okay.
Did you believe that the Bible was the word of God before you
Are you
actually
talking?
read it?
You are talking for the first time or subsequently? Because I've read it several times. I've read portions of the Bible several times.
Before you intentionally decided to go into the Bible and read it and get some type of
I
independent
believe it was the
understanding.
word of God, just like you.
Okay,
Yes, I did.
good. That's why I told you that when you start reading it with that bias, even if you read that God killed somebody, you wouldn't want to think in your head that God actually did it because God was evil. Because
I've thought
you
about that. Believe you me or
listen,
not, I've thought about that.
brother,
I've
hold
thought about
up.
things that God has allowed in the Bible. I said, but this cannot be a just
Brother,
God who's doing allowing this thing. I've thought about that. Believe
Gordon,
me or not.
Gordon.
Yes, sir.
I know we're both African, okay, and we like to yell in
No.
conversation, okay. Actually, listen to what I'm saying. Understand what I'm saying. This is not a matter of right or wrong. You don't have to keep being defensive every time I say
I'm not being
something.
defensive. I'm telling you
Okay,
what I
so
experienced, what I
so
think.
listen carefully to my question.
Yes.
Before you read the Bible, you had already believed that it was the word of God. You were already a believer that Jesus Christ is God, right?
Yes, the initial times, yes.
Okay, so when you went to go and read, that is confirmation bias. So you were reading it to confirm your belief. You were not reading it to discover something that you did not already know. Do you understand
At the
that?
first instance, yes. The first instance, yes. You're right.
Good. Because of that, you have never really truly read the Bible. And the reason why,
No, I've not
listen,
read the
no,
Bible just once. I've read it several times.
listen,
Just like you.
and every other time you read after that, you still read it with that confirmation bias. There's a specific discipline. There are many. It's not just one that can make you read the Bible without that confirmation bias, bro. But it is a very painful experience to a person who already believes that Jesus Christ is God. Like, you have to be realistic. You have to almost think in your head that you're a Muslim reading it. So you have no attachment to anything that the Bible already claims. And then you don't draw your conclusion until the end. And then you judge every character in the book by the same standard. You don't assume, or you don't pick a favorite character. So from the beginning, when I read, in the beginning we'll say, in the beginning God created heaven and earth. Then God made the animals, he said it was good. Okay, nice. Then God made the land, God made the sun, God made the plants. Then God formed man in his image. God said, let us make man in our image. As soon as I see, let us make man in our image, I'll jot that down. God referred to himself in plural. Why? That's a big question mark. I'll just leave that question. I keep reading. Then it says in chapter 1 that God put man in the garden, and God told man that he can eat from any tree that of the garden. It will be unto him as meat. Okay. Then I keep reading to verse 2. I get to the part where it says that God said to man that you can eat of every tree except the one in the middle of the garden. Hold up, something's not right. In verse 1, I just read that God told man to eat from every tree. No exception. Then now in chapter 2, is now saying that God is telling man to eat from every tree except the one in the middle of the garden. That's very strange. I will note that down. Then I keep reading. I get to the part where God says to the man, when man has eaten the fruit, and God is ready to kick the man out of the garden, and God says, no, actually I get to the part where the snake says to the man, did God say, the snake says to the woman, did God say you should not eat of that fruit? And the woman said, yeah, God said not to eat of the fruit. And that the day that we eat of the fruit, on that day we will surely die. And then the snake said to the woman, you're not going to die if you eat that fruit. God actually knows that if you eat that fruit, you're going to become like him, knowing good and evil. What does that mean? Are you saying that the knowledge of good and evil makes one equal to God? That's very strange. Let me write it down. Then I keep reading. I reach the part where God has now come, discovered that Adam and Eve have sinned. God is getting ready to punish them. And after God punishes them, he sends them out of the garden. And then God says to his angel, or he says to someone, God says, behold, man has become like one of us, having the knowledge of good and evil. Oh, hell no. What is God meaning by man has become like one of us? That means that there is more than one person who's like God. Let me write that down. And man is also now in the category of those people who are like God. Now, God says in that book of Genesis, let us put a cherubim to stand and protect the garden, lest man reaches his hand to the tree of life and eat of that tree of life and live forever. Hey, hold up. You're saying to me that God kicked man out of the garden. Then God decided to protect the garden because there was a tree in there that could make man live forever? And man did not know. Man could have eaten that tree, that fruit as well, and live forever, and God will not be able to do anything. So that tells me that the reason why man dies is not because God punished the man directly or anything happened to the man's genetics. It's just that there was a tree that man used to eat that used to keep his lifespan. That if that man goes and eat that tree, then that man will be able to live forever. That is why man dies. So apparently God kicked that man out. Then I keep reading the story. Man has now come out of the garden. Adam and Eve. Cain and Abel. All of a sudden, Cain kills Abel. The first thing Cain does when he kills Abel, he goes and builds a city. How can Cain go and build a city when there's only 4 people in the world? The Bible hasn't told us that there's anybody else here. Maybe I need to keep reading to find out if there was somebody else here. Because how can Cain go and build a city by himself? Surely enough, he builds a city and he gets a wife. Where did he get a wife from? There's many possibilities. Maybe he has some sisters and he married one of his sisters. That's a possibility. But then that will make it incest. So maybe God is to tolerate incest at some point. This type of God, though. Okay, let me keep reading it. Maybe he knows what he's doing. Then I keep reading it all the way to the point in the days of Noah, where the Bible says every man is corrupt in this world except Noah and his 3 sons. Noah and his 3 sons. God commands Noah to build an ark. It takes Noah like 100 years to build that ark. Then God commands Noah to take a specific amount of animals, all the animals in the world, and put on that ark. As I'm reading this verse, I live in 2024, and I know that the type of vessel that can contain all the animals in this world, it will be unimaginable. How realistic is this story? But let me keep reading. Maybe God knows what he's doing. Maybe the writers know what they're saying. I read it. Noah goes into the boat. All the animals go with him. It doesn't say anything about insects. It doesn't say anything about the fish. All we know is that it was just the animals that walk on land. When he comes out of the ark, the first thing Noah does is get drunk. The first thing that Noah does when he comes out of the ark is to get drunk. And I'm asking myself, hold up. So God punished all these people before Noah. He killed them because they were evil. And Noah was a drunkard the whole time. Doesn't a drunkard make you fall in the category of being unrighteous? So God saved everybody except a drunkard. They said Noah was so drunk that he fell down naked. And one of his sons, called Ham, came into his tent and saw him naked. And when Noah got up, you know what Noah did to his son? He cursed him and told him that he would be a slave to his brothers and sisters. Simply because Noah got drunk. And then his son came and saw him. Now that son is now cursed to be a slave. Which kind of thing is this? I kept reading. We'll get to the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel says, when the sons of men began to multiply on the earth, all of a sudden, men started having this idea where they wanted to build this tower that reaches into heaven so they could make a name for themselves and that they will not be scattered all around the world. And God was in heaven looking down, and God was like, look at what these human beings are doing. Bro, this actually says it word for word in the Bible. In fact, let me read it to you, bro. You'll be shocked at this when I read this.
Go ahead.
You will be shocked at what I'm about to read to you right now, bro. And if you have any brain in your brain cells, which I think you do, you might actually go back and study this yourself.
You just told me that I have no intelligence. Now you're saying I have brain cells. Okay.
Brain cells and intelligence is 2 different things now.
Okay. Well. I thought that.
Bro, maybe I don't curse you. I don't curse you, Sute. Cursing down lost from my mouth. But at least I know so you're not going to hate me because of him. You don't understand the context.
No. Go ahead.
See, Genesis chapter 11. Now the whole earth had one language and one speech. This is very important. So that tells me that there was a time when everybody in the world used to speak the same language. I haven't even gone into race yet, though. I haven't gone into race like Chinese, black, white. The fact that when a white man fucks a white woman, he doesn't produce a black man. I haven't even gone into that yet. I'm still just reading the book because I don't want to take sides. I don't want to say it's a lie. I don't want to say it's true. I'm just noticing anything that is strange to me. Okay? Now the whole earth had one language and one speech. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. Then they said to one another, come, let us make bricks and bake them thoroughly. They had bricks for stone, and they had asphalt for mortar. And they said, come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower whose top reaches into the heavens. Let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered abroad over the face of the earth. So the entire reason why these human beings are wanting to do this is so they will not be scattered. Human beings wanted to stay united. And they knew that if they stay united, they can make a name for themselves as one united people. Me as a human being, I don't have a problem with that. I think it's good for human beings to be united. But then verse 5 says, but the Lord came down to see
Sorry,
the
I
city.
missed that chapter. What chapter is that? Can you say that again, please?
Chapter 11.
Okay.
I'm now in verse 5. But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower which the sons of men had built. And the Lord said, indeed, the people are one. So even God has noticed human unity. Congratulations now, God. It seems like your eyes work. And all have one language. They are not just united, but they speak the same language. And this is what they have begun to do. Now, nothing that they purpose to do will be withheld from them. That is very strange to me. What does God mean? That human beings, when they are united and they have the same language, nothing that they do can be withheld from them. Does he really mean nothing that they want to do, as in like they can do anything they want to as long as they are united? That's a very scary thought. That our unity can really make us invincible from God's own perspective, including if we wanted to go into heaven and defeat God, we could go and do it though, because God just said that we can do it if we remain united. So there is something about us, that our unity, that God does not like. So what does God do? God says, come, let us go down. Hey. Now God is still talking about himself as in us. Every time God is saying, he's always saying, let us. So whoever God is talking to, he said, let us go down. So those people can also come down. It's not just God by himself. So it's not just like one God saying that, let me go down and represent us. No, he said, let us go down. They came. So come, let us go down there and confuse their language. I thought God was not the author of confusion. Which kind of this thing is this? That they may not understand one another's speech. So the Lord scattered them abroad from there over the face of all the earth, and they ceased building the city. Therefore its name was called Babel, because the Lord had confused the languages of all the earth, and from there the Lord scattered them abroad over the face of the earth. This is the genealogy of Shem. So chapter 11 from verse 10, it began to tell you the genealogy. Bro, that story alone makes me think of two things. Now, I'm very educated in Greek mythology. When Zeus used to refer to his pantheon of gods, he always referred to them as us. And when you look at the Greek gods are just oversized human beings. Human beings that have longer lifespan and human beings that have significantly more technology. When I read this does not sound like an almighty God to me, bro. And a God that has to observe human unity and feels the need to come and interrupt it to prevent them from doing whatever they want to do. Is it possible that there is something these human beings can do that would threaten this God? The answer is yes, from what I'm reading. Because not only had he just destroyed the whole world, he had just destroyed the whole world.
What was the reason? Why did they want to build the tower? Explain that to me.
I'll read it. It's in verse 5. It says, and they said, come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower whose top reaches into heaven. Let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered abroad over the face of the whole earth. So they wanted to do all of it so that they will not be scattered around.
Make a name for themselves.
Yes.
Do you find anything triggering about that?
No, because they were not competing with anyone but themselves. So they wanted to make a name for themselves.
Are you making your name? If
I will tell you. I will tell you.
If the world is one,
yes,
and they speak the same language,
yes,
and they still feel the need to make a name for themselves, why do they feel the need to make a name for themselves?
For their children, so that children will not forget them. So when future generations come, future generations will say, these are the ones who built the tower that has kept us united. That's very common in the human world anyways. You know, like the American founding fathers, they made a name for themselves when they declared independence and built this nation.
Was their purpose to make a name for themselves or to grant independence?
It was both. It was both. It was both. It was both, because many of them gain financially, they gain with business, they gain notoriety. They desire to become presidents. Not out of duty, but out of a way of prestige, to make a name for yourself. One man doesn't want to be great among his brothers and sisters by doing great things. That's not an evil thing.
I'm asking you those questions because I want you to understand that God has the purpose that they were trying to go against.
My brother, God says his own purpose. Listen, bro. God says the purpose right here. You don't need to go outside of this thing to understand. It says, and the Lord said, indeed, the people are one, and they have one language, and this is what they have begun to do. Now, nothing that they have purpose to do will be withheld from them. That is God's own confession. Listen.
Can you allow us to read the chapter before that led to that? Can you allow us to do that? That led to that. So
the chapter that leads to that is just genealogy. It has nothing to do with that specific story. When chapter 10 begins with the genealogy of the sons of Noah. Chapter 9 begins with So God blessed Noah and his son and said to them, be fruitful and multiply. So it just tells us what happened right after Noah got. And then it tells us of the curse of Ham that was taken of
Okay.
Canaan. Chapter 8 says, then God remembered Noah and every living thing. Chapter 8 is when God brought them out of the ark. Chapter 7 says, then God said to Noah, come into the ark. Chapter 7 is when they went into the ark. Chapter 6 is the introduction of what happened in the days of the flood. You notice that chapter 11 is actually the beginning after everything has settled and human beings begin to multiply. That's why chapter 11 says, now the whole earth had one language and one speech. And it came to pass as they journeyed from the east. So human beings came from the east. Apparently, whatever is happening in the east. That they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. Then they said to one another, come, let us make bricks and bake them thoroughly. They had bricks for stone, and they had asphalt for mortar. And they said, come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower, whose top is in the heavens. Let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered abroad over the face of the whole earth. So making a name for themselves is not completely isolated as a text. There is a comma. It says, let us make a name for ourselves, comma, so that we will not be scattered abroad over the face of the earth. They give you their reason why they're trying to make a name for themselves, so they can remain one and united. And they already know that they are multiplying and they're increasing in number. And they know they're giving birth to children. You know, so there is no evil in this. When you look at verse 6 now, and it says, and the Lord said, indeed, the people are one, and they have one language. And this is what they have begun to do. What exactly have they begun to do? Building a city, remaining united, want to make a name for themselves, so they are not scattered. What is so wrong with human beings not wanting to be scattered? What is so wrong with human beings wanting to be united?
I would tell you that this is a story that I had studied some time ago, and honestly, at this point in time, I am a little bit, disappointed in myself, because there is a scripture that I'm trying to think of to quote that ties with what's going on here that I cannot find. But I promise you that I'm making
brother, wait. Brother, wait.
Because you're quoting the Bible, right?
Brother, wait, please. You see what I was saying about confirmation bias? You don't have the ability to flip from Genesis and just read it for what it's saying. You see, you notice that what I've done, I haven't really attacked God.
That's not the case.
Wait now, bro. I haven't really attacked God. I haven't attacked God. I am simply taking the text as I am reading. I'm even giving myself room to be wrong. All I know that it's very strange that this God in this specific chapter is intimidated by human unity to the point where he has to come and confuse them. And out of his own mouth, he says that nothing that they purpose to do will be withheld from them, bro. Do you know what nothing means from God's perspective? God is saying that they can do anything they want. That's what God is saying. This is not what a man is saying, apparently, according to the book. And then God is taking an offensive action. It's almost like this is against heaven's security. Heaven has national security. You know? God is saying that, look, we can't let them keep doing this shit. We need to confuse their languages. You know, we need to confuse.
I promise you, Bakanga, anytime that you get me back on your show, I will come back to this particular point, because there is something that I need to say that I am falling short right now.
Okay,
and
you know what? You know. Listen, do you know why?
That's why I've been quiet, because I've been trying
Listen, brother. I will tell you something on how the Bible was developed, okay? What most of you don't know, what your theologians know because they go to theology school, is that the combinations of books that make the Bible, bro, is a specific sect of believers from Judaism all the way to Christianity. There were always multiple versions of this story. Do you know that there were at least 4 different versions of the book of Genesis, and the other 3 did not make it into the Bible? This was just the accepted narratives. That is why even in Jerusalem in the days of Jesus, you read it, it says that you had the Sadducees and you had the Pharisees. They were all believers. They were all believers in Moses, but some of them did not believe in the resurrection. But some of them did. So there was never a point in the history of the Jews where they all had the same agreement. There were always different sects. The books that we read, we don't know if they come from the Sadducees. We don't know if it comes from the Pharisees. We don't even know if it comes from other small sects that would have existed. Just like the book of Isaiah. Most Christians don't know that the book of Isaiah was written by 2 people. It's actually a universal consensus among theologians. There is 2 different narratives in the book of Isaiah that could not have been written by the same person. The Isaiah that wrote the first part was already dead by the time the second part was written, and yet the book is given to one person. This is how you read. Now, I'm not saying it because I don't want to believe Isaiah, but I just find that strange. Where did that guy go? Where did that guy go? I'm teaching you how you can read the Bible to realize that it's bullshit. Why would an almighty, all-knowing, all-powerful being be intimidated by human unity? Why did God have to prevent Adam and Eve from eating from the fruit of life? This is the line of reasoning you have to follow, my brothers and sisters. If not, you will be reading it with confirmation bias. Maybe God summoned him. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I've already stayed online longer than I wanted to stay today. I've stayed online far longer than I wanted to stay today. Thank you so much to everyone that was here. I hope you guys enjoyed the discourse. Very much. It sounds very demonic. The way the God of the Bible reads from Genesis chapter 1 to Genesis chapter 11, it sounds like the God of the Greeks. It sounds like Zeus talking to his pantheon of gods. It sounds like a God who's not almighty, who has limitations, who can be threatened by his own creation. That makes you wonder why God even flooded the world. What if God flooded the world because human technology had already improved to the point where it was already threatening his kingdom? What if this person who is claiming to be God is a person who can be threatened by human unity and human technology? Did God destroy the world by fighting human beings face to face? No. God actually tried to use natural disaster. He did not want confrontation with human beings at all. The same thing is true in the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. God had to send the angels physically into the city of Sodom and Gomorrah. Why did the angels have to go there physically to destroy the city? There was a level of fighting that was taking place. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be going now. I'll see you guys next time, y'all. Okay? I appreciate everyone that sent gifts, everyone who sent likes beyond comprehension. And even if you send gifts to my guests, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I appreciate your generosity. Bakanga.